Chapter 1934. Lu Ruyun exuded a heroic air. She looked pretty, youthful, and lively. Furthermore, she had the aura of a divine dragon, and her cultivation was not low. When that local boss spoke with her, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. After paying a certain number of primeval heavenly pills, Lu Ruyun obtained the information she wanted. Then, she revealed a smile and sent the other party away. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared beside Lu Ruyun and asked softly, "Is the information you obtained valuable?" Lu Ruyun replied softly, "Naturally, it is valuable. There are many brokers in this ancient desolate town. They often know Desolate God Valley like the back of their hands. If there is a fortuitous encounter, they will know immediately. These brokers are all opportunists. They cannot obtain fortuitous encounters on their own, so they can only organize teams of cultivators to go and eliminate them. Teams like ours are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. We are truly in high demand. This local boss told me that there happens to be a rather famous broker looking for teams. Just wait. Someone will come looking for us soon." Xiao Chen could not help saying in admiration, "You are still young and inexperienced, but you know a lot. Your elder sister told you this, right?" "Hee. You guessed it. My elder sister has been to Desolate God Valley several times. I am indeed more familiar with this place than you. How about it? I am more reliable than that Zhongli, right?" Lu Ruyun put on an expression of, "I am very smart. Quick, come and praise me." Xiao Chen glanced at her and directly ignored her. Then, he turned around and went back to inform Wei Hongfei's group. "What a boring fellow." Lu Ruyun muttered a few words before following behind Xiao Chen. Soon, the group gathered. After hearing the news, they all felt somewhat nervous and started discussing it. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" Xiao Chen voiced his opinion. "I lean towards Lu Ruyun's opinion. Going around randomly is too much luck. If we are unlucky, we will have wasted this opportunity. Don't forget why we are here. As for the risk, there will definitely be. However, this is not our first time adventuring. We should understand that risk and opportunity always coexist." With Xiao Chen's opinion, Wei Hongfei made the final decision. Good. It's settled then. Not long after entering the city, someone called out to Xiao Chen's group. "This must be Miss Lu Ruyun." An ordinary-looking young man with a shrewd look in his eyes arrived in front of the group. After sizing up Xiao Chen and the others, a plan formed in his heart. These people were pretty strong. They were the people he was looking for. Seeing the group's confused expressions, this person introduced himself. "Hee. I am Qi Yunfeng, a disciple of the ruling Sword Gate. I received news that a team of divine dragon cultivators will be going to Desolate God. I would like to come." "I am." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. It was indeed as Lu Ruyun said. However, this was a little too fast. "Wei. Xiao and Chen Xiao He Xiao A and Xiao and Xiao Xiao and of Ru Xiao 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 Xiao, and Xiao Xiao and of Or Xiao. Of Xiao of Wei, He Xiao, He Wei, Xiao, Ru, I, Li Xiao and Chen Xiao. I do not dare to claim my name. I am Wei Hongfei." Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water. He figured out some of Qi Yunfeng's tricks. He truly lived up to his reputation as a broker. His connections were excellent. Lu Ruyun had already told that local boss that there was a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple in their team. In the end, this fellow still showed a shocked expression. If not for Xiao Chen knowing in advance, he might have been fooled. Xiao Chen's acting was very convincing. Soon, Qi Yunfeng and Wei Hongfei started chatting excitedly. Qi Yunfeng took the opportunity to invite them, saying, "This is not the place to speak. I have a courtyard in ancient desolate town. Let's gather there." However, Wei Hongfei did not lower his guard. He turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, seeking his opinion. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Wei Hongfei said, "In that case, many thanks for Brother Qi's hospitality." When Qi Yunfeng saw this, he felt shocked. Why would a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple seek advice from a mixed-blood dragon? What was even stranger was that this mixed-blood dragon was only a star venerate. Never mind, I will not think about it. In any case, he is just a one-star venerate. There is no need to worry. When they arrived at his courtyard, They saw a chariot in the shape of a fiery bird hovering above the courtyard. It emitted a faint light, and its pressure was frightening, intimidating one's soul. Heaven-suspending war chariot. Wei Hongfei exclaimed with some shock. Brother Qi, you are really generous. The original model of the heaven-suspending war chariot was manufactured by the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance had specially designed it for the experts of the Central Great Realm. Its performance was excellent, far surpassing the other chariots on the continent, but they were also rare. Owning one was a symbol of status. However, this heaven-suspending war chariot also had 9 grades. Qi Yunfeng's was the lowest grade. However, for people of their cultivation, it was still extremely precious and powerful. Qi Yunfeng said modestly, "It's fine. It is just a 1 star. However, its speed is exceptional. With this war chariot, no holy venerate can catch up to me. Even a regular sovereign personage would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up. As for defense, it can withstand 3 attacks from a sovereign personage." Although Qi Yunfeng showed a humble expression, his tone was very proud. Lu Ruyun whispered to Xiao Chen, "How cocky. I have one as well, and it is a 2-star one." Xiao Chen asked, "Then why did you not take it out at the start?" "Hee. When we are outside, we should not flaunt our wealth," Lu Ruyun said with a smile, looking very pretty and lovable. "Qi Yunfeng, have you King found the person yet? This old man has already waited for a month." Just at this moment, curses came from the courtyard. Qi Yunfeng laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's go in first." After entering, the group discovered that there were already 3 small groups inside. One of them was a skinny old man. He was alone and was known as Eccentric Tai. Eccentric Tai's cultivation was the highest, a peak consummation late-stage holy venerate. With his horrifying cultivation, he could face Xiao Chen and the others without any pressure. The one who cursed Qi Yunfeng earlier was this old man, who had a strange temper. The other group had a total of 9 people. The leader was a stout middle-aged man named Bailey Xiao, a late-stage holy venerate. Everyone in this group was at least a holy venerate. The last group was a middle-aged couple. The man was from the Confucian sect, dressed like a scholar. The woman was pretty and held a whip in her hand. Although they were husband and wife, they did not look compatible. After a simple introduction, Eccentric Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "To think that they are people from the Divine Dragon Empire. Qi Yunfeng has good eyes. All of them are cultivators with Divine Dragon bloodlines. Not bad, not bad." The middle-aged couple and Bailey Xiao were very satisfied with Xiao Chen's group. As for Xiao Chen, who was in the middle, they completely ignored him. Qi Yunfeng said seriously, "I will cut to the chase. Since the few of you spread the news, you clearly want to go to Desolate God Valley and search for fortuitous encounters. Truth be told, I have a great fortuitous encounter here and would like to invite the few of you to join me." Wei Hongfei glanced at the other 3 groups and asked calmly, "What fortuitous encounter? You already have so many people. Even if you face a sovereign personage, you should be able to hold your own. Why are you looking for us?" Eccentric Tai, the middle-aged couple, and Bailey Xiao did not say anything. They only smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, I have a reason for looking for you. It is because my fortuitous encounter is..." Qi Yunfeng enunciated every word with emphasis. "An overlord-level ferocious beast, a demonic blood thousand-winged snake." The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of Xiao Chen and the others immediately changed. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was a bona fide sovereign personage ferocious beast. Furthermore, it had the bloodline of a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. Regular sovereign personages could not take it down. While they had the advantage in numbers, they did not stand much of a chance against a sovereign personage. As for targeting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, they would die no matter how many people went. They were on a completely different level. Wei Hongfei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Qi, you must be joking. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake should have experienced some kind of change. Let me think, is it severely injured, or did it just undergo a lightning tribulation?" Xiao Chen's sudden words startled Qi Yunfeng. This mixed blood dragon had said what he wanted to say. That's right. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake just underwent a lightning tribulation and is currently at its weakest. Otherwise, once it survives this period, it will not have another chance. Although it is still very dangerous now, there is still a chance. Qi Yunfeng looked around and smiled. Furthermore, doesn't it have you guys now? If you all activate your great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time, haha, even sovereign personages would have to run when they saw you. Chapter 1935. Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. So that was the plan. How could the great desolate Aeon bloodline be activated so casually? If these were his own people, he would not mind activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline. However, there were outsiders present. After activating the bloodline, it could only be used as a life-saving measure. Wei Hongfei said straightforwardly, "If Brother Qi has such an intention, I'm afraid we will not be able to continue this discussion." Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "I was just speaking casually, just in case. After all, they are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Even if they do not use their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, they are strong enough. Let's discuss this first." Qi Yunfeng extended his hand and said, "Please." Suddenly, Xiao Chen called them out of the courtyard. Then, he laid out a simple isolation formation. In the courtyard, eccentric Tai looked at Qi Yunfeng and said, "Little fellow Qi, you actually managed to find the bloodline cultivators of the 8 great empires. We are much more confident in this operation." Qi Yunfeng said, "It looks like Senior Tai also knows that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake has the bloodline of a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. The might of its bloodline greatly suppresses us. With a divine dragon bloodline cultivator going up, the chances of success will increase greatly." Old Freak Tai snorted coldly and said, "Humph, if I didn't know, why would I waste a month here? I would have gone alone long ago." Bailey Xiu said somewhat doubtfully, "It has already been 1 month. Could the demonic blood thousand-winged snake have passed its weakened phase already?" "Don't worry. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's weakened state lasts for 3 months. During these 3 months, it will be hard for it to bring out even half of its strength." The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Murong Shang, was quite knowledgeable. "That's right. There is no need to worry for 3 months, Qi Yunfeng said. Outside the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others discussed whether to go or not. The allure of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was great, but the risk was equally great. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. The entire body of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake is a treasure. This is especially so for its blood. It is a great tonic for us dragon race cultivators. The other body parts were worth more than 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. No matter how you look, you can't miss it." Wei Hongfei simply stated his opinion. Clearly, he agreed to go. Situ Chongfeng said softly, "However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake is an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. I estimate that it is as strong as a sovereign personage. It is hard to say whether we can kill it or not." Murong Yen said sullenly, "We definitely have to gamble for fortuitous encounters. There is no guarantee." As the few discussed enthusiastically, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "What is the background of this Qi Yunfeng and the ruling sword gate behind him?" Wei Hongfei explained, "They are not considered a major faction. In the northern region they are just an ordinary rank 6 sect. However, they are a rather strong faction near ancient desolate town." Northern region? Xiao Chen was not very familiar with the distribution of factions in the Central Great Realm, so he did not understand. Wei Hongfei said in understanding, "I forgot that you left the Divine Dragon Empire at a young age. Let me give you a simple rundown of the factions in the Central Great Realm. In the Central World, the 3 strongest dynasties occupied the central courtyard and enjoyed supreme fortune. The 8 empires are in the north, south, east, and west. The Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire are in the north. The northern region is collectively known as the Northern Region. In the northern region, aside from the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire, 2 great empires led by great desolate Aeon bloodline cultivators, there are many empires of varying strength and many sections." Xiao Chen asked curiously, "Aren't there 4 dynasties?" Wei Hongfei explained, "The Shuawu dynasty is not in the central courtyard, so it is rather complicated. You can understand it on your own in the future." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Indeed, I need to understand it more. In the past I spent all my time cultivating. To think that I did not even understand the basics." Wei Hongfei continued, "I did some research on this ancient desolate town in advance. The strongest faction is the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. The Heavenly Lodging Palace is a rank 7 sect in the northern region. In the entire Central Great Realm, it can be considered a super faction. The ruling sword gate is not that strong. Not that strong? In that case, there is no problem. We can gamble on this fortuitous encounter. After learning about Qi Yunfeng's background, Xiao Chen voiced his opinion. After a while, the group returned and reported the results of their discussion. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "Good. I knew that the few of you would agree. This is how we split the spoils of this mission. The 4 of you will each take 20%, then 10%. The remaining 10% will be reserved for later use. Any objections?" This was the general method of distribution. Although Qi Yunfeng was not very strong, he was the one who provided the information. It was not overboard for him to take 10%. The reserved 10% would be reserved for the dead and injured as compensation. No. Good. In that case, let's depart immediately and not delay. Whoosh. Whoosh. The group soared into the air and flew into the heavens, suspending war chariot. The war chariot was very spacious. There were already some ruling sword gate disciples operating it. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen and the others entering, it did not feel crowded, appearing very spacious. A complete beast's skin covered the floor. It was incredibly soft and exceptionally comfortable to step on. The interior of the war chariot was extremely luxurious, very pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! Qi Yunfeng gave the order, and a flaming red tail shot out from the heaven-suspending war chariot's rear. Then, it turned into a beam of light and quickly went far away. Now, you should be able to tell us the location of the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, right? Senior Tai asked indifferently. Qi Yunfeng smiled and spread out a map covered in fog on the white jade table in the middle. Xianxia tapped lightly on one of the spots, and the mist parted, revealing a complete 3-dimensional image. It truly lives up to being a famous broker in ancient desolate town. Not just anyone can have this map, Bailey Xiao sighed. With this map, one could increase their harvest by 20% and reduce the danger by half when adventuring in Desolate God Valley. This place is already extremely close to the core of Desolate God Valley. The core of the map was a valley. That was Desolate God Valley. However, the Desolate God Valley that everyone went to was not the true Desolate God Valley. It referred to the vast region around the valley. No one would be tired of living and enter the true Desolate God Valley. Qi Yunfeng said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although it looks very close, it will not come into contact with the core region. You are afraid of death, but I am even more afraid of death." Senior Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "If it were not so close to the core region, this demonic blood thousand-wing snake would have been discovered long ago. This ferocious beast is so valuable that even sovereign personages would risk their lives for it." Qi Yunfeng smiled faintly and did not deny it. "I'll give a simple explanation of the arrangements. Naturally, the outstanding talents of the Divine Dragon Empire will block at the front, helping us block the great desolate Aeon demonic might. Bailey Xiu's team will harass them from both sides. Old Tai and the Murong couple will be in charge of attacking." Qi Yunfeng must have planned this long ago. Elder Tai's cultivation and strength were the highest. The Murong couple's combined strength was not much different from his. It was suitable for the 3 of them to be the main attackers. If there are no objections, then before we go, let's work together to hunt some ferocious beasts and train our teamwork to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qi Yunfeng was very good at handling matters. When he made arrangements, everything was very orderly. After a round of hunting, the team of more than 20 people gradually developed some tacit understanding of each other's strength. Half a month later, the heaven-suspending war chariot's hatch opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds accompanied by blood sand blew over. Vision turned blurry, and the entire world turned into a hazy world of blood fog. Indeed, we are already close to the core region. Even the blood sand has appeared, Wei Hongfei said softly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The baleful blood qi in this place had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Xiao Chen's vision was no more than 10 kilometers. When he extended his spiritual sense, he found it blurry, unable to see anything. It is so blurry. How are we to find the demonic blood thousand-wing snake? Bailey Xiu frowned. He could not see the situation beyond 10 kilometers. The various auras were chaotic, and he could not use his soul energy to check. Qi Yunfeng walked to the front and formed hand seals. In the next moment, many ancient lamps flew out from under the heavens suspending war chariot. The light was burning, and it looked like an eye. Demonic eye lamps? Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Qi Yunfeng even had such a wondrous item. The demonic eye lamps were ancient wondrous items. The method to refine them had already been lost. These should be replicas. Not to mention their value, they would not be easy to obtain. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "This friend is really knowledgeable. With the help of these demonic eye lamps, it will not be difficult to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake." As the demonic eye lamps entered the strong wind and blood sand, the group started to wait nervously. Bang! 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 1 hour later, a terrifying roar came from the distance, followed by a few intense explosions. The demonic eye lamps were all destroyed. However, the instant they were destroyed, they gave off intense light, extremely eye-catching amid the bloody battle. At the same time, a vast and boundless ancient demonic might surged towards the heavens suspending war chariot. "Found it!" Qi Yunfeng said joyfully. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and the others. "Let's go!" Xiao Chen's group of 5 merged their dragon might and charged over, clashing with the vast demonic might. Whoosh! 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 Bailey Xiu's team quickly followed. Eccentric Tai and the Murong couple soared into the air, flying increasingly higher. The hunt began. Chapter 1936. Bang! The heavy great desolate Aeon demonic might seemed to transcend time and space, crashing towards the group with a loud sound. Xiao Chen's group of 5, whose dragon might already merged, grunted. They felt their qi and blood surge, feeling extremely unbearable. "What a strong demonic might," Duan Fei said. He was the weakest of the group, so he felt the strongest. "I'll take the lead then." Xiao Chen and Wei Hongfei exchanged opinions. After obtaining the other party's agreement, the two swapped places. "Be careful," Wei Hongfei said. The two auras clashed. The shock waves from the clash made the strong wind even stronger. Even the heaven-suspending war chariot could not stand stably, looking like it would get knocked away at any moment. "This is really damn scary." Qi Yunfeng wobbled in the war chariot for a long time before he managed to stabilize himself. Then, he quickly controlled the heaven-suspending war chariot to retreat and watch from a distance. Qi Yunfeng originally wanted to observe from a close distance. However, after some contact, he gave up on this thought. After putting in so much effort, don't fail. Qi Yunfeng frowned heavily as he looked at Xiao Chen's group. Success or failure would depend on this group of people. How long these people could last would determine whether Senior Tai and the Murong couple could kill the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Ice River Iron Horse. Senior Tai raised his aura to its peak in the sky. His holy venerate will encased his body, and a Tao disc appeared behind him. Then he formed a strange posture as he descended from the sky, looking like he was stepping on an ice river. Senior Tai's entire body was like metal, exuding an icy chill. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a skinny and cold iron horse, stepping on an ice river as he charged forward. In an instant, everyone felt that even an army of thousands and thousands of men and horses would fall apart under his charge. The sun sets in the west, sobering up. Wind and rain fall on the western pavilion. The Confucian scholar, Murong Shang, said softly as he drew his sword. Immediately, a righteous aura surged out, scattering the blood sand for 5,000 kilometers around. Just at this instant, everyone clearly saw the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's true appearance. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was gargantuan, coiled up like a mountain. Its head was tall and straight, and purple patterns covered its skin. It had a snake crown on its head that emitted a piercingly cold light. It flicked its tongue and its eyes were filled with anger. The instant the scarlet sand scattered, eccentric Tai turned into a heavenly horse and soared through the air. He moved as fast as lightning, not giving anyone time to think before crashing into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Boom! No one saw what exactly happened, but eccentric Tai was bounced back like a cannonball. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake unfurled its body and slithered about frantically. It roared ferociously as its great desolate Aeon demonic might surged out. The entire world began to shake. Under the tremors of his demonic might, the world spun and space seemed to have been turned upside down. Everyone wobbled, unable to stand straight, much less attack or harass this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A wave of fear spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Form the divine dragon four beasts formation. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The might of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was far stronger than Qi Yunfeng said. So. With the help of the armlet, the divine dragon four divisions formation instantly formed. Then, Xiao Chen, Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, and Situ Changfeng each flew in a different direction. Thunder, strong wind, fire, and light. Four kinds of mysterious phenomena mixed with dragon might spread out as dragon roars rang out. The trembling heaven and earth were immediately suppressed. What a fellow! He truly lives up to being a divine dragon cultivator. Eccentric Tai wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and laughed loudly. Then, he stopped hesitating and started preparing for the second wave of attacks. As for the Murong couple, they took advantage of this opportunity to execute their killing move, which had been delayed for a moment. A flash of sword light chopped down with great might, accompanied by wind and rain filling the sky. Cassie! Scarlet light flashed everywhere. Blood spurted out of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's wounds, falling like rain. Pa! 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 Suddenly, electric light flashed in the air. Then, Murong Shang's wife brandished her whip twice, creating crackling sparks in the air. The pretty woman's whip swung down, and it turned into a lightning snake that extended continuously, coiling around the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. However, just as the pretty woman was about to make a move, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake pulled ferociously. The pretty woman vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying. Fortunately, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake managed to grab hold of the whip. That electric snake bit the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and thousands of sparks pierced into its body. After stopping the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for a moment, the pretty woman quickly took advantage of this opportunity to let go. Then, she nimbly leaped into the air, moving 10 kilometers in a flash. If she had been any later, she would have been pulled into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mouth, swallowed whole. The Murong couple had just finished attacking, but eccentric Tai had not finished preparing his killing move yet. Hence, an opening appeared. Bailey Xiu led his team and instantly charged over. The 9 strong holy venerates each sent out a move. The sky and clouds changed color. Sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent covered the sky and sun as they charged over. The various disturbances made the demonic blood thousand-winged snake even more berserk. It roared ferociously as a horrifying demonic might spread out. After executing the divine dragon four divisions formation, Xiao Chen's group of 4 felt the pressure on them increase explosively. Their veritable essence energy drained continuously, so they clenched their teeth and held on. Spring wind and rain art. The green dragon palace's Duan Fei closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The wind blew, and the rain fell. The gentle spring breeze was like a young girl's arm, gently brushing past everyone's body. Drizzle fell continuously, infusing into the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. They immediately felt refreshed, and the pressure on them decreased significantly. Their veritable essence energy also recovered significantly. On the heaven-suspending war chariot in the distance, Qi Yunfeng said anxiously, "Hold on. Just 2 more waves." After 2 more waves, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake will not be able to hold on. Mountains and rivers in dreams, 10,000 horses galloping. Eccentric Tai finally executed his killing move. Thousands of horses immediately appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping suppressed the dragon roars in the surroundings. Then, eccentric Tai sent out a palm strike with the might of a vast army. Bang! When this palm strike landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, many horses crashed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's gargantuan body. The horses continuously exploded. Bang! 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 The force of this palm strike knocked the mountain-like demonic blood thousand-winged snake into the air. The terrifying palm might was startling. A thin and frail body swings the heavy sword. Heartless and hateful, it is sad to part. Righteous Qi gathered again, and the sword in Murong Shang's hand became incredibly heavy. Compared to the heavy sword, Murong Shang's body looked skinny and bony, like a hungry ghost. Only his pair of bright eyes displayed the state of the poem. The heavy sword landed with a sigh, knocking the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which had yet to land, into the ground. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake swung around and soared into the air, knocking Murong Shang, who could not withdraw his sword in time, into the air. Elder brother Shang. The pretty woman could not be bothered with attacking. She swung her whip and pulled Murong Shang back. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake missed, narrowly avoiding death. Bang! 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 Bailey Xiao led his team of holy venerates and took advantage of the situation to appear, continuously launching all sorts of killing moves. The mysterious phenomena in the air layered over each other, looking incredibly chaotic. That was close. Murong Shang landed beside the pretty woman and wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, his back broke out in a cold sweat. However, that earlier sword strike contained a lot of soul energy. Not only did it injure the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's physical body, but it also severely injured its soul. Just one more wave. Qi Yunfeng anxiously sweated profusely. He turned his head and saw that his junior brothers in the war chariot were so frightened that their legs went soft, unable to stand up. Qi Yunfeng cursed. Quickly stand up for this old man and drive the war chariot over. Quick! 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 Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake became utterly enraged. A horrifying great desolate Aeon demonic might surged out like surging waves, each wave taller than the one before. Several of Bailey Xiao's team, who took advantage of the situation to harass the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, could not dodge in time. The snake tail swept them away, causing them to vomit blood. Something's not right. Eccentric Tai was just about to make a move when he felt that something was wrong, so he stopped. The purple patterns on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's back silently unfurled, turning into pairs of purple wings. Damn it! Wasn't it in a weakened state? How can it spread its wings? Boom! Such a strange change completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When the thousand wings spread out, the divine dragon four divisions formation that Xiao Chen and the others formed instantly shattered. No one could suppress the raging demonic blood thousand-winged snake anymore. It vented its rage to its heart's content, attacking indiscriminately, sweeping through the surroundings. Bang! 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 The ground split open, and strong winds and bloody auras gathered once more. The terrain within 5,000 kilometers was completely destroyed. Several mountains broke into thousands of pieces, rising and falling with the great desolate Aeon demonic might. However, they could not fall. After that, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's rage crushed them into dust, turning them into blood sand. The world turned incredibly chaotic, scarlet everywhere. Aside from the raging demonic blood thousand-winged snake, no one else could be seen. Lu Ruyun lay prone on a rock in a somewhat flustered manner. Her heart pounded heavily, but there was no one beside her. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Ruyun's lips, and her complexion paled. The instant the divine dragon four divisions formation broke, the solid demonic might struck her. If she had not been carrying a valuable treasure, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Ruyun did not know when the demonic blood thousand-winged snake would discover her. As she faced the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, her thoughts ran wild. Fear made her tremble all over. Whoosh! Lu Ruyun silently felt a figure land beside her. She turned around to look, and she nearly cried out in pleasant surprise. It was Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. He quickly covered her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes to indicate that she understood. Only then did Xiao Chen let go. Where are the others? Are they all dead? A voice projection rang out in Lu Ruyun's mind. She had learned her lesson and no longer dared to make a sound. She asked somewhat anxiously. The instant the divine dragon four divisions formation broke, she had seen some people dismembered on the spot. Then, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake swallowed them up, not even leaving a scrap behind. They are all hiding. They are a group of smart people. How could they die so easily? Xiao Chen replied. At the same time, he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not daring to relax for even a moment. Lu Ruyun felt slightly more at ease. She discovered that Xiao Chen's dragon might contained an indescribable aura. After it covered her body, the pressure from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's demonic might decreased significantly. Scarlet sand filled the air. Aside from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, there was only the sound of wind and sand for 5,000 kilometers around. There was no aura of the living at all. No one could imagine that just a moment ago, there were many people making a move against the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Chapter 1937. Bang! A loud sound rang out amid the blood sand filling the air. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake had destroyed Qi Yunfeng's precious war chariot. Xiao Chen did not know if Qi Yunfeng was still in there. If he was, he probably would not have escaped death. Even if he managed to survive, he would probably feel heartache. A one-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already worth more than 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Furthermore, it was hard to buy. Now that it was destroyed, it truly hurt. Murong Yen lay on a boulder, which rose and fell amid the blood sand filling the air. Did they all run away? Murong Yen sneaked a look around, but his vision was blurry. When he did his best to look, he could not see anyone. This seems like an opportunity. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he revealed a smile. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake looked like it was showing off its ferocious might, but in reality, it was aggravating his injuries. If everyone had already fled, then he might be able to obtain all the value of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Yen chewed on the rank 3 heavenly pill that Lu Ruyun gave him, and his injuries healed quickly. Those people cannot block this great desolate Aeon demonic might. I have a divine dragon bloodline and actually hold a significant advantage. The martial techniques of the red dragon race can be said to be the most ferocious of the 6-colored divine dragons. I can take a gamble. The battle flame in Murong Yan's eyes blazed increasingly fiercely as he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Whoosh! 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 Murong Yen carefully leaped around the boulders, seeking a suitable opportunity for himself. I have to wait patiently. Despite his blazing battle hunger, Murong Yen still cautiously advised himself. Finally, the opportunity arrived. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake landed at an extremely suitable spot for Murong Yen to attack. Its already irrepressible battle hunger erupted like a volcano. Blood-devouring dragon fist. Boundless madness. Murong Yen roared ferociously, and a surging aura burst out of his body. A heat wave soared into the clouds, looking like a resplendent meteor. A berserk aura surged out, sweeping away everything in its path. Everything within 10 kilometers turned to dust. Just the berserk aura alone could already reach such a level of might. This showed how ferocious this fist technique was. Murong Yen laughed loudly, and a dragon roared. A fiery light spread out as his fist light landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Oh no! In the distance, Xiao Chen, who was using the dragon might containing the heaven dragon's mysteries to protect Lu Ruyun, slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch the scene before him. Murong Yen fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake alone, displaying the fiery ferocity of the red dragon race. There was a smile on his face, and his mind surged with excitement. He fought to his heart's content. Soon, Murong Yen was somewhat shocked to discover that although the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura was weakening, it was not weak at all. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down, let alone an overlord-level humanoid king ferocious beast. In merely 10-odd moves, Murong Yen found himself in a perilous situation, on the verge of revealing his great desolate Aeon bloodline at any moment. Wait for me, don't move. Xiao Chen warned, you might become our trump card and reverse the situation at any time. When Lu Ruyun heard that, she nodded and said, don't worry. I understand. Xiao. Before Lu Ruyun could finish speaking, she saw Xiao Chen turn into a flash of electric light and charge over. In an instant, he arrived above the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to land his killing move. Firmament's Rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon transcended time and space, coming from the past to the present. Its rage filled the sky. When one looked up, it looked like the rage of the firmament, unquenchable. A colossal flaming palm tore through the sky. Xiao Chen showed a stern expression, and 2 Dao discs of the lightning Dao and the saber Dao appeared behind him. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao infused into the colossal palm. Immediately, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers became like sabers, flickering with electricity. When he smashed the palm down, he smashed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake down from the sky. Electric light exploded, and the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's entire body trembled. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers were like sabers, leaving 5 huge holes in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen! When Murong Yen saw Xiao Chen appear, he rejoiced at first. Then he said, "Quickly, let's go. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake is harder to deal with than we imagined. We cannot kill it. It's too late." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "What do you mean?" Murong Yen still did not understand. Closely after that, many figures appeared. Situ Chongfeng, Wei Hongfei, and Duan Fei appeared one after another. "Damn! Why are you all here? Weren't you all scared off?" Murong Yen exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen said helplessly, "You are overthinking things. It is not just them. Eccentric Tai, the Murong couple, Bailey Xiao, and the others should be here as well. They were just waiting to see if there were any fools who could not resist making a move. Then they would reap the benefits." Unexpectedly, they succeeded in their gamble. Murong Yen could not help raging. "Damn! These fellows are using me as a tool." "Xiao Chen, what should we do now?" Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had already become the core of the team. All the decisions had to be made by him. "I can't be bothered. In for a penny, in for a pound. After we kill this reptile, we will take 80% of the profits." Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He said coldly, "If they want to watch a show, then let them watch to their heart's content." The breathing of the others turned somewhat ragged. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive, going all out against them. Good. Everyone was influenced by Xiao Chen. They did not hesitate to speak seriously. The group attacked together, not holding anything back as they fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. In the darkness, eccentric Tai hid behind a rock and smiled coldly. "A bunch of fools. Did they really think that they scared us away?" The Murong couple also revealed smiles, happy to see this happen. After Bailey Xiao smiled coldly, he heaved a sigh of relief. His team had suffered the most casualties. Of the 9, only 5 remained. Originally, Bailey Xiao worried that his team's strength would drop and that he would not have the right to speak. Upon seeing this scene, Bailey Xiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Whoosh! As Bailey Xiao thought, a figure landed between them. This startled him. Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng was significantly injured. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Bailey, do you mind if I rest here for a while?" The heaven-suspending war chariot had been destroyed, and Qi Yunfeng had managed to escape. However, he had lost his greatest support, so he came to Bailey Xiao's place to form a temporary alliance. Bailey Xiao understood. He smiled and said, "You are very welcome." Bailey Xiao happened to lack manpower. How could he reject? A centipede might die, but it would not fall over. However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was too severely injured. Xiao Chen's group of 5 did not give each other any warning. They attacked with their full power, working together and stabilizing the situation. They trapped the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not giving it a chance to counterattack or flee. The group used the dragon race's martial techniques. Strong winds, lightning, fire, and sunlight formed the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation. Xiao Chen and the others decided to end the battle quickly. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chen saw that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was about to launch a desperate counterattack, he snorted coldly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. A blazing dragon might materialized a banner filled with killing intent burning in flames. The instant the banner appeared, the killing intent in the air soared. The heaven dragon's might on Xiao Chen's body soared, bursting out with the arrogance of a sovereign looking down on the world. "You want to counterattack? No way. Get down." Boom! This supreme dragon banner with surging killing chi descended from the sky. It carried an incomparably tyrannical air, carrying the might of the heavens. It turned into a beam of light and instantly stabbed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's neck. Rumble! The ground shook continuously. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon banner pinned the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which wanted to launch a powerful killing move, to the ground. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared endlessly, struggling endlessly. The supreme dragon banner shook, on the verge of breaking. Red Dragon's profoundness, inextinguishable rage. Murong Yen roared, and his entire body radiated the pure red dragon's dragon might. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the flagpole. Golden dragon profundity. Inextinguishable light. Wei Hongfei snorted coldly. His body spun around continuously, releasing a golden light made of golden dragon chi that shone in the surroundings. Murong Yen supported the sky with one hand and placed it above his head. Then, Wei Hongfei landed firmly on his hand. Boom! The might of the supreme dragon banner increased. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared in pain, and its aura plummeted. Green dragon's profoundness, spring wind and rain. Blue dragon profoundness, wind conquers the world. As Situ Chongfeng and Duan Fei joined in, using their own strength to support the supreme dragon banner, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura continuously weakened. Heaven dragon profundity, heart higher than the heavens. Xiao Chen descended from the sky, and his dragon might merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries. Then, he landed firmly on Situ Chongfeng's palm. Bang! The final strike caused the might of the supreme dragon banner to soar explosively, and the snake's head separated from its body. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mountain-sized head directly blasted away. The supreme dragon fist, which contained fist force, turned into thousands of strands of dragon chi spreading out. The few people, who were like pillars supporting the sky, quickly scattered, revealing smiles on their faces. Clap! 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 The outstanding talents of the Empire are truly incredible. This is a great eye-opener. This old man is in awe. Eccentric Tai clapped his hands and appeared with a superficial smile. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse on the ground. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong people. Hee hee. However, you can all withdraw now. It is time for us to decide how to split this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Shang and his wife, Bailey Xiao, and the others appeared one after another. They all felt that they had the upper hand, so they directly told Xiao Chen and the others to scatter. Eccentric Tai frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still not scramming? Do you think you can split the war spoils? I don't have much patience." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. After a while, they suddenly guffawed. This baffled Bailey Xiao and the others, making them feel somewhat depressed. Xiao Chen shouted, "How do we deal with those who offend our empire's dragon might? Kill without mercy. Fight to the death." Murong Yen and the others answered loudly. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the five activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time. In that instant, an ancient dragon might from the great desolate Aeon surged out. The five all had divine dragon bloodlines. The moment they activated their bloodlines, the ancient bloodline power in their bodies surged out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dam. In the dusky sky, there was only the roar of the dragon, deep and furious. Run! Bailey Xiao and the others were so frightened that they nearly cried. They simply did not expect Xiao Chen's five to be so decisive. The five did not give them a chance to negotiate, not compromising at all. At the same time, they activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. The first to bear the brunt was Eccentric Tai, who stood at the very front. The five struck Eccentric Tai at the same time. In less than a second, the berserk divine dragon veritable essence energy blasted his body apart, leaving no corpse behind. Chapter 1938. Eccentric Tai's death was truly unjust. It was not that he did not expect this. No matter how weak the five were, they still had their divine dragon bloodlines that had not been activated. However, once the divine dragon bloodline was activated, the group's originally weak bodies would become even weaker after the process ended. At that time, not to mention a star venerate, even a major primal core venerate would be able to end them. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen and the others would definitely compromise. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen and the others would not even bother saying a word? They had already thought of how these people would deal with the situation. At the same time, they activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. Caught off guard, they could not even retaliate. They were blasted into dregs. The five's auras flourished as they chased relentlessly. Before Bailey Xiao's team got far, they were all destroyed. Qi Yunfeng was right. When the five activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, even a sovereign personage would have to run. Furthermore, they were far from a sovereign personage. How could they run? Bang! 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 Murong Shang and his wife were prepared. They endured their severe injuries and ran far away. However, Xiao Chen did not want to let them go. A red light flashed on his ring, and the demon blood vulture screeched as it gave chase. In mere moments, only Qi Yunfeng remained of the group of people that came with a ferocious aura, fleeing wildly. Qi Yunfeng paled in fright. Cold sweat poured down his face as the fear of death shrouded his heart. A horrifying great desolate Aeon dragon might spread out in the world, preventing him from bringing out even 50% of his strength. Flying Cloud Talisman. The deaths of the others bought Qi Yunfeng some time to bring out his trump card. A talisman appeared. After activating it, Qi Yunfeng stood on a flying cloud, and his speed more than tripled. It looked like Xiao Chen and the others would not be able to catch up. A wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered. A saber light chased after the sun and clouds, piercing Qi Yunfeng's chest. Qi Yunfeng fell like a broken kite. Who knew? He held his breath and endured the intense pain, continuing to flee. Lu Ruyun stretched out her hand and grabbed her saber. She frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not expected Qi Yunfeng to have the strength to continue fleeing. Qi Yunfeng's armor should have blocked much of the saber's might. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Don't give chase. Seeing that Xianxia still wanted to pursue the matter, Xiao Chen spoke up. Qi Yunfeng was not a simple person. Xiao Chen did not know what other trump cards he had. If he ran, so be it. Xiao Chen, who knew his background, did not take him too seriously. As soon as they finished speaking, their auras weakened rapidly, falling to the bottom of the valley. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. They all felt incomparably delighted. Back then they had been worried. If this group of people waited for them to finish killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake and kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, how would they deal with them? Xiao Chen didn't think too much about it. He had already planned this move, activating his bloodline and striking like lightning. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to show mercy. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time. These bastards are all hiding and not coming out. They actually dare to use me as a tool. Murong Yen vented his frustrations and felt incredibly delighted. Suddenly he turned his head and said, Xiao Chen, thank you. Xiao Chen and Situ Chongfeng exchanged glances, thinking that they heard wrong. This Murong Yen was famous for being heartless. Xiao Chen and Situ Chongfeng had saved him many times, but he had never said a word of thanks. This was the first time the two heard it, and they found it strange. The others also looked at Murong Yen strangely. Murong Yen asked anxiously, What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? Wei Hongfei scolded, Brat, you are used to being heartless. You finally said something nice. Xiao Chen, how should we deal with this demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Just its head was the size of a small mountain. As for its body, it was even more colossal. It was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. If they dealt with it all, they would probably waste a lot of time. Just take the important ones. As for how to split them, we can talk about it when we return. We can just take away the essence of the great desolate Aeon demonic blood. However, we have to take away all 1,000 pairs of purple patterned wings. They are all peak materials for refining, worth at least 1 million primeval heavenly pills. We also have to take away the snake crown. However, be careful of the poison. Pull out the venomous fangs. Xiao Chen sized up the demonic blood thousand-winged snake as he gave instructions seriously. Even though it was much simpler, this was still a huge project. However, the group worked very hard, feeling very excited. Originally, they could only get 20% of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Now they got more than 80%. The rest were just scraps that they did not need. As for the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's most valuable beast core, Xiao Chen personally went to retrieve it. The beast core was covered in purple cloud patterns and gave off a strong aura, flickering with a faint light. This was the beast core of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. Its value already surpassed Xiao Chen's estimation. He needed to find a good appraiser to give it a reasonable valuation. Otherwise, if he sold it off carelessly, he would suffer a huge loss. Xiao Chen, we already removed all the purple patterned wings. We have more or less collected the great desolate Aeon demonic blood essence. We obtained the venomous fangs. Hee hee. There are a total of 9 of them. Even without refining them, they are bone weapons equal to Dao tools. We already took out the snake crown. It was really difficult to deal with. The venom nearly spilled on me. The people who obtained the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's parts came to report to Xiao Chen one after another. They did not say anything, directly handing them to him for safekeeping. This was a form of trust. The decisiveness and level-headedness that Xiao Chen showed in the past few dangerous situations convinced the others. Xiao Chen, come and take a look. What is this? Wei Hongfei called out to Xiao Chen as he stood on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Wei Hongfei. Then, he looked in the direction Wei Hongfei pointed. That is, Xiao Chen saw many terrifying black lightning bolts in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. This is tribulation lightning. Xiao Chen exclaimed with some shock. What tribulation is this demonic blood thousand-winged snake undergoing? To think that this tribulation lightning even makes me feel some fear. Wei Hongfei thought to himself, we got lucky. It turned out that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake that we were fighting was refining the tribulation lightning at the same time. Its lightning tribulation probably sent down an extremely special tribulation lightning, wanting to subdue and refine it for its own use. We got lucky this time. If it did not refine this tribulation lightning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Hongfei explained his analysis. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. This tribulation lightning piqued his interest. Among us, you are the only one who cultivates the Thunder Great Tao. You should subdue it, Wei Hongfei said when he saw through Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen did not reject. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Xiao Chen directly entered the head and used his saber intent to carve out a path for himself. Then, he followed the source of the tribulation lightning. Pa, pa, pa. The lightning in the head occasionally struck Xiao Chen's body, causing him some pain. This made him even more interested. Found it. Traveling through the head was not easy. Xiao Chen spent a lot of effort before arriving at the source of the tribulation lightning. A sword? Xiao Chen revealed a strange expression. To think that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already refined the source of the tribulation lightning into a crude sword embryo. Ancient words formed naturally in the world were carved on the embryo. They flickered with golden light and contained the supreme principles, swimming around like tadpoles. It is actually a strand of grand unity profound lightning. There were records in the incomplete memories of the faux god flame that Xiao Chen inherited. The tribulation lightning that contained the supreme principles of the world was called Grand Unity Profound Lightning. It was extremely rare. It was the Tao naturally materialized by the heavenly Tao, produced when it mixed with the lightning. It could only be found and not sought. It was very difficult to obtain. No wonder this demonic blood thousand-winged snake wanted to refine it into a weapon. Once it succeeded, it would be a Grand Unity Profound weapon. Its might would be unimaginably great. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking too much, he erased the remnant thoughts and spiritual mark on the sword embryo. Then, he placed his spiritual mark on it and stored it in his palm. However, this was just a primitive sword embryo. He did not know how much time it would take to form. Of course, if he did not want to refine it into a Grand Unity Profound weapon, he could directly absorb it. Xiao Chen's divine lightning eye was sufficient to digest this Grand Unity Profound lightning. Xiao Chen could accept both choices. It all depended on which one he chose. After leaving the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head, they discovered that most of the valuable parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already been harvested. When Murong Yen and the others gathered, they handed the other parts they collected to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. The huge body that remained was actually very valuable as well. However, it was too large. The group's storage rings could not contain it. Che, che. The demon blood vulture that chased after the Murong couple returned amid strange cries, perfectly completing its mission. Let's search the surroundings. There are usually 10,000-year-old spirit herbs around overlord-class ferocious beasts. Perhaps there might be an unexpected harvest. Xiao Chen said softly as he looked around. I nearly forgot about this. We do have to search properly, Wei Hongfei said with a smile. If they found it, it would be a huge pleasant surprise. Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Xiao Chen saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Xiao Chen did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven-suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast, so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven-suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a 2-star one. A 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot could not compare to a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Xiao Chen would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yunfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yunfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate god valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng? The heaven-suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked. Why are you in such a sorry state? Where is your 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy, and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that it was Hua Qingyun, the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's young sect master in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. In ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Xiao Chen once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake already destroyed my war chariot." What? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak! Where is the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly. After all, they are disciples of the Divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse. Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their Divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they are disciples of the Dragon's Gate, after all. If I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, "If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they are just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient desolate town? No way." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. "Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing?" Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, "Young Master Hua, what do you mean?" "Scram. I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me?" Bang! Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heaven-suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Qi Yunfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. "Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples." A gray-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun mocked. Others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew. The gray-clad old man asked. Young master, what are your plans? A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes as he said, the ninth elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood thousand-winged snake spirit core. The gray-clad old man said. However, Elder Su and the others said that they made a big discovery in Desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great Desolate Aeon bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time. Hua Qingyun's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chen and the others, who were searching for natural treasures, did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it. Lu Ruyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening 7-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood ghost face flower. Wei Hongfei exclaimed, we really struck it rich this time. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. Then he said, it is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it. Lu Ruyun frowned and said, this ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy. Situ Chongfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Lu Ruyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, it's a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. A 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang! The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shock wave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now, they had not recovered much of their strength. Calm down. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shock wave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyun cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, there are so many good things. The few of you, go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You are giving them too much face. Hua Qingyun smiled and said, stop sucking up. Quickly go out. There's no need. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyun demanded, who is it? Bang! Hua Qingyun's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Chen. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot's hatch directly shattered. Then, it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. You are seeking death. Hua Qingyun raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10-odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that gray-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai. A vital chi cultivator. The gray-clad old man frowned and asked, friend, where are you from? Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, Can't you make out the dragon race aura on me? The gray-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Chen, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. So, it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is? We are just passing by. Xiao Chen retorted coldly. Stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Chen did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. Old Yang, why are you afraid of him? Attack together and take down this mixed-blood dragon. Hua Qingyun snorted coldly. Then, he led the cultivators in the war chariot to charge at Xiao Chen, ignoring the gray-clad old man's obstruction. You overestimate yourself, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, and his great perfection Dao might layered over each other. Then, he infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into his dragon might. His aura immediately soared as he charged at Hua Qingyun's group of 10. Chapter 1940. Bang! The sounds of intense fighting came from the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot, making Murong Yen and the others outside nervous. Damn it! I'll go and take a look. Murong Yen cursed and wanted to charge over. However, Lu Ruyun blocked him. Lu Ruyun said, the few of you have not recovered yet. You are not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there? Xiao Chen said that he can go alone. Trust him. Murong Yen grumbled somewhat irritably. Then he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, this silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiao Chen? Situ Chongfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Lu Ruyun said, it should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Situ Chongfeng and the others are doing. Just follow. Murong Yen turned his head and discovered that Situ Chongfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yen slapped his forehead and said in frustration, I should have reacted earlier. Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yen turn obedient, Lu Ruyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yen and the others, Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Lu Ruyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heaven suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Lu Ruyun did not know where Xiao Chen got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, which he did not use at all. His vital qi was not depleted at all. Xiao Chen had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the heaven dragon's mysteries that Xiao Chen comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heaven suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyun led 10 people, ignoring the gray-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xiao Chen. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with a combination of Xiao Chen's 2 greater success Dao auras and the heaven dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Xiao Chen from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate secret technique. Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen instantly executed Firmament's rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang! Bang! The 11 people, including Hua Qingyun, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the gray-clad old man, only Xiao Chen remained standing. Damn it! If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qingyun felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Xiao Chen alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Xiao Chen said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi Yunfeng that you snatched the demonic blood thousand-winged snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now, it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The gray-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then, he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words, Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. Do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I am a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do. When Lu Ruyun, who was in the heaven-suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Xiao Chen actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You! The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. He said furiously, You are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles. Hua Qingyun shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. Just obediently lie down. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qingyun back down. Then, he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the gray-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right? You have been observing me, trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right? As he sat on the chair, Xiao Chen revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the gray-clad old man had been observing Xiao Chen. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiao Chen's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the gray-clad old man watched Xiao Chen calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the gray-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the gray-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The gray-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then, he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged towards Xiao Chen. What a strong palm strike! If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased 7-fold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. This is... The gray-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Xiao Chen formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Roar! A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the gray-clad old man into the wall of the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chen had modified his Supreme Dragon Fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased 7-fold. Not only did the gray-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the gray-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qingyun. Let's go! Not daring to linger, the gray-clad old man picked up Hua Yunfeng. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heaven-suspending war chariot to send them out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly, "Speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place?" When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chen, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll speak! I'll speak! Xiao Chen, we're here to help you." Just at this moment, Murong Yen and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chen saw Murong Yen and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chen could not deal with it. Unless he used the god Shadow Bow, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qingyun had been careless and had given Xiao Chen the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Su led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. "Elder Su? What Elder Su?" "Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has 2 leaders. One is Elder Su Feng, and the other is Elder Lung Quan. This time, the leader is Elder Su Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lung Quan is left to oversee things." "How strong is this Elder Su?" "Elder Su advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now, he is already a small perfection sovereign personage." "What did you find?" "I don't know." "I really don't know." Hua Xiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lung Quan almost came. Right now, they are trying their best to seal off the news. "Pah! It looks like he really does not know." Xiao Chen knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then, Lu Ruyun led the fleeing gray-robed old man and Hua Qingyun back in. Clearly, the gray-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Chen would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chen got Lu Ruyun, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. "Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all." The gray-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Chen said coldly, "If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourselves for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples." The gray-robed old man said angrily, "Are you trying to incite a conflict between the two superpowers?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This gray-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, why would the two superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. "I can't be bothered to argue with you." Xiao Chen gently knocked down the tyrant's saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyun, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Chen, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. "Damn it! If I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yunfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing." Boom! The heaven-suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Lu Ruyun's control, it soared into the sky. "Aside from him, toss everyone else out." Murong Yen smiled and said, "Roger that. I'll handle this matter." Haha. Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot just like that? Murong Yen felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said meaningfully, "Xiao Chen, how much strength did you hide from us?" Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Chen's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Chen was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great desolate Ian bloodlines, Xiao Chen could still put up a fight. Xiao Chen barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary holy venerates. One of them was even a late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiao Chen replied honestly, "It is nothing. That Su Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the gray-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the Heavenly Lodging Palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do?" Situ Chongfeng asked. Right now, there were two paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Xiao Chen, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Xiao Chen make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Xiao Chen would make the final decision. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "The other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes, one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder." Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Naturally, that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter." Situ Chongfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then, we will sell off the demonic blood thousand-wing snakes materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time, we will be more confident. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Murong Yen scratched his head and asked, "What if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, That is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss. Good, it is settled then. Whoosh. After making up her mind, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heaven-suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Lu Ruyun had a heaven-suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this 2-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, the group rushed back in less than 1 day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the 2-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose 2-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? 2-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the 2-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen made arrangements. Ruyun and I will go to the Merchant Association and sell the demonic blood thousand-wing snakes materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery, adding details to the story. Hee. No problem. Xiao Chen did not fear attracting attention. He got Lu Ruyun to drive the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to the Merchant Association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen, which one are you going to pick? Lu Ruyun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiao Chen nodded and said, Let's go to the second-ranked merchant association? Got it. Boom! The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient desolate town. Soon, the war chariot arrived above Xiao Chen's destination, the 9-cauldron pavilion. Then it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When the manager saw the 2-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiao Chen saw 10-odd girls in their prime standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Honored guests, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiao Chen secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this 9-cauldron pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case, it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and led Lu Ruyun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, Might I ask how big the business is? However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the 9-cauldron pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood thousand-wing snake, Lu Ruyun replied softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood thousand-wing snake? An overlord-class ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression, "Go and invite Mr. Bai." Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet." "Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guang Chen, Xiao Chen," Xiao Chen replied indifferently. "So, it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it?" A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it?" Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. "I have managed the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time." After Xiao Chen said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. "This young master, are you waiting for this old man?" The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, "Mr. Bai, you are finally here." These two youths said that they killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, "Let me see the beast core." Xiao Chen did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom! The mirror box opened, and a great desolate Aeon demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory demonic blood thousand-winged snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. "Mr. Bai! Beast, you are seeking death." Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then, a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. "Good, good, good." Master Bai said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Then he guffawed. "It is indeed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things." Li Xiuhai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. "Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao Chen. No, young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the Nine Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts?" Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Chen instantly changed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no rush. Let's value this beast core first." Right. There is no rush. There is no rush. Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth?" Li Xiuhai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying, "The value of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast's beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Zhao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million primeval heavenly pills should be enough." Li Xiuhai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen still maintained a calm expression. No change could be seen on his face. As for Lu Ruyun, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million primeval heavenly pills? Lu Ruyun giggled and said, "I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate inner sect disciples are not allowed to enter. An overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast's beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation. The moment Lu Ruyun said that, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiuhai looked at Lu Ruyun and asked, "Might I ask what Mrs. Identity is? Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities." Xiao Chen's face sank, revealing displeasure. This Li Xiuhai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry. This one is in the wrong. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiuhai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Chen's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master Bai sent a voice projection, "Li Xiuhai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The 2 of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's beast core is worth?" 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood 1,000-winged snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The 2 discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the 2 of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake at our 9 Cauldron Pavilion, I can offer 5 million primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiuhai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not?" Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Chen agreed, the other party, who held the initiative, would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Chen hated the most. He said coldly, "Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Li Xiuhai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Li Xiuhai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled then. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. No other conditions. One by one. I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision." "Good. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Deal." After the transaction was completed, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the purple-patterned wings on the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million primeval heavenly pills. Then, there was the great desolate Aeon demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood 1,000-winged snake skin. Every time Xiao Chen took out an item, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood 1,000-winged snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiuhai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then, he smiled and said, "This is the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Chen put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiuhai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, you need a rank 4 heavenly pill at the very least. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill. What medicinal pill? The 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill. Worth 2 million primeval heavenly pills. If young Master Xiao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. I'll buy it. Now that Xiao Chen could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past, he did not even blink. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to Holy Venerate clearly did not fit Xiao Chen's character. Previously, Xiao Chen was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Xiao Chen said sullenly, I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem. Master Bai guessed, a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. Li Xiuhai, do you have any connections in this area? Li Xiuhai smiled and said, as the person in charge of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town, naturally, I know people from all walks of life. Give me 1 day, and I'll help young Master Xiao find someone. Xiao Qin nodded and handed the tyrant saber to Li Xiuhai. There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. If he is confident he can come. How heavy! After Li Xiuhai received the tyrant saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon, Xiao Chen obtained the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Then he asked Lu Ruyun, is there anything you want to buy? Lu Ruyun smiled and asked, what do you think? After asking a nonsensical question, Xiao Chen put away the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill and boarded the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen thought to himself, things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Murong Yan's side is doing. Young Master Xiao, take care. Come again when you have time. Li Xiuhai sent Xiao Qin off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, he could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly. Ha ha! This is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly crystals in 1 day. If I can do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year. Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant's saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, it really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant's saber. Master Bai, what did you say? Nothing. Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Ha ha. Where did you hear that? The Heavenly Lodging Palace clearly discovered a damaged Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Damn. Where did you hear that? Why did I hear that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Xiao Chen and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Murong Yan and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the Heavenly Lodging Palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news! The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have all left the branch. Now, only Senior Lung Quan remains. Damn! Could the rumors be true? What is the Heavenly Lodging Palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The Heavenly Lodging Palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The Heavenly Lodging Palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yan and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, What do you think of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's abnormality? Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now, rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the Heavenly Lodging Palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know so that they can keep it for themselves." Humph! This Heavenly Lodging Palace is really becoming more and more overboard. The Heavenly Lodging Palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby rank 6 sections. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace went overboard. Xiao Chen directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Master Li, that disciple of mine, Qi Yunfeng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Chen had also heard of Qi Yunfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling Sword Gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But at this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yunfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened into feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Xiao Chen had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with desolate God Valley. Tell sect master what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace is doing." So. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the Heavenly Lodging Palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance. Just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave, Qi Yunfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to desolate God Valley. So, that is the reason." It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling Sword Gate could not openly offend the Heavenly Lodging Palace by itself. Only by working with all the rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would settle the score. If the rank 6 sects worked together, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally, there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yunfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling Sword Gate. If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yunfeng. Present. Qi Yunfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. "Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions," Li Rong said seriously. "Yes." Qi Yunfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sects would need him to lead the way. My luck has changed. Hua Qingyun, don't let me run into you again. When Qi Yunfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Chen and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wronged before. It was not just the ruling Sword Gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed, and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Chen, Murong Yan, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Chen had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Chen. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 primeval heavenly pills. The rewards were still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, they were all heaven-class core disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ha ha ha. We really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yan's face. Then, he said with a grave expression, I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, I suggest that Xiao Chen get 5 million primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest. Right. Xiao Chen, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve. Murong Yan immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Chen, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Chen did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Chen's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Lu Ruyun looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then she tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Lu Ruyun looked, the more she felt that Xiao Chen was the real Lu Ruyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Chen, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhongli for Xiao Chen's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, Everyone, make good use of your time in the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind, either. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes. He said, Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through. Xiao Chen smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiuhai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiuhai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith. Chapter 1944. Sir Xiao, this is Senior Yun, a rank 4 Grandmaster. He should be able to satisfy your requirements. Li Xiuhai introduced Senior Yun to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, Senior Yun, have you seen my saber? Senior Yun said proudly, I have. It is a peak-inherited Dao tool. This old man believes that I can refine a Dao tool of this level again. Xiao Chen looked at Senior Yun somewhat suspiciously. Based on Senior Yun's expression, it seemed like he did not recognize the tyrant saber's origins. "Boss Li, please step back for a while." Li Xiaohai did as he was told, performing a cupped fist salute and leaving. He did not know what Xiao Chen was up to. "This saber of mine is not an ordinary inherited Dao tool. Senior Yun, you can take a closer look." Xiao Chen made an inviting gesture. Seeing Xiao Chen so serious, Senior Yun's expression turned grave. Then, he grasped the scabbard and carefully examined it. "Lightning attributed. It has been passed down for a long time. What else is there?" Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, please draw the saber." Clang! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber with a backhand motion. A spot of cold light flowed down and gathered at the saber's tip, looking like a flickering icy star. Senior Yun's expression changed slightly. Then, he gently flicked the saber with his finger. A melodious saber hum rang out, and the saber hummed. Then, Senior Yun heard something else amid this humming. Those were the cries of countless tyrannical, powerful bladesmen before they died. "This is that misfortune saber." Senior Yun finally recalled it. Then he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. "Young Master Xiao, you are really bold. Despite knowing the origins of this saber, you still dare to use it. This saber is not very auspicious. Anyone who wields this saber will eventually achieve hegemony. However, they will not have a good ending, dying a violent death." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "That is because they do not understand the hegemonic Dao." "Senior Yun, are you confident of modifying this saber for me?" Senior Yun smiled and said, "Why not? How do you want to modify it? Just say it." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and opened his palm. The Grand Unity Divine Lightning appeared in his hand. "Tai Profound Bomb." Old Yun was startled. He grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said excitedly, "Bring it over." "Do you have more?" Xiao Chen jumped in fright and quickly retracted the Tai Divine Lightning. Was there something wrong with this old man? Sorry, I was too excited. You don't know how excited we, as refiners, are when we see such a magical item that only exists in legends. I've been stuck at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm for many years." Xiao Chen asked curiously, "This thing is deliberately helping Senior advance." "Advancing might not be possible, but you will definitely gain a lot. Are you thinking of merging the Tai Divine Lightning with the Tyrant Saber?" It was a good idea. In this way, the domineering saber might grow into a Tai dark weapon in the future. There will be unlimited possibilities in the future. The more Elder Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start refining now. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "I say, Elder, there's no need to be so agitated. Ha ha ha. You do not understand the blacksmithing Dao. Naturally, you do not understand my current feelings. Right now, I feel like you found a supreme and profound saber technique and can't wait to practice it." Elder Yun guffawed and said, "Since it is merging the Tai Divine Lightning, I will not take your payment. After all, this is my first time doing this. Instead, I will be gaining experience for myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. This was great. He could save a lot of resources. A rank 4 Grandmaster Refiner would be very remunerative. 200,000 primeval heavenly pills would probably be astronomical. "However, I cannot help you pay for the other supplementary materials," Elder Yun said. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will get Li Xiaohai to make arrangements. Elder Yun, this way please. When I rented this courtyard, I specifically requested for a suitable refiner." After handing the Tai Profound Lightning and the Tyrant Saber to Elder Yun, Xiao Chen said seriously, "I'll leave the rest to Elder Yun. I want to activate the strand of soul in the Tyrant Saber and improve my Thunder Great Dao." "No problem. I will do my best." Sparks flickered in Elder Yun's eyes, appearing incredibly excited. Xiao Chen frowned to himself. He did not know whether this would work or not. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. A rank 4 Grandmaster was already extremely incredible. If not for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to find a rank 3 Grandmaster by himself. "Sir Xiao, what instructions do you have?" Li Xiaohai walked over with a smile. Now, he firmly believed that Xiao Chen was the god of fortune. It would not be wrong to befriend him. Xiao Chen made a list of all the supplementary materials needed for refining and handed them to the other party. Li Xiuhai took a casual glance and said that there was no problem. Then he pretended to say casually, "Recently, the heavenly lodging palace's matter caused a huge commotion in ancient desolate town. I wonder if Sir Xiao has heard of it?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, "What is it? Tell me. Does this fellow really not know?" Li Xiuhai could not see any suspicion in Xiao Chen's expression. He felt somewhat disappointed as he continued, "I don't know what the heavenly lodging palace discovered in desolate God Valley. They actually sealed off the place and turned it into a forbidden zone. The 4 nearby rank 6 sects, the ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Sect, and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, could not hold back and sent their elites over." Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. "To think that there is such a thing. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered one of the top 3 merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. They can be considered a superfaction, but they did not make any moves?" Li Xiuhai said embarrassedly, "Sir Xiao, you must be joking. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion of this ancient desolate town is nothing compared to us. Just in the northern region alone, there are 3 ranks above me. How could I be in the mood to join in on the excitement? Even if I wanted to, I could not." The last sentence was clearly directed at Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai felt that there should be an expert behind Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen was willing, their 9 Cauldron Pavilion was willing to form an alliance with him and investigate the situation together. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Sly old fox." Then he smiled and said, "Boss Li, you are too humble. That will be all. I will not send you off." Li Xiuhai turned his head back and discovered that Xiao Chen had already sent him to the courtyard without him realizing it. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling depressed. He had not gotten anything out of Xiao Chen yet. However, Li Xiuhai could only give up now. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Sir Xiao, come over often when you have time. I'll get someone to deliver the items on this list tomorrow. Take care." After the other party left, Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his smile. The plan worked. They had finally stirred up the waters. Other than the 4 6th-grade sects, there were probably many other hidden forces and powerful individuals. They all wanted to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Given this, the Heavenly Lodging Palace no longer had any hope of monopolizing the spoils. The muddier the waters, the better, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he closed the door and returned to the cultivation room to prepare for his breakthrough. Since Xiao Chen intended to get involved in this mess, he needed to improve his strength further. Otherwise, he would not be sufficient before a sovereign personage. Even if an ordinary initial perfection sovereign personage came, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. He would only be able to barely flee. If Xiao Chen did not raise his strength, he could only watch the excitement and be a bystander in this mess. 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Xiao Chen took out the medicinal pill and entered deep thought. Given Xiao Chen's situation, even without the help of a rank 4 heavenly pill, breaking through to Holy Venerate was just a matter of time. If not for the situation changing, breaking through naturally would have been the best for Xiao Chen. However, the situation was urgent. He could not care so much. After placing the primeval heavenly pill in the spirit gathering formation below, Xiao Chen sat in the center of the formation in the air. Open! Xiao Chen gently tapped the spirit gathering formation, and the primeval heavenly pill turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout the entire cultivation room. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving, continuously pouring in primeval heavenly pills into the spirit gathering formation. After the spirit gathering formation spun 100 times and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room turned into clouds, Xiao Chen stopped pouring in primeval heavenly pills. As Xiao Chen looked at the spiritual energy above him that looked like real clouds, he sighed, "How extravagant!" For the sake of raising the spiritual energy in the room to the level of the Heaven Dragon Palace's profound dragon platform, Xiao Chen used a total of 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. All this was for the sake of a smooth and perfect breakthrough. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. Xiao Chen circulated 2 kinds of energy at the same time. Then, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills all turned into liquid. Xiao Chen was like a whale swallowing the sea, continuously absorbing this vast veritable essence energy. If an ordinary person were here, they would definitely faint from fright. If a star venerate absorbed such a vast amount of primeval heavenly pills, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. His physical body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. The whirlpools formed by the purple thunder divine incantation and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art were like black holes in his body, continuously digesting and turning the spiritual energy into veritable essence energy. Boom! The two veritable essence energies intersected, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy spun continuously. Xiao Chen sat down, and a model Taiji diagram appeared. Black and white yin-yang fish chased each other in the diagram. When they reached a balance, Xiao Chen felt his physical body swell up slightly. He knew that he had already reached his limit. Xiao Chen closed his mouth and stopped absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. After refining for a while, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. When the medicinal pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, the medicinal energy ignited in that instant. Then, it quickly exploded in a way that Xiao Chen did not expect. Boom! Boom! First, an intense explosion came from Xiao Chen's soul pool. Following that, an even more horrifying explosion came from his 9-star primal core. Pussy! Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Intense pain filled his entire body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and he nearly fainted in that instant. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. I was too anxious. I was still overconfident. He thought that with so many resources, rank 4 heavenly pills, and his outstanding talent, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the bottleneck of the Holy Venerate stage. It should have been a piece of cake. There should have been no need to worry. Unexpectedly, while he broke through the bottleneck, he nearly exploded to death. He could not stabilize the soul energy and veritable essence energy that continuously poured into him after advancing to Holy Venerate. Oh no! Just as Xiao Chen calmed himself and put in all his effort, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. Trash! Trash! To think that breaking through to Holy Venerate still requires so much effort. I must have been blind to have chosen you as my successor. Chapter 1945. At the crucial moment, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's lingering soul, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen gently breathed out some dragon qi, and the explosive veritable essence energy and soul energy in his body immediately stabilized. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was still the same as usual. Every time he appeared, he would belittle himself. Xiao Chen, who was already used to this, smiled softly and said, Senior, I have already arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire and joined the Heaven Dragon Palace. The Heaven Dragon Palace? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt slightly stunned. He reacted only after a long time. Then he said in shock, That's right. I still find it strange. What's so strange about it? The Blue Dragon bloodline ceased to exist long ago. How could I join the Blue Dragon Palace? These words sounded strangely sorrowful coming from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. As the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiao Chen wanted to join the Blue Dragon Palace. By the time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor reacted, he realized that the Blue Dragon bloodline had ceased to exist long ago. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left, the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, even glorious. Even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not know how the Blue Dragon bloodline perished. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not gotten used to a divine dragon empire without a blue dragon. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to check on his body's various aspects after advancing to Holy Venerate. He had too many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Senior once discovered a dragon city in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It turned out that the Black Dragon King was sealed under that dragon city. However, the seal is broken now. The foe god flame guarding the seal is reaching its limit. It told me that the Black Dragon King will reappear within 100 years. That senior seems to be your subordinate. After speaking for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was somewhat indifferent, not as attentive as he imagined. Speaking of which, Senior Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, why are you not shocked or worried at all? Shocked my ass. I was the one who laid the formation. Do you think I don't know how long it can last? What use is there in worrying? Trash like you. Could it be that you can help me kill that black loach? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words rendered Xiao Chen speechless. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sounded very reasonable. He could not refute them at all. After being stunned for a long time, Xiao Chen could only say softly, "Oh, to think that you did not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you." Suddenly, the blood-soaked dragon emperor discovered something. He roared angrily, "Brat, what should I say to you? Why are you not cultivating my divine dragon body tempering art? Why did you run off to cultivate the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art? Is the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you very weak?" Actually, the reason why the blood-soaked dragon emperor was so angry was that Xiao Chen was like him, both taking the path of righteous and demonic dual cultivation. He wasn't really angry at Xiao Chen. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was hatred in his heart. Xiao Chen was startled and felt a bit guilty. With his mental state, there were very few people who could make him feel like this. Only the blood-soaked dragon emperor could. Xiao Chen explained, showing that he had not wasted his time. "I have been cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art all this time. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers. I have already refined the dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood. I have also succeeded in cultivating the 4th layer. I can now bring out the divine dragon warbody and the blue dragon divine wings. I intend to continue cultivating the 5th layer after I break through to the holy venerate stage." Humph! What kind of dog's hit divine dragon warbody is that? When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will be able to defeat me. When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will know that the divine dragon body tempering art is just the beginning. Don't embarrass me. I feel embarrassed for you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor snorted coldly in disdain. Xiao Chen could tell that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "I got it. I will focus on cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art from now on. I will definitely not let Senior down. When Senior wakes up again, you will definitely see the complete divine dragon warbody." Next time? The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. There will not be a next time. These sudden words stunned Xiao Chen. His heart sank as he asked, "What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are going to die? Without my permission, you absolutely cannot die." "Haha. I have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Why are you so excited? Right now, I am just a strand of remnant soul. I will die sooner or later. However, I am still worried about you. You always make me worry. How are you going to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future?" The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned gentle. However, it made Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen hoped that the blood-soaked dragon emperor would scold him like before. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. It seemed like every time the blood-soaked dragon emperor woke up, the blood-soaked dragon emperor helped Xiao Chen, saving his life no less than 3 times. Is it because of this? Is it because the blood-soaked dragon emperor drained his already dwindling remnant soul to save me? Suddenly, Xiao Chen blamed himself. "Brat, don't overthink. I already said that I died a long time ago. I am just preserving the essence of my soul for the sake of passing on the inheritance." The blood-soaked dragon emperor seemed to guess what Xiao Chen was thinking, consoling him. Xiao Chen's heart did not calm down even after a long time. Actually, he had long gotten used to the strand of remnant soul in his body. Although it rarely appeared, it gave Xiao Chen something to rely on. Unfortunately, back then, that black loach turned the entire Great Thousand Realms upside down, triggering a great war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The flames of war spread to the deities of the heavenly realm. Even the heavenly realm was affected and shattered, no longer existing. However, it still lost to me, obediently getting sealed. However, in the end, I lost to time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed. The survivor is king. In less than 100 years, that black loach will come out again. Brat, buck up. While I can still maintain my inheritance and memories, properly receive my inheritance and help me defeat that black loach again. Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, a resplendent red light burst out from his 9-star primal core. The scarlet dragon seal flew out and quickly crumbled, turning into beams of light that merged with Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. In that instant, a life flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes like a movie. There was beauty and elegance. There was arrogance and unparalleled arrogance. From inexperience to maturity, from the innate realm, he grew step by step. Finally, he stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms, refining an immortal divine body and lighting up a supreme divine flame. He was filled with lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness, wanting to unify the 8 great empires and establish the divine dragon dynasty, restoring the supreme hegemony of the dragon race during the Great Desolate Aeon. However, the Black Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and threw the 3 realms into chaos, triggering the ultimate war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The heavenly realm shattered, and many deities fell. The structure of the entire Great Thousand Realms changed. When everything became a thing of the past, when the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor grew old, the final scene appeared before Xiao Chen. That was the scene before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's death. When the scene shattered, countless memories appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Those were the greatest treasures and inheritance that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left for him. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. In a trance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed. So it turns out that he really died many years ago. Xiao Chen felt sad and dispirited as he recalled the few words he exchanged with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen somewhat regretted being born too late. It would have been great if he could have personally seen the glory of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor when he was alive. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the Blue Dragon bloodline and defeat that Black Loach for you once more. A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His body emitted wisps of illusory light. Behind Xiao Chen, he was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual force. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image looked at Xiao Chen below. Then he revealed a smile. Pretty good. After feeling conflicted for such a long time, I should be able to relax. However now, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I really cannot see you successfully practice the divine dragon body tempering art. I have no more regrets in this life then. Whoosh! The wisps of light scattered, and the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image vanished completely. Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Xiao Chen compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once, and his soul pool would explode. Xiao Chen selectively absorbed all the secrets of the blue dragon race and some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Xiao Chen 2 days. After 2 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the Holy Venerate stage. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon, and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen learned that when ordinary people broke through to the Holy Venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of 2 clumps of profound light like Xiao Chen's was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The Great Thousand Realms are truly filled with wonders, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been dead for so many years. Xiao Chen still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary 9 suns. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated his holy venerate will. 2 clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. A powerful will spread in all directions. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, people always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xiao Chen's star venerate. In the future, he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen did not know how to choose. Xiao Chen wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the Holy Venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was right. The true divine dragon warbody truly began only after Xiao Chen cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xiao Chen admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xiao Chen would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advanced to the Holy Venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xiao Chen stood up and headed for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Li Xiuhai personally received Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen, he showed a startled expression. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the Holy Venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7 Aperture Cloud Breaking Pill, breaking through is not easy." Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable. What Li Xiuhai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xiao Chen advancing to the Holy Venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiuhai. This Xiao Chen before Li Xiuhai became increasingly unfathomable. Xiao Chen took out a list and handed it to Li Xiuhai. "If the 9 Cauldron Pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes." Bones of a sovereign personage ferocious beast. Dao Bone Pill. 10,000-year-old heavenly blood grass. What is Sir Zhao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xiao Chen be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, then Xiao Chen's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 Cauldron Force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 Cauldron Force will be easy." 50 Cauldron Force. Li Xiuhai's heart churned. As he sized up Xiao Chen again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiuhai's peak holy venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xiao Chen here. No wonder Xiao Chen did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xiao Chen was a holy venerate with 50 Cauldron Force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiuhai was stunned for a while. Then, he smiled widely and said, "Sir Xiao Chen, you are really unfathomable. Men, get these resources for Sir Xiao Chen according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them." Li Xiuhai called someone over and gave the instructions for Xiao Chen. After waiting for some time, Li Xiuhai probed, "Sir Xiao Chen, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects in the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There were also several loose cultivators who tried to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them." Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, "Did they fight with sovereign personages?" Li Xiuhai shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "That means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered." "Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The Heavenly Lodging Palace showed no mercy, intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people will not be able to sit still." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere?" "I have the heart, But I am powerless, Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the primeval heavenly pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Xiao Chen to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Xiao Chen, I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak. Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, It is the grandson of a heavenly lodging palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the heavenly lodging palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, the entire heavenly lodging palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage. Xiao Chen glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said calmly, aside from the purple gold dragon emperor, there are 5 other dragon kings in the divine dragon empire. Boss Li, do you know about them? I do. The white dragon king, silver dragon king, red dragon king, blue dragon king, and green dragon king. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms. Why did young Master Xiao suddenly mention this? What do you mean? Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen glanced at the 9 cauldron pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then he continued, which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a sovereign emperor's rage? Naturally, the Dragon King's rage. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9 cauldron pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me? Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, Young Master Xiao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes, don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9 cauldron pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it! Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiao Chen had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Chen did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiao Chen feel some urgency. In a few days, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sections. Xiao Chen needed to break through quickly. He had to break through to the divine dragon body tempering art's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiao Chen took out the heavenly bloodgrass, Dao bone pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiao Chen did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him, who had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days, Xiao Chen had spent only 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiao Chen break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Chen had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiao Chen and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the heavenly lodging palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it! Who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the heavenly lodging palace branch, Elder Su Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various rank 6 sections. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these rank 6 sex troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Su Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Su Feng asked, "Has young Master Hua not appeared yet?" Reporting to Elder Su, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him, someone whispered. Another piece of bad news. Su Feng said in a low voice, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx." Although Su Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. Go and tell the ruling sword gates Li Rong that I want to meet them. Elder, are you going to? Since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore it together and pull back our forces. Humph, all of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in. The anger in Su Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later. Inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town. Boom! A streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. Ha ha ha! I, Murong Yen, finally broke through. Murong Yen descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yen landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Whoosh! Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow, Wei Hongfei, improved significantly as well. When Murong Yen saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yen, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yen and said calmly, "Not bad. Wind, listen to my call." The two, who were competing in the dark, quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Situ Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Situ Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Xiao Chen, Situ Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon, Duan Fei and Lu Ruyun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. "I wonder how much improvement Xiao Chen has made," Situ Changfeng said softly. Situ Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Xiao Chen was cultivating. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Xiao Chen's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, "Kassier! Kassier!" Crisp sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Xiao Chen broke through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer and executed the Divine Dragon War Body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Xiao Chen's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Xiao Chen looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate Aeon. When Xiao Chen glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This divine dragon warbody is still far from being complete. Xiao Chen's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying! That was earlier. In the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Xiao Chen's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Xiao Chen was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Chen made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations! As Xiao Chen looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Situ Chongfeng improved the most. Murong Yan and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duan Fei and Lu Ruyun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yan said embarrassedly, I say, Xiao Chen, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline. Situ Chongfeng smiled and said, Xiao Chen, congratulations. When are we going to depart? Wait for my saber. Saber? Situ Chongfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ha ha ha. This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant saber to Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the Grand E Divine Lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiao Chen's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, This saber is much scarier than you imagine. This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity. When Murong Yan and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing Old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Chen, who was holding the tyrant saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the saber's hilt, a grave killing chi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of Grand E Profound Lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber. Xiao Chen said softly, The Grand E Profound Lightning is born in the Heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the Heavenly Tao. Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the Grand E Profound Lightning might be able to change some of the Tyrant Saber's origins? That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now, you infused a profound lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory. Senior Yun smiled and said, because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun, and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance? Lu Ruyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiaochen nodded and said, definitely. Goodbye. Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, Xiaochen, you know about the Heavenly Alliance? Xiaochen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiaochen knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile, so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a Grandmaster if he could refine the primeval heavenly pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. Sir Xiao! Sir Xiao! Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the Appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion's boss? What is he here for? Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chen teased, Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental. Li Xiuhai smiled abashedly and said, Sir Xiao, you jest. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time, Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly. When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chen, so they wondered if Xiao Chen had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy. Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chen would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiuhai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyun has been locked inside all this time. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li. That will be all then. Li Xiuhai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley? Xiao Chen did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, Since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient Desolate Town have already gone there, right? Master Bai smiled and said, It's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient Desolate Town rushed over. Did you discover what it is? I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic, and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it. Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, I will not disturb young Master Zhao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our 9-cauldron pavilion for a drink. Goodbye. After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed. This person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins. Master Bai consoled. Don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it, Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiao Chen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yen could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, why is that Li Xiuhai so obedient to you? It was not just Murong Yen. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiao Chen answered honestly, there are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally, he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9-cauldron pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it? In that case, I know how to do it next time as well, Murong Yen said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yen. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Lu Ruyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiao Chen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiao Chen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Lu Ruyun for a long time. We're here. The 2-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering Desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the Heavenly Lodging Palace. It should be nearby. Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. Go through it, Xiao Chen said softly. Then, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact, without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of Desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered Desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, the group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment, their eyes lit up, and a city appeared like magic. This is the secret that the Heavenly Lodging Palace sealed off? Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. How can such a complete city appear in Desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Murong Yen rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in Desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Situ Chongfeng said sullenly, "It might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this desolate god valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This desolate god valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried." Lu Ruyun nodded and said, "I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city." Xiao Chen looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, Xiao Chen soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness, and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it. Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only 2 words echoed in his mind. Martial god. Martial god. Martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds. Fortuitous encounter. Murong Yen smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, "There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here." Situ Chongfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. "Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south." Situ Chongfeng smiled and said, "In that case, I'll team up with Murong Yen." After that, only Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chen tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god? Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhong Li. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. Ha ha ha, I, Qin Outyen, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Xianxia, whom Xiao Chen had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. Let's go! Without even thinking, Xianxia strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhongli was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Xianxia's interest, Zhongli could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Xianxia to help them enter the city. Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group? Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhongli said indifferently. He better pray that I don't see him. Humph. Zhongli had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen, Lu Ruyun, and Situ Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Situ Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly. We have to choose carefully." Xiao Chen looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Chen, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Situ Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. "We are here." Right after Situ Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city, just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything? In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Qin made his choice. All right, let's enter through the south gate then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiao Qin originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed, and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city? Situ Chongfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses, looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang! 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 All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yen punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yen. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yen sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Chen and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn! What the heck is this? Quickly go back! Quickly go back! Qin Outyen and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Zhan Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Cleansing Extermination. A light flashed, and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Outyen and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiao Chen, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight, as they charged forward. Xiao Chen shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang! Bang! Vital chi surged as Xiao Chen punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiao Chen felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon-patterned battlesuit that he obtained from Qin Outyen. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yen, protect me. Got it. Murong Yen shouted and threw a few punches. Then, he shouted at those damned servants. Scram! Murong Yen charged over to Xiao Chen's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yen protecting him, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiao Chen's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said loudly, Everyone gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together. Although they did not know why Xiao Chen said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiao Chen. Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said in a deep voice, I found a way to deal with these dead pool. Murong Yen smiled and said, I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call. Right after Murong Yen spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The Flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen and the others. Saber Great Dao. Thunder Saber Dao. Xiao Chen shouted, and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, the great perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom! Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiao Chen had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tian Yun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. Lu Ruyun, Duan Fei, quickly make your move. Xiao Chen said softly. Then the 2 who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Ruyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh, whoosh. As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. Success, Lu Ruyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. Xiao Chen, you are really something, Murong Yan exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he said, "It's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao Might tenfold." All right. Boom. When the Dao Might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao Might felt not only the pressure from the Dao Might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Dao Might shrank and returned to the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants." Xiao Chen pointed to the ancient city and said, "This ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone." That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiao Chen could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. Stop right there. Xiao Chen called out to Lu Ruyun and said, "Come with me." Lu Ruyun asked in dissatisfaction, "Why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time, it is not up to you." Xiao Chen's forcefulness forced Lu Ruyun to follow him obediently. "Go out by yourself." With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it circled around Xiao Chen a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Ruyun saw this scene, she said angrily, "I am not even comparable to a stupid bird." "That's right. In certain aspects you are indeed inferior." Xiao Chen continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Ruyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen's casual words angered Lu Ruyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. "Xiao Chen, quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well." Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. "Let's go." Xiao Chen and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal spring? Pill river? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Chen had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance! Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away, and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in shock. The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor dragon city, it is already equal. Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven-ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven-ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yen, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yen pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yen pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below, there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiao Chen to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yen had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiao Chen and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the person Murong Yen mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiao Chen could not figure out the barrier. So, he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom! The moment Xiao Chen landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate grey-robed old man attacked him. When the grey-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged, and his aura was boundless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the grey-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the grey-robed old man felt that Xiao Chen's fistlight was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the grey-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The gray-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a few people stood out from behind the gray-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Chen. Trying to bully me with numbers? Murong Yan and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiao Chen one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon Race Cultivators. The gray-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiao Chen discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise, they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, I, Lu Yuanzong, will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiao Chen felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiao Chen and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiao Chen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword qi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword qi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Puxia. When the sword qi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiao Chen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it! You bunch of trash! Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiao Chen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen earlier scolded. Could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiao Chen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiao Chen again. Scram! Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiao Chen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiao Chen know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew it still did not work? Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiao Chen continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiao Chen to quickly tell them the method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, "What do you want?" Xiao Chen pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, "That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability." All right. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiao Chen, are you confident? Lu Ruyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiao Chen observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the essence-sealing god-locking formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now one could break it with a soul tool. Xiao Chen did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiao Chen looked around and said, "Who has formation flags? Lend me some." Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiao Chen did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Chen received 10-odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Chen already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Chen, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Chen wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence-sealing god-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Chen? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Chen said calmly, "This is an essence-sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time. Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Chen, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. Please. Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Chen and the others to enter first. There's no need to worry. Let's go in. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then, he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Chen directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Chen's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn! This weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil? That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen. Before him was the tree that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha ha ha. Brat, your eyes are indeed unique. The gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Chen. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Chen, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yen roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud, and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. This won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Chen, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Chen replied calmly, I remember that your Red Dragon Palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your Red Dragon Palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red Dragon True Flame! Whoosh! Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiao Chen reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Chen, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you? It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Chen earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Chen and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chen had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Chen immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. Pah! However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Chen defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Chapter 1953. Firmament's Rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Chen, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Ruyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen replied, "There is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please." Xiao Chen stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Chen quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Chen expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Guggle, guggle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. At first, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Chen had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Chen's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Chen had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Chen felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon essence energy. Spirit, said Lu. Essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then, his body quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Chen felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Chen and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Chen quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores! Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Chen could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Chen sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha ha ha! A divine pill! What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. No. I don't want to go down. It's not up to you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao Chen could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao Chen could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. Splash! Before Xiao Chen could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao Chen knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiao Chen was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao Chen firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao Chen watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Chen's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has? After strolling around the underground, Xiao Chen discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only 2. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise, it was a dead person. Xiao Chen sent out a strong wind, and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Chen would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chen pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast?" Xiao Chen, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chen had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chen looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chen could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chen could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The three roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with two resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The two lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the three's attacks. Primal Chaos Veritable Essence Energy, Taiji Universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His Primal Chaos Veritable Essence Energy circulated wildly. His Demonic Chi Veritable Essence Energy and Spiritual Energy Veritable Essence Energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his Veritable Essence Energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Chen did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon warbody, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the 3 pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiao Chen's only advantage was that the 3 pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Chen's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. 1000 Frost Battle Snow. Xiao Chen executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiao Chen a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiao Chen did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning, rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Chen saw the three souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiao Chen thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiao Chen had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epic. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiao Chen relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon but the epic. Epics came and went. It was unknown how many epics passed before the martial epic arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epic was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiao Chen horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiao Chen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled toward Xiao Chen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden. When Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiao Chen not back yet? Lu Ruyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tion's clone could not do anything to him. This time, he will be fine as well. Lu Ruyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiao Chen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiao Chen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Ruyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiao Chen is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Ruyun said, "Are you doubting Xiao Chen? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly. "Naturally, I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Chen. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries. Lu Ruyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiao Chen gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiao Chen's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier." What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden? The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. Assemble! Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yan and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then, a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gates people. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling Sword Gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud Sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ha ha ha. What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone, don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. Shatter! Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then, strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden, and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people. A ruling Sword Gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi. What? Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die? Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling Sword Gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yan retorted indifferently. Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave. Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today, I will leave you all behind. Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Situ Chongfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiao Chen is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Dang. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom! When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it. Qi Yunfeng, put in more strength. Don't tell me that you are only capable of this? You bastard. This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. Good job. It is time for us to make a move. It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yan attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yan did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it! I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling sword gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Ruyun and the others arrived, the ice cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom! All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Ruyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. Haha! Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the ice cloud sword. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. You all! Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Humph! Do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Haha! Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave, under the medicine cauldron, Xiao Chen flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling! However, before Xiao Chen could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiao Chen's feet, and the other two bound his hands. Damn it! Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiao Chen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiao Chen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiao Chen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break! At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiao Chen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiao Chen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Ha ha! Xiao Chen, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiao Chen could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiao Chen flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world. You can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiao Chen. His speed was no slower than Xiao Chen's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiao Chen to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Chen was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble! The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, It was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Chen. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Chen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Dang! Lu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then, a fistlight that shook space flew over. However, just as the fistlight was about to strike Xiao Chen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiao Chen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiao Chen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiao Chen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then, it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiao Chen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiao Chen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No! Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yan and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun Sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun Sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yan and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yan and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun Sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ha ha ha! Qi Yunfeng, oh, Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-tooth saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shwa! The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." Humph! A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Ruyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now, she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on!" Lu Ruyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then, they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ruyun and said, "Willow leaf saber. What is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "Humph! No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon tooth saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh! 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 Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon tooth saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4-rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly! Help me activate the dragon tooth saber secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The wolf smoke pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shill! The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. "Go, I'll go now." Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. "Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Ruyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." "I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the wolf smoke pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god shadow bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother!" The wolf smoke pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the 3 of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh! Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank.
Chapter 1784. Ding Chao listened to Sima Quan's orders and immediately surrounded the entrance. After the formation flags were placed down, he immediately set them up. No one knew what would happen if Wu Pei came out again. The purpose of the formation was to first trap him and only release him after confirming that there were no problems. Deng Zhang and Yin Ping undoubtedly saw these actions, but they were not in the mood to care about it. After Wu Pei went down, they only felt that the connection between them became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared from their senses. The two of them shivered. Even if they went outside the void space, such a situation should not have happened. Could it be that they ran into some kind of restriction? After a moment of silence, Yin Ping said, "Should we report this matter to the people of humanity?" Deng Zhang said in a low voice, "Let's wait a while more." Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. After Ding Chao received the order from above, he did not dare to be careless and waited by the side of the formation. On this day, he suddenly saw the formation move and was shocked. He saw that the Xianxia who had entered that day had appeared outside the cave again. However, his expression was indifferent and seemed different from before. His expression tightened. Seeing that there was no problem with the formation, he hurriedly went to the jade disc to report. At the same time, Deng Zhang and Yin Ping also realized that Wu Pei had once again appeared in their senses. The two of them looked at each other and felt that this scene was exactly the same as the last time Xian appeared. Yin Ping was just about to think of restraining him, but he was shocked to find that he was unable to do so. His own thoughts seemed to be stuck in the limitless future. If this continued, even if he was caught by him, he would have to wait for a few days. By then, everything would be too late. Left with no choice, he could only send a voice transmission. "Wu Pei, where did you go this time, and what did you see?" Wu Pei stood there expressionlessly and did not say anything. Then, he took the initiative to cut off the karmic connection. Yin Ping's heart sank. He couldn't figure out what this incarnation had experienced. If it didn't have any external help, it would be impossible for it to do this on its own. Moreover, by doing so, he was able to break free from their control to a certain extent, but at the same time, he was unable to absorb Yuan Qi from the Yuan Qi Sea, and it would dissipate on its own before long. If they did this, they would definitely die. Incarnations would always hope to survive until the very last moment. They would never take the initiative to end their own lives, but they did so without hesitation. Either they no longer cared about life and death, or they had other ways to continue their lives. Once the karmic connection was severed, the connection between them ceased to exist. The two of them could only arouse the intention to look towards that direction once more. However, they noticed that in just a short moment, that person had already vanished without a trace. He quickly looked around and saw that Wu Pei didn't try to force his way through after seeing the restriction around him. Instead, he jumped back into the hole. Yin Ping said, "This matter is too strange. Even our mana can't touch the continent. It's better to inform Yuan Zun of the human Tao about this." Deng Zhang said in a low voice, "That's the only thing we can do. However, I believe that the human Tao will soon find out about this and come to find us. Let's just wait." As he expected, Yuan Zun of the human Tao received the news very quickly. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment, and could not help but have a guess. The hole in the ruins that he went to previously might not have disappeared. Instead, the arrangements below were taken away by the previous incarnation. Wherever that incarnation went, that place would become a forbidden land. It was also because of this reason that such a strange situation would occur in the hole under the heavenly palace of Mystic Yin. However, the difference from the last time was that after Xian entered this place, he never came out again. Below was where the earth abyss was, and there were countless demons hiding there. It was hard to know what Xian's intentions were when he went inside. Perhaps it was related to the demons formed by the turbid air. He thought about the tide surge connection from before and felt that he should not underestimate it. He had to figure out the matter clearly. Hence, after talking with Dan Yi and the others, he waved his sleeve, and a talisman flew towards the heartless Taoists. He was prepared to invite them over for another discussion. Not long after, the Heartless Taoists and the Heartless Taoists met up in the virtual sky again. After both parties greeted each other, Deng Zhang said, "The four Taoists should already know about the matter in the continent just now." Zhang Yan replied, "I have received the report." Deng Zhang said, "Now that the matter has come to this, even if we send our incarnations there, it will be useless. Because our original bodies can't go to the Xianxia continent, we can't enter the continent to pursue them. I'm afraid we can only rely on you." Dan Yi said, "Since this happened in the continent, we won't ignore it. But before that, I have to ask, what do you two think about the change of the incarnations?" Deng Zhang thought for a while and said, "I have some shallow opinions. We have thought about it repeatedly, and it is very possible that the person behind this might not be the current person, but some arrangement left in the past. It is also very likely that they are using Bu Su Tian's own Weili." Dan Yi asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" Yin Ping said, "Before the two incarnations were completely separated from me, they did not have any qi dynamic or mana on them. Bu Su Tian has unlimited spiritual vigor, and many people of the same generation in the first era have searched for its secret, but there were a few who have gained something. But as for how far they have gone, it is hard for us to know. If we make use of this, anything is possible." Zhang Yan knew that the Heartless Tao would never actively seek for change, and even if there was a change, it would try to kill. Hence, he was more sensitive to such matters, and his words should be trusted. Bu Su Tian and even the Xianxia continent indeed contained the secret of the Great Tao. Hence, all the powerful cultivators had occupied this place, not for the treasures, but to seek the fate of the upper state. After the people of Tao took over, they also benefited a lot from it. In these hundreds of years, their cultivation of Tao had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was because of Bu Su Tian's influence. If it was really as the two of them had guessed, and the person who set it up had such ability, it might be an opportunity to obtain the fate. After the four people of Tao asked for a long time and confirmed that they had not missed anything, they separated from the people of Heartless Tao. Zhang Yan and Dan Yi said goodbye and went straight to the continent. This time, they appeared directly in the territory of the heavenly palace of mysterious Yin. Sima Quan had already arrived there, and felt a vast spiritual light descending from the sky. He immediately came out and greeted, "Greetings, Lord." Zhang Yan asked, "Have there been any movements recently?" Sima Quan said, "I ordered my disciples to watch over this place day and night, but there are no abnormalities on the restrictive formation." Zhang Yan nodded. The restrictive formation here was personally set up by him. If they could escape without a trace, then this kind of remarkable ability was far above the true young cultivators of the current world. He said, "There is no need to remove the restrictive formation. You and your disciples can leave first." Sima Quan agreed. Zhang Yan looked down. The scene here was very similar to what he saw in the ruins. When he came over, he was thinking about what they were going to do underground. Were they going to use the demon head Jueyin? From what he saw before, this should be a battle involving the true yang level. But even if they colluded with those demons, it would not be of much use. Even if they were all released, it would only be a little more trouble, and would not cause too much harm. From the beginning, there was a sense of treachery everywhere. After thinking about it, he leaped down and fled. In an instant, he appeared in front of a jade disc. He could feel that this thing was boundless, separating the surface and the underground of the continent into two different worlds. He looked over and found that Wu Pei had indeed passed by here. However, he stopped for a moment, as if he was familiar with the place, and immediately went deeper. He did not encounter any obstruction along the way. The clear and turbid barrier was left behind by the predecessors to prevent the living beings on the surface from being infected by the demons. Not only did it stop, but it also covered. Wu Pei was the incarnation of the true yang. Although he was not a true yang cultivator, he was far above Du Ju. It was not difficult to pass through, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible for there to be no movement. From this point of view, it might really be a setup left behind by the mighty figures of the first era. As he wanted to catch up to the traces, he had to continue going down. Hence, His body swayed, and he easily passed through the barrier as if it was nothing. At this moment, he looked at the shadow of the past again and saw a middle-aged Taoist standing there. After Wu Pei arrived, the two of them did not say a word and went deeper together. Zhang Yan's eyes flickered. He followed the traces of the past and continued. If there were no accidents here, it was very likely that he would be able to find their whereabouts. However, a moment later, the two of them gradually disappeared. Then, there was no trace left. He looked again and confirmed that he could not find them anymore. After pondering for a moment, he thought to himself, it's impossible for this person to disappear into thin air. Since I can't find the shadow of the future, then, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes, but he looked into the future. With a bang, the surrounding scene collapsed, and the two figures appeared again. However, they disappeared in a flash. He squinted and said, they're not in the past, but in the changes of the past. Similar to the previous time, a specific process should have been extracted, which was why such a scene was created. If that was the case, if he wanted to see the traces of the two of them again, he could only wait until they reappeared in the future. Only then would he be able to find out the truth. However, he did not know how long he would have to wait. As the heavenly secrets were unclear, this sign might be in a few days, or it might be as long as 100 years. If it was as Deng Zhang and Wu Pei had said, that the person who set it up had used some method to borrow Bushtian's Weili, then it was possible that it would fall tens of millions of years later. In such a long future, there were too many variables. It was also possible that they would not appear. If that was the case, then it would be difficult to find out the truth. Zhang Yan pondered silently for a long time, but he thought that the reason why he was unable to see that part of the past and future which had been cut off was probably because his cultivation was not high enough. If he was able to reach the third-degree realm, then it would not be difficult for him to see through everything clearly. If he could not wait for the two of them to appear in the future, or if he could not see any other clues, then he could only think of a way to reach this realm as soon as possible. Chapter 1785. Zhang Yan thought about it for a long time. The only thing he could do now was to guard this underground cave. No matter if the two incarnations were to appear again, they would definitely interact with the real world. This was the place where they disappeared, and it was undoubtedly the most important place. He had to control it. Apart from that, there was another thing that he had to guard against. There was more than one exit to the abyss. This was because the predecessors wanted to let some demons come up. However, if the incarnations appeared again in the future and saw that this path was blocked, they might come out from somewhere else. It was easy to solve this problem. He could try his best to compose the exit and send people to guard it. However, in this way, the number of demons that came out from a few boundaries would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, they would all gather at one place, and it was highly possible that they would enter the world to cause harm. If it was handed over to the spiritual sect, it would be beneficial instead. After thinking about it, he wanted to retreat. However, he thought about it again. He didn't know what was happening down there. Since he was here, he might as well go down and take a look. Thus, the incarnation sank down and quickly reached the depths of the abyss. In the beginning, it was still fine as the surroundings were empty. However, after a long time, as the spiritual vigor of the impure Yin became thicker, he saw countless demons devouring each other. Only when they were forced into a dead end would they head to the surface. Those with slightly longer cultivation were either blocked by the barrier or killed by the formations attached to the barrier. Only a small number of them managed to escape the net. He wandered around and found that there were indeed a few powerful demons here. However, as he had previously determined, none of them could reach the state of true yang other than Zhou Huanyuan Jade. Thus, they didn't pose any threat to him. However, there must be a deeper reason for the two incarnations to come here. Perhaps there would be changes in the future, so he still had to set up necessary precautions. He sat down and sensed carefully to see if there was anything left behind by the predecessors. However, after more than 100 days, he didn't find anything. He thought about it. Under the obscurity of the mysteries of heaven, even if there was something here, he wouldn't be able to find anything in a short period of time. Thus, he decided to appoint a suitable person to search here. After a while, a dim spiritual light flashed by, and Peng Xiang appeared in front of him. He stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Lord." Zhang Yan nodded and said, "What do you think of this place?" Peng Xiang took a few glances and said, "To us, this is a land of spiritual splendor." Zhang Yan said, "You can come down and cultivate here, but you need to pay attention to whether there are any strange objects left here. If you see any, just report it to me. Don't mess around with it." For the sake of convenience, he also told Peng Xiao some things that were convenient to talk about, but he didn't talk about some of the deeper things. Hearing this, Peng Xiang had a rough idea in his heart. He didn't know about the plans of a true Sun Master, but seeing Zhang Yan attach so much importance to this matter, he didn't dare ignore it, replying, "This lowly one will remember." After Zhang Yan gave his instructions, he turned around and told Dan Yi and the others about his trip, as well as some of his opinions. Fu Qingming pondered and said, "If someone is using Bushutian's Weili, then unless we also understand the laws of fate, it will be extremely difficult to find out." Dan Yi deeply agreed, because if this guess was true, then if they couldn't find the key point, they would be fighting against Bushutian himself. Even if all the great masters joined forces, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. Michihito Ichido said thoughtfully, "What fellow Zhang said is that the past of the incarnations is missing a part of their past, as if it was taken away by someone. I am thinking, is this missing only the 2 incarnations, or is it the same for the entire Bushutian?" Everyone's expression turned cold. Although this was only a guess, it was still frightening. If that was the case, it meant that even a part of their past had been taken away, and they didn't even know it. Zhang Yan didn't think this was possible. Unlike others, he had 2 bodies, qi and strength. His strength body was immersed in the barrier of heaven and earth for a long time. If someone wanted to affect him, they would have to involve his strength body as well. In fact, he didn't feel the slightest abnormality. As long as he was not affected, then everyone else would be fine. He said, "You are thinking too much. I have a secret method to judge here, so there is no problem." Danny thought for a moment and nodded. In fact, he also had a way to distinguish. At this moment, he also said, "What fellow Zhang said is right. There is nothing wrong with the human Tao." Michihito Ichido said, "I think this is most likely related to the heartless Tao, otherwise it wouldn't be just this generation's disciples who were plotted against. But now that nothing has happened, we can't wait for the future. If this continues, we can't guess what will happen, so we can only be as careful as possible." Although these 2 incarnations had taken the initiative to go underground, this matter wasn't over. In fact, they didn't even interfere much, so it was hard to say when it would erupt. Fu Qingming said in a deep voice, "That's right. With the precedent set by the heartless Tao, we must be on guard no matter what." After the 4 of them discussed for a while, they first used their magic power to shift the exit of the demon's cave to the same spot as much as possible. Then, they informed the heartless sect about this matter and asked them to inform them as soon as possible if they discovered any abnormalities. When it was over, Zhang Yan said goodbye to the 3 and returned to Xianyuan Heaven. Although he couldn't find out the truth this time, what he saw at the end gave him a hint of inspiration. The existence and absence of Busushan was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He had a conjecture in his mind. If necessary, a true young cultivator could borrow the Weili from the future. But if something, such as the Kunshi continent, only had one change in the future and could eventually reach the point of being permanent and unique, then no matter how it was borrowed from the future, it didn't matter. In fact, if this thing was linked to the future, then it was already eternal, no matter which time period it was in. So no matter how it changed now, it didn't matter. Knowing this might seem useless on the surface, but he could understand the mystery at a deeper level. If he took a step further, he might be able to make use of it. Of course, all of this was just his conjecture, and he couldn't confirm whether it was true or not. He felt that he was already faintly close to an answer, but there was still a link that he hadn't seen through. If he could get past it, then the problem could be easily solved. Soon, another few months passed. On the continent, the faintly discernible body of the demon was buried under the ground, with only its head sticking out. It looked at a hole in the ground in front of it that had been occupied by a forbidden formation with a somewhat gloomy expression. Although the extraterritorial demons were invading the primordial void sea with all their might, Wuxia didn't give up. His eldest disciple had always been on the Kunshi continent. He didn't even participate in the fight for the primordial jade because he wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of the human Tao and have the opportunity to develop and grow. At first, he only made a fuss about the creatures on the surface, but then he accidentally discovered the demon that had emerged from the ground, which was like a treasure to him. These days, he had refined a lot of useful demons, and if this continued, he would be able to accumulate a considerable amount of strength for the next tribulation. But just as he started planning, there were cultivators coming to occupy the entrances to the earth abyss. At first, he was overjoyed and prepared to invade them with the inner demon. This way, these people would look normal on the surface, but once they acted up, they would immediately lose their lives and even affect their temperaments. However, not long after, he discovered that these cultivators were not afraid at all. Their cultivation methods seemed to be able to fight against their inner demons. Even if some of the disciples were infected, they would soon be discovered by the seniors with high cultivation levels in the sect, who would then take action to get rid of them. He originally thought that only one boundary was like this, but after trying several boundaries and finding that it was the same, he immediately felt that something was wrong. If these people didn't leave, then he wouldn't be able to carry out his plan. Unless he launched a forceful attack. But even if he succeeded, it would be meaningless because these cultivators were backed by one or even several large sections. Even if some of them were killed, they could still be sent over. Moreover, cultivators with higher cultivation would appear next time. Not only would he not be able to achieve his goal, but he might also be exposed. Thus, he could only choose another method. He thought for a while and came up with an idea. He wouldn't do anything, but he could use the countless demons. Under such invasion, if they couldn't stand it and retreated, he could continue his plan. In reality, if it wasn't for the matter of heartless Daoists' 2 clones, his plan would most likely succeed. Because the spirit gate occupied these boundaries in the beginning to make use of demons to cultivate. Some cracks that didn't have many demons wouldn't bring much benefits. If there were still demons invading, they would rather give up. But it was different now. The disciples of the Spirit Gate weren't just here to cultivate, they were also here to monitor the movements of the 2 clones. Now, almost all the cracks in the ground were suppressed by restrictive formations, so no matter what, they wouldn't give way. In the next half a year, the head of snakes kept using the inner demon to urge the great demons in the wasteland to attack this place. But after dozens of times, these cultivators didn't budge an inch. This scene made him feel that something was strange, and he guessed that there might be something hidden in the earth abyss. After thinking about it, he reported this matter to the spirit world. After the 3 demon masters received the report, they became interested. Heng Jing said, "Why did the people of humanity do this? Could it be that they discovered that the underground demons were being used by the head of snakes, so they decided to block the cracks in the ground?" Qi Yao smiled playfully and said, "It's not that simple. Recently, the future heavenly secrets have become a mess, and nothing can be predicted. Maybe it has something to do with this." Heng Jing said, "Oh, then what should we do? We can't enter the Kunshe continent, and the head of snakes alone won't be able to do anything." Qi Yao said, "To be able to disturb the heavenly secrets for such a long time isn't something an ordinary person can do. If we can investigate it clearly, we might be able to make use of it. The head of snakes doesn't matter, we can provide support. However, the people of humanity is strong, and it's indeed a little difficult for us to do this alone. We can look for someone, I'm sure he'll be interested in this." Heng Jing thought about it and knew who he wanted to look for. He praised, "This is a great idea. After that person hears about it, he definitely won't be able to sit still. If we can incite him to take the lead, that would be the best." Chapter 1786. Zhang Yan sat there and cultivated. His cultivation was constantly improving, but he still couldn't find the place to make a breakthrough. However, he was still thinking about the changes in the heavenly secrets to see if there was anything else he had overlooked. Later, he realized that he might have missed something. Before the appearance of the heartless Taoists, the Tai golden bead had made several moves. If one didn't mention the treasure that had disappeared without a trace in the first era, then this should be the first time the Khanate treasure showed its power in front of people. This treasure could pry open the foundation of heaven and earth. Could the changes in the heavenly secrets be related to it? Or perhaps it wasn't necessarily related, but it had coincidentally become a driving force. Coincidentally, just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt something and looked outside. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect that it would appear just now when he was thinking about it. He changed his mind, and in an instant, a clone appeared above the virtual sky. Dan Yi and the other two arrived at the same time. Dan Yi took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist, why have you come back today?" Taoist priest Daoyi put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and said, "Recently, the heavenly secrets have been obscured by an unfathomable force. Some Taoists outside Busu heaven felt that it was unusual, so I came to ask about it. Previously, when the monsters came to find him, it wasn't difficult for him to see that they were instigating him to fight against the people of Tao. However, he also had his own plans, so he agreed and took the opportunity to meet with Yuan Zun of the people of Tao." Dan Yi said, "The changes in the heavenly secrets have nothing to do with the people of Tao. We are also investigating the whole story. Once we have the results, if it's convenient, we will tell you." Taoist priest Daoyi shook his head and said meaningfully, saying that it has nothing to do with the people of Tao is not necessarily true. Dan Yi saw that Taoist priest Daoyi's expression was slightly serious, and it didn't seem like he was being sarcastic. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you know something?" Taoist priest Daoyi said leisurely, "This humble one thinks that the change in the heavenly secrets is due to Bushutian's absence." As he spoke, he looked at the four of them and pointed upwards at the same time. In the past, there were 12 true young cultivators in Busu heaven, and any unexpected changes could be suppressed. But now, there are only 4 of you, so it's inevitable that some changes will occur. If we open the door and allow fellow cultivators to enter Busu heaven, it won't be difficult to avoid such things. Dan Yi said, "Fellow Taoists' words are actually not impossible, but are you all willing to acknowledge my humanity?" Taoist priest Daoyi said, "Fellow Taoist must be joking. If all the mighty figures in the world are willing to enter the Tao, why would I need to come here to talk about this? My fellow Taoists and I share the same opinion, and it's nothing more than the simultaneous development of all techniques in the world and the comprehension of the profound realm. In this way, no matter who it is, there will be a path to progress, and life and death battles can be avoided." Dan Yi shook his head at his words. Michihito Ichito and Fu Qingming both sneered. Now that the Tao ruled the world, if others wanted to join it and establish themselves in Busu heaven, they either had to be a cultivator of the human body or completely acknowledge the Tao. For example, Michihito Ichito was not a cultivator of the Tao, but his true body was refined from the Tao, and his Tao was the same as the Tao. He had no intention of creating another Tao to replace it, so he could still be classified as part of the Tao. In the future, if he cultivated according to this, once he encountered an opportunity, he might be able to cultivate to the upper realm. As for the innate demons and extraterrestrial demons who intended to establish their own Tao, if they dominated Busu heaven, then other than their own Tao, no living beings who were not born as innate spirits would be able to achieve the great Tao. As for the extraterrestrial demons, it was the same. According to Taoist priest Daoyi, if they were allowed to merge with Busu heaven, then first of all, the Tao would have to step down from the position of the ruler of the world, and then let all the laws rule the world. This was absolutely impossible for them to agree. Dan Yi refuted Taoist priest Daoyi's words in a deep voice. At the end of the second era, the innate demons had occupied Busu heaven for more than 1,000,000 years. Because they were not part of the Tao, they did not merge with Busu heaven, but there were no abnormalities. It can be seen that this has nothing to do with the number of people guarding Busu heaven. Taoist priest Daoyi disagreed and said, "That may not be the case. fellow Taoists should know the principle of not doing anything wrong. In the second era, the Yuan Zun of the Tao was completely expelled from Bu Su heaven, and it was obvious that he was abandoned by the heavens. Later on, these evil consequences might have been triggered by the Tao's reoccupation of Bu Su heaven. With the joint efforts of all the powerful figures, even if we can't avoid it, we can suppress the secrets of heaven. Why not? Zhang Yan knew in his heart that Taoist priest Daoi had changed his strategy when he saw that the hope of using the previous method to seize the Yuan Jade was slim. Although it was impossible for them to be swayed by these words, it was very likely that the other forces would be moved by this point and even join forces because of it. What he said today was both a suggestion and a hint of a threat. However, the forces had different thoughts and were wary of each other. Moreover, they might not be willing to listen to Daoi Jinju. If Taoist priest Daoi could not become the person to take charge of the overall situation, he would not work so hard. Moreover, they would not sit still and wait for death. Therefore, this matter seemed easy to achieve, but in reality, it was not easy to do. After thinking about it, he also said at this time, since the Tao can reoccupy Busu, it is naturally in the operation of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, what you said is just a wild guess. I think that the change in the secrets of heaven is not because there is a lack of people to suppress it. Instead, it may have something to do with you. Taoist priest Daoi's eyes flickered, and then he said with a smile, "Oh. Then I would like to hear Lord Xuanyuan's opinion. How does this matter have anything to do with me?" Zhang Yan said, "Your Excellency's Weili is grand. Every time it is activated, the universe will shake, but it is also because of this that it is very easy to increase the number of variables in the world. You should know that after I entered Busu, there was no abnormality. It was precisely after Your Excellency made a move that the secrets of heaven were confused." Taoist priest Daoi snorted. In fact, he also had such a guess in his heart, but he did not refute it. Instead, he said, "So, this is my fault." Zhang Yan said indifferently, "I am just speculating, it may not be the truth." Taoist priest Daoi's eyes turned and said, "The secrets of heaven are confused and chaotic. If this matter is not resolved, I am afraid it will become more and more serious. Since it can be caused by me, I am willing to help and eliminate this matter as soon as possible." Zhang Yan's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea, but it was not something he could decide alone. So, he discussed it with Dan Yi and the others in the Divine Will. After the three of them agreed, he left. Then he looked up and said, "Since fellow Taoist is willing to help, then it is perfect. However, there is no need for fellow Taoist to do anything." Taoist priest Daoi chuckled, but in his heart, he was on guard. He said, "That depends on what it is. Lord Xianyuan can tell me first." Zhang Yan raised his voice slightly and said, "Since the secrets of heaven have been disturbed, there is no harm in adding more strength. Although the secrets of heaven were in chaos, there was actually justice in the chaos. But if it was really mixed up, then everything in the world would be in some kind of turmoil. At the same time, the abnormality would also be affected. Assuming that the method of withdrawing from the past was with the help of Bushutian's Weili, but if Bushutian was completely disturbed, then it might not be on the right track again. Since they could not figure out what to do at the moment, instead of watching it slowly brew and eventually explode, it was better to trigger it in advance." When Taoist priest Daoi heard this, the smile on his face disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face because he also felt that it was somewhat feasible. After a long time, his expression became slightly solemn. He said, "Fellow Taoists, you should know that if I only do it out of thin air and there is nothing to stop it, the final result may not be what you want to see." Zhang Yan nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of this. If the power of the Tai golden bead was allowed to collide outside without any obstruction, it was unknown how many things would be destroyed in order to offset its power. The tremors during this period could be said to be unimaginable, and perhaps all the worlds in the universe would be affected. Therefore, it was best to suppress and obstruct it the moment its power was displayed. He was already prepared for this. He said, "Let I handle the Weili collision again." Taoist priest Daoi was slightly surprised. He looked at him and said, Lord Xianyuan is not joking. Zhang Yan said in a serious tone, of course not. Since last time, he had intended to experience the power of the Tai golden bead again to see if he could use it to find the door to the upper realm. Since there was this opportunity in front of him, and he could also use it to trigger a change in the heavenly secrets, it was killing two birds with one stone. Taoist priest Daoi stared at him for a moment. After confirming that he was not lying, he nodded expressionlessly. On the surface, he could not see anything, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. Although he failed to take down Zhang Yan last time, he believed that it was because he was too careless. He had underestimated Zhang Yan's ability, and Bai Wei was also unwilling to fully cooperate with him. But if he was prepared and discussed it with Bai Wei, then he would be able to unleash even greater power. Originally, he already felt that as Zhang Yan's cultivation became more and more profound, the advantage he had would become smaller and smaller. It was just that he could not find an excuse to make a move. But now that he had this opportunity, he might be able to kill Zhang Yan in one fell swoop. Moreover, he could do it openly, which was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait to ask, when? Zhang Yan said, the sooner it's settled, the better. Taoist priest Daoi agreed and said, it's settled then. Then, as if he was afraid that Zhang Yan would go back on his word, he bowed to the four of them and hurriedly left. Danny sighed and said, fellow Taoist Zhang, you have to be as careful as possible. In fact, they were all worried. Although Zhang Yan had blocked the collision last time, he might not be able to withstand it every time. Zhang Yan nodded and said, I know what I'm doing. Fellow Taoists, you can rest assured. He believed that at this moment, he was only one step away from the door. It was just that the mystery that would push open the door had not appeared yet. If he didn't take the risk, he could only slowly wait for the opportunity. He didn't know how long it would take. Maybe it would be 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years, or even longer. But looking at the many abnormalities in Busushan, he believed that the sooner he had tyrannical strength, the better. If he continued to wait, then he would leave his future to fate, but if he took the initiative to fight for it, the result would be up to him. Chapter 1787. After bidding farewell to Dan Yi and the others, Zhang Yan returned to his cave residence and began to make preparations. After the previous failure, the Tai golden bead would definitely use its full strength this time. It was certain that it was prepared to kill him. Last time, it could be said that the Tai golden bead had underestimated him, but this time, it would not be the same. If the Tai golden bead were to go all out or find someone who was willing to go all out, it could indeed pose a great threat to him. In his opinion, in order to get a glimpse of the secrets of heaven and earth, it would be best not to use the two Taoist treasures. Even though it would be more rewarding, it would also be more risky. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, he actually had one more trick that he had not used. Last time, he used his body of qi to resist. This time, in order to fight against the Tai golden bead, he decided to let his body of strength bear the brunt of the Weili. This was also his own strength, so it would not be affected. When the Tai golden bead was activated, the senses of any mighty warriors would be disturbed. Nobody would be able to discover the mystery of this place. He knew that the Tai golden bead would not let him prepare for too long. So, after he sorted out his thoughts, he sat in meditation, waiting for the Tai golden bead to come. At the same time, after Taoist priest Daoi went back, he tried to persuade Bai Wei and Lu Li. However, Lu Li questioned, I didn't kill him last time. Do you think I can do it this time? This time, Taoist priest Daoi was very patient. He did not blame Bai Wei for withdrawing his power so that he could not mobilize enough strength. He only said, last time, I underestimated this person. Although Taoist Zhang was able to avoid that collision, I also found out about his background. This time, as long as the two of you give me some more magic power, it won't be difficult to kill this person. He believed that he had seen through the depth of Zhang Yan's power. As long as he could surpass the upper limit, it would not be difficult to defeat him. Bai Wei thought about it and said, "You seem to have overlooked one thing. That priest Zhang's power is profound, so he can improve from time to time. After so many days, he must have more Weili." Taiyi Jinju said, "There won't be many of them, but I know the principle of underestimating the enemy. As long as the two of you are willing to cooperate, it won't be difficult to take them down." Bai Wei and Lu Li, on the other hand, remained silent. Last time, Bai Wei's foundation had already been shaken. This so-called cooperation was something that the two of them could not endure. When Taoist priest Daoi saw that the two of them did not respond, he was not anxious at all. He only said, "In that case, the two of you might as well consider it carefully." After a pause, he said lightly, "Even if the two of you are not willing to help, I can ask the heartless Taoists or the extraterrestrial demonic beings. I believe that both sides will be very willing to help." After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. Bai Wei frowned and knew that he couldn't hesitate at a time like this, so he called out to him. "Fellow Taoist, wait a moment." Taoist priest Daoi pretended to be surprised and said, "What? Could it be that the two of you have already thought it through?" Bai Wei said seriously, "We didn't say that we are not willing to cooperate with fellow Taoist. It's just that even if I don't hesitate to damage my cultivation and circulate my magic power with all my might, I might not be able to get more. It's better to think of another way." Taoist priest Daoi said in surprise, "From what Guangxing Tianzuan said, it seems that you have a brilliant plan in mind." Bai Wei said, "It's not a brilliant plan. I have a superior method of redeeming people. There is a great incantation in this method that can combine the power of everyone and guide them to one place. This way, it might be able to make the most of fellow Taoists' Weili." Taoist priest Daoi said in surprise, "Oh? Really?" Combining the power of everyone was not that simple. This was because the power of true young cultivators naturally avoided each other. Even after reaching the second level, they could subdue their own power and no longer avoid each other. However, because they came from different sources, forcing them to one place would definitely cause them to clash with each other. Lu Li nodded. "There is indeed such a method." Taoist priest Daoi looked at them suspiciously and asked coldly, "Then why didn't the two of you use it last time?" Bai Wei replied, "That's because above the power of all the methods, there needs to be a Weili to unify them. This will require fellow Taoists to suppress it. If it's just the two of us, it will only be a waste of your strength. Furthermore, this method was created after the two of us failed to accomplish anything when we faced Taoist Zhang last time. It has only been a few days since we came up with this method." After listening to Bai Wei's explanation, Taoist priest Daoi finally understood. Although the great incantation could gather the power of everyone, it needed an absolute power to control it. In other words, for every additional person, he would need to divide a part of his own Weili to restrain it. In general, two people were actually not as good as one person. Therefore, if external forces were to be gathered here, the number of people who contributed couldn't be too few, but it also couldn't be too many. If it was too few, it would be a waste of energy. If it was too many, it would be difficult to restrain it and would instead become a burden. He said, "So, do we need to find a few more fellow Taoists?" Bai Wei said, "Yes. There's no need for too many. 1 or 2 more people will be enough." Taoist priest Daoi's mind raced. In fact, even if Bai Wei didn't want to damage his Tao foundation, others might not be willing to do the same. Therefore, if this method was feasible, it could be considered a good idea. And if everyone contributed a part of their strength and it didn't cause any serious injuries, the possibility of success was very high. He stared at them and said, "All right, I'll go and persuade the rest of the fellow Taoists. If the matter succeeds, the two of you can't refuse anymore." Bai Wei cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The two of us definitely won't do that." After getting the promise from the two, Taoist priest Daoi nodded in satisfaction. In an instant, he turned into a golden light and flew away. Lu Li watched him leave. At this time, he said, "This time, if I can make the innate demons fall into my curse, then I'll be able to understand the use of their Tao. In this way, I might be able to find a way to deal with the inner demons. For a long time, the living beings in the Miao Kong realm had always been troubled by the inner demons. Even if they had the protection of the great incantation, it was something that only those who had mastered the Tao could do. But if they could use this chance to understand the profoundness of the great incantation, then they could get rid of it. Bai Wei said, "It'll be best if we can succeed. If not, then it's fine. If we can really kill that Tao Venerable Xianyuan, then it'll be a different story." After Tai Golden Bead left, it first went to the place where the extraterrestrial demonic beings were. However, that person did not give a clear answer. He only said that he needed to think about it. Seeing his cold attitude, he knew that it would be difficult to succeed, so he flicked his sleeves and left. Heng Jing asked curiously, why didn't Demon Lord Qi Yao agree to it? If we have a chance to kill that Tao Venerable Xianyuan, our chances of becoming the master of Bu Su in the future will be much higher. Qi Yao said, this curse needs our arcane energy. I suspect that there might be another way. Heng Jing said, Demon Lord Qi Yao is worried that they will use this opportunity to plot against me? Qi Yao said lightly, perhaps I'm guessing, but I have to be careful. This time, it's Tai Yi who has a favor to ask of me. Why should I agree so quickly? Heng Jing nodded and said, yes. They were currently occupying the void primordial sea. They were not ready to face the human path yet, so they did not have such an urgent desire. Ji Su said, Demon Lord Qi Yao, what do you think of Tai Yi's other suggestion? Qi Yao pondered and said, the unity of heavens, it seemed to be advantageous for him to have all the forces take control of Bu Su. However, the prerequisite was that Daoist could seriously injure the human path this time. At this time, Tai Golden Bead had already arrived at the desolate world where the Heartless sect resided. After meeting with Deng Zhang and Bai Wei, he also told them about the purpose of his trip. Among the four forces, the Heartless sect was the weakest. He thought that they would be easy to convince, but he did not expect them to agree immediately. It seemed like they had some reservations. He could sense that the Heartless sect might have reached some kind of agreement with the human path. That was why they had such a reaction. Deng Zhang said, fellow Daoist, please give us some time to consider. We will give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest. Seeing that he did not immediately refuse, Daoist priest Daoyi knew that there was still room for discussion. However, he also knew that he could not be impatient about this matter, so he pretended to be calm and said, very well, this is not a small matter. You can discuss it slowly. Humble One will wait here. Finished speaking, he cupped his fist and followed the attendant away. Deng Zhang said, this person must have gone to the Khanate demons just now. They must have not agreed to his request. Yin Ping said, how so? Just now, Deng Zhang said, although he said it lightly, if he really did not care, he could have left first. But right now he is willing to wait here, which means he is eager to see the result as soon as possible. If a Khanate fiendish demon agreed to it, he wouldn't have to do this. Yin Ping thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. He looked up and asked, then what do you plan to do? Deng Zhang said, I am also hesitant. If I help this time, I will completely offend the cultivators of the human path. It will be impossible for me to seek refuge with them. But if I don't agree, this is a rare opportunity. Yin Ping said, I think we can agree. If we can kill Lord Xianyuan, then our crisis will be resolved and we won't need to seek refuge with the human path anymore. If we fail to obtain the Tai Golden Bead, we will immediately surrender to the human path. If they don't accept us, then we will form an alliance with demons and demons. I believe they will accept us. Deng Zhang thought for a long time and said, then it's decided. But we cannot agree immediately. Let him promise me something. After Daoist Daoyi went outside, he looked around and frowned. He was originally the manifestation of Bushutian's essence. He was drawn into the world by the Khanate fiendish demon, so his interests and temperament were similar to those of the living beings in the world. Everything in the deserted world disgusted him. But he said he would wait, so it would be rude to leave now, so he had to endure it. On the second day, he was invited into the hall early in the morning. Seeing the two of them, he asked, "How did the discussion go?" Deng Zhang said, "To tell you the truth, the two of us have discussed with the human path recently, but we haven't made a decision yet. But if we help now, the human path will definitely notice, and all our previous efforts will be wasted." As soon as Taoist priest Daoyi heard this, he knew that Taoist priest Daoyi was trying to bargain with him. Without hesitation, he said, "I'm not here to ask what the two fellow Taoists are here for, but I can promise you that if you have any requests in the future, I'll help you again. How about that?" Deng Zhang and Yin Ping looked at each other, then they cupped their fists and said, "We agree." Taoist Daoyi laughed. He didn't want to drag on for too long, so he said bluntly, "Then let's not delay any longer. Please come with me to see the two celestial masters. We will arrange this matter as soon as possible, and then we will go to Busu together." Chapter 1788. After making some arrangements, Deng Zhang and Bai Wei followed Taoist priest Daoyi to the mystical realm. Naturally, the innate demons would not let them enter their base, so they had already opened up an inner world to welcome them. When the four of them met, they greeted each other and sat down. Taoist priest Daoyi said to Bai Wei, "Deng Yuanzun and Yin Yuanzun have agreed to help. Are the two of you ready?" Lu Li said, "Everything is ready." Taoist priest Daoyi was quite satisfied and said, "Then let's begin." Bai Wei said, "Wait a moment." Taoist priest Daoyi frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" Bai Wei said, "In order to make things easier, we need to have a talk with the two Tao masters so that it will be easier for the two of you to integrate your magic power into the spell." In fact, this was a disguised form of discussing the Tao. Although the merciless and sentimental paths were incompatible, it was just a difference in their Tao. Their strength was real, and every true Yang cultivator could learn from their peers and make up for their weaknesses. If the two sides had a good understanding of each other, it would indeed allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Taoist priest Daoyi was also aware of this, so his expression relaxed and he did not interfere. He said, "In that case, please hurry up. You should know that with every passing day, Taoist Zhang's strength may increase by a bit." Bai Wei said, "We understand. We will definitely give you an explanation as soon as possible." Taoist priest Daoyi was not in the mood to listen and left. Although his Wei power was superior to everyone else's, he could not use it to its full potential. Moreover, because he was not a cultivator, he did not even have the ability to open up the world. Therefore, it was completely useless to know about this unless he could snatch the Zhou Huanyuan jade and use it to achieve the Tao. It was precisely because of this obsession that anyone who stood in his way would be regarded as an enemy. After his previous failure, there was no doubt that Zhang Yan had become the biggest obstacle in his eyes. This time, he would soon have another opportunity. No matter what, he had to use this opportunity to get rid of him. Bai Wei waited for him to leave before he said to Deng Zhang and Lu Xianxia, "This great incantation of mine can be used to bear the mana of several almighty beings. However, before that, I'm afraid you'll have to demonstrate your Tao in front of us." Deng Zhang said, "This is how it should be." The reason why the extraterritorial demonic beings were unwilling to agree earlier was because they knew that it was not that easy to fuse mana. Bai Wei and the others might find out about his method. These two clans were fighting over the primordial void sea. If the secret of his Tao technique was leaked, it would be disadvantageous to him. But as heartless Tao people, they did not care about that. They cultivated the heartless path, so some things on the surface were useless even if they were seen. As for the deeper things, it involved the heartless path. If someone was willing to enter the heartless path, they would be happy to see that happen. Besides, they could also benefit from this kind of casual interaction. Yin Ping cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he began to perform all kinds of qi dynamic and magical power circulation methods, as well as some supernatural powers. When it was all over, Bai Wei praised, "You are all profound in your Tao techniques. But we will not take advantage of you for no reason. I will demonstrate a thing or two as well." Bai Wei looked at Lu Li. The latter nodded and demonstrated his skills as well. But just like the heartless Dao people, they were not afraid that the other party would learn the more profound things. After both sides had a better understanding of each other's Dao, Lu Li said, I will cast the incantation of strength in a moment. However, this method consumes a lot of magic power and vitality. I can only use it once every few days. If I miss it, then I will have to wait for a long time. Please be careful, fellow Taoists. Last time, it was Bai Wei who used the treasure. It had not been a long time and his foundation was showing signs of being shaken. He had not stabilized it yet. Therefore, this time, it was up to Lu Li to do it. Deng Zhang said, we understand. Fellow Taoist, please do as you wish. Lu Li stood up from the lotus seat and began to recite the spell. After a while, Deng Zhang and Yin Ping felt as if an arcane latrine had appeared outside their bodies. It appeared out of nowhere, as if it could swallow an endless amount of Wei Li. Deng Zhang nodded and said, empty but not empty. Mimicking the void but turning it into reality. It is indeed a wonderful skill. Even though he was a heartless Dao person, he would not deliberately belittle such a wonderful change in Dao techniques. At this time, Bai Wei reminded them, please transfer your mana. Deng Zhang and Yin Ping didn't hesitate. With a thought in their hearts, a vast amount of magic power was sent into the arcane hourglass. It seemed to be bottomless, and no matter how much force they used, they couldn't fill it to the brim. Just as the two were about to add more force, Bai Wei said, that's enough. Any more and the incantation will not be able to take it. Deng Zhang and Bai Wei stopped when they heard this. However, they could feel that it was not that the other party could not take it, but that the other party did not want them to know the limit of the incantation. However, through what they did just now, they had figured out some tricks. When they returned, they could use them to create skills that were suitable for their own use. In reality, both sides had gained something. Who could take more would depend on who was more clever. After Taoist priest Daoi left, he waited patiently. But after more than 100 days, there was still no movement. Finally, he could not wait any longer. He came to the fore and asked, it has been more than 3 months. How much longer do you want? Bai Wei said, don't worry. After the discussion, we have all learned something. We can greatly improve the power of the incantation. If that Xianyuan Dao master is still as powerful as before, we can definitely defeat him. Taoist priest Daoi said bluntly, but priest Zhang is definitely different from before. If that's the case, what's the use? Yin Ping said, fellow Taoist priest Daoi, don't be anxious. Last time, we were also there and saw that priest Zhang had used 2 Taoist treasures to help him. If we didn't do that, we might not have been able to block fellow Taoists' power. We have a treasure that we can lend to you. If we use it, it can disturb the qi and it won't be difficult to cut off his arm. Taoist priest Daoi's expression changed. He asked, is it also a Taoist treasure? Yin Ping said, it's not a Taoist treasure. But priest Zhang's 2 treasures have obviously not been in his possession for a long time. He hasn't mastered the refinement of them yet. There's already a loophole here. Taoist priest Daoi nodded. This treasure did not need to be very powerful. As long as it could disturb the qi for a moment, it would be enough. This way, Zhang Yan would have less power to rely on. On the other hand, with the help of the incantation, they could use more power. With this increase and decrease, their chances of winning would increase greatly. At this time, Bai Wei said, Heavenly Lord Zhiguan, why don't you try the incantation and show it to Taoist priest Daoi? Lu Li agreed and chanted the incantation. Immediately, spiritual light gathered on his body. The size of his Wei Li had far exceeded his original limit. Seeing this, Taoist priest Daoi frowned. In his eyes, the originally clear spiritual light on his body became extremely turbid. He could feel that in addition to his own power, there were 3 other sources, each of which was different. Bai Wei said, I believe that fellow Taoist has also seen it. Although the power gathered in one place will greatly increase the power of the magic power, it will be too conspicuous. Priest Zhang might use this as an excuse to avoid or reject us. If that's the case, our plan might fail. Daoist priest Daoyi looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said, since fellow Daoist has proposed this method, then you must have a way to solve it, right? Deng Zhang said, it's actually not difficult to conceal it. We just need to completely integrate it into the incantation. This will take some time, but when the time comes, there will definitely be no trace left. Daoist priest Daoyi pondered for a moment. With a cold voice, he said, then please get this done as soon as possible. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. This time, it didn't take long. In just a few days, Lu Li had mastered the incantation. He could feel that by using this incantation, he could perfectly integrate the magic power of the four people into one place. Its power was indeed much greater than before. If he could fully unleash its power, he believed that no one in the world would be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, once he used it, the power of the four people would first collide with each other, and most of it would be used for internal friction. After observing it, Deng Zhang said, it is indeed a wonderful method, but if we can improve it to the next level, we will be able to accumulate more magic power. Bai Wei replied, I am ashamed. With our cultivation methods, this is the best we can do. Deng Zhang knew that Bai Wei wasn't telling the truth. If he spared no expense, he would definitely be able to improve it. However, it might damage his foundation. If he were in his shoes, he probably wouldn't be willing to do that. However, after witnessing the power of the incantation, he believed that he wouldn't be able to match up to the power of four people. He couldn't imagine how Zhang Yan would be able to withstand it. Seeing that everything was in order, Bai Wei decided to wait for a few more days before reporting to Daoist priest Daoyi. He seemed to feel that he had delayed for too long. After making some preparations, he went to Bushutian with Bai Wei and Lu Li. As for Deng Zhang and Yin Ping, they didn't want to reveal their humanity before the outcome was clear. Therefore, they refused the invitation and didn't travel together. Although Daoist priest Daoyi was dissatisfied, he didn't have the mood to get entangled with them. He planned to kill Zhang Yan this time, then slowly deal with the other forces. In Xianyuan heaven, Zhang Yan sensed a strange movement in the sky. At the same time, he felt a hint of alarm in his heart. He knew that the other party had arrived. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and flew to the void. Dan Yi and the others also arrived at the same time, standing on their respective chariots. After a while, bright light bloomed in front of them, and Bai Wei and Lu Li appeared in front of them. At the same time, Qi Yao and the others also sensed the change. This time, they didn't come out but watched everything from the soul world. Heng Jing said, Demon Lord Qi Yao, what do you think the result will be? Qi Yao didn't answer directly. Instead, he said meaningfully, if Daoist priest Daoyi wins, I will agree to his proposal to perform all techniques together. If he returns without achieving anything, then the original plan will remain unchanged. In Bushutian, Daoist priest Daoyi waited for Bai Wei and the others to greet them before urging them to go on stage. Lu Li stepped forward, cupped his fist, and said, Lord Xianyuan, today, I have come to perform. I only hope that fellow Daoist can withstand this attack and find the reason for the confusion of heaven's secrets. Zhang Yan smiled faintly and returned the greeting. He said, I hope so. Lu Li bowed again and took a few steps back. Then, he recited an incantation. After a while, spiritual light appeared on his body, and his vigorous magic power was on the verge of bursting out. At the same time, he quietly activated the artifact that the heartless Taoists had lent him. Dan Yi and the others sensed that something was wrong when they saw his magic power. Their expressions changed, and they shouted, something's wrong. Fellow Taoist, get out of the way. Lu Li exerted his magic power. He felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain, and even he couldn't control it. It was as if his Dharma body would shatter at any time. So, he hurriedly threw the Tai golden bead out. The next moment, accompanied by a golden light, there was a rumble. Everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed, and everything was submerged in the golden light. Chapter 1789. Zhang Yan sensed that the qi activity of the other party was far different from before. His magic power seemed to have multiplied. It was clear that the other party had made sufficient preparations for this moment and was able to unleash power far beyond what he had before. Once the Tai golden bead was activated, there was no way to avoid it unless he left on the heavenly ship when the qi activity surged. However, for the sake of peeping into the truth, he had no intention of avoiding it. In an instant, he felt the monstrous power suddenly fall upon his body and explode in an instant. This time, he did not use any treasures. He used his own strength to resist it. Now, although his qi and strength were in different places, at his level of cultivation, there was no such thing as distance. There was no need for him to purposely merge them together, because they were originally one. As long as he did not separate them, then with a single move of his divine will, he would naturally be able to merge them as one. Ever since his two bodies entered the upper realm, this was the first time his qi and strength had combined to face an enemy. Even so, when the Wei power that could not even be described as earth-shattering collided, both his qi path dharma body and strength path body disintegrated at the same time. However, they were not completely destroyed at the first moment. At this moment, his divine will was above everything. It was as if it had been extracted from the sky and calmly watched everything. His dharma body had completely turned into a ball of five-colored divine light and received a portion of the power. However, most of the power was borne by the strength path body. His dharma body immediately began to break apart uncontrollably. However, because it existed within the barrier of the two realms, it was backed by the reverse of heaven and earth. There was an indescribable substance continuously filling in the gap to repair his cultivation and maintain his body from breaking down. He had faced the Tai golden bead once and knew that this collision was the most critical. As long as he could withstand it, it would not be difficult to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, he used all his mana and drew vitality from the Sea of Vitality to firmly hold on to that thread of vitality. Although it was repeatedly pulled by the violent and turbulent power, it did not break. As the peak of power passed, at this moment, the feeling from last time appeared again. He knew that he could not miss this opportunity. With a turn of his divine will, everything suddenly paused as if it had stopped at this moment. He could feel that something in this world seemed to have disappeared, and at the same time, something had appeared. It was also at this time that he came into contact with an incomparably powerful aura. The source of this aura was actually Bushutian himself. Although he had merged with the sky before, he had not been able to sense this. He suddenly understood. If Bushutian was a lake, then what he had seen in the past was only the shallowest part. But now, he could see the depths. Looking at this place meant that his divine will had reached this place. In the future, he only needed to activate his spiritual vigor and he would be able to make use of that portion of Weili. He could sense that if he had enough divine decree, he would be able to go deeper. However, if he could peek into the mysteries of that place, his harvest would be even greater. Unfortunately, in order to resist the Tai golden bead, he had mobilized almost all of his yuan qi and magic power. It was already a great risk to separate a sliver to maintain his divine decree, and he could not continue. Before he truly entered the third level of the true yang stage, such an opportunity would probably be rare. Unless the Tai golden bead was willing to cooperate, it was clearly impossible. It must be said that in a real life and death battle, the master would not care about the Tao Foundation and Yuan Qi. He would definitely use the primordial cardinal treasure at all costs. At that time, it would not be just one attack, but several in a row. After the divine decree was exhausted, he had no choice but to retreat and use all his strength to resist the aftershocks that surged up. Not long after, the force finally began to fade, and the golden light that filled the sky also dimmed. Everyone watched as the golden light receded, and they all looked over. At this moment, they were all eager to know the result, but when they looked over, they were all shocked, and most of them revealed looks of disbelief. Zhang Yan stood in the void, surrounded by the five-colored true light. The situation was almost the same as last time, and he had once again withstood the collision. The only difference was that this time, he was withstanding it purely with his own strength and did not rely on any treasures or external objects. Thus, he could be said to be extremely weak right now. Such a situation could easily cause the enemy to shed all pretenses of cordiality and attack, but he was already fully prepared, so he did not care at all. The place was silent. If it was the first time Zhang Yan withstood the Tai golden bead, he could use the treasure as an excuse. This time, however, there was no excuse. To them, it was difficult to imagine that there was a Weili who could defeat this person head-on. In the netherworld, Qia watched this scene. He was both shocked and emotional. He knew that the Tai golden bead was serious this time. Even if Zhang Yan could withstand the attack, he would be heavily injured, but in the end, he was not damaged at all. He shook his head and said, "This Taoist Zhang is too powerful. With him here, even if the three of us occupy the void primal sea, we will not have any hope of taking Bushutian." Heng Jing's expression changed. He suggested, "This Taoist Zhang's qi is very weak right now. If we contact other great figures and work together, can we take him down?" Qia waved his hand and said, "This is impossible. If the human path dares to do such a thing, how can they not be prepared? As long as he hides in the Kunsher continent with the unfettered heavenly vessel, what can we do? When he recovers, who can be his opponent?" Heng Jing showed a look of pity and then gloated, "This time, Taoist Zhang has lost all his prestige." Lan Su suddenly said, "That is only for the human path. To us, he is still able to suppress us. In order to maintain his prestige, he might be even more ruthless and harsh than before." Qi Yao said, "Demon Lord Lan Su has a point, but there is no need to fear him. If Taoist Zhang is not confused, he should know that the human path is the greatest enemy. To fight against the human path, he will do his best to rope us in and even give us some benefits." In the deserted world, Deng Zhang and Yin Ping saw that Zhang Yan was still unharmed after the turbulence. It was not difficult to know that the Tai golden beads plan had failed again. Deng Zhang said in a low voice, "Later, we can go to Bushutian and get a letter stating that I am willing to join the human path." Yin Ping said, "Has fellow Taoist Deng decided?" Deng Zhang nodded slowly. Yin Ping sighed and said, "It might be hard for Priest Zhang to notice at the start, but after careful observation, based on the spiritual power and aura, it isn't hard for him to deduce that we contributed to this. Under such circumstances, he might not accept us anymore." Deng Zhang said expressionlessly, "I am just trying. If he does not agree, then we will join hands with Tai to fight against the human path." In Busu Tian, Lu Li's eyes were filled with shock. This time, he did not use his full strength, but he was sure that the combined power of the four of them had consumed more than half of it. This was already beyond his limit. Even if he spared no effort, he would not be able to use the Tai golden bead to such power, but Zhang Yan still managed to stop it. At this moment, he suspected that Yi Futian was already at a higher level. He suppressed his tumbling emotions and calmed himself down. He bowed and said, half in helplessness and half in admiration, "Lord Xianyuan is very skillful. I have learned a lot." Bai Wei said, "After this clash, the heavenly design has become even more chaotic. I believe you can find the cause of the confusion." Zhang Yan said, "I have seen some clues. I will try my best. If I get the result, I will inform you as soon as possible." Danny said, "If that is the case, then Taoist Zhang, we should go back and solve this matter as soon as possible." He also saw that Zhang Yan was in a weak state and was afraid that someone would not be able to control themselves. Therefore, he did not want to stay here any longer and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bai Wei silently looked around. Surprisingly, Taoist priest Daoi didn't say anything at all. He understood that he no longer had a chance, so he said, "Then we'll take our leave." He called out to Lu Li, and the two of them cupped their fists and left. Dan Yi relaxed a little and came up to him. He said, "The situation this time was dangerous. Fortunately, you got through it safely. What did you see?" Zhang Yan smiled and said, "I learned something, but I can't make a conclusion yet." I need to do more investigation. Danny nodded and said, you don't have to be so anxious. We can talk about this later. It won't be too late to talk about it after we recover our magic power. Zhang Yan happily agreed. The four chatted for a while more before returning to their respective cave residences. After returning to Xianyuan Heaven, Zhang Yan sat down on the throne in the main hall. As he said, he had gained something this time. Not only had he seen some of Bushutian's mysteries, but he had also improved his cultivation technique. After being scoured by the primordial treasure twice, his 5 elements true light seemed to have been cleansed. This was to be expected. Although the 5 elements true light was visualized by him, it did not mean that he could visualize the power of the 5 elements true light just because he was Weili. If that was the case, the true young cultivators in the world could be distinguished by magic power alone. In fact, cultivators needed a long time to visualize and cultivate in order to gradually exert the power of the visualization technique. In fact, there was another way, which was to be pressured by external forces. In a life-and-death crisis, the power of the divine light would be forced to improve. Under normal circumstances, this was not useful. In a battle between true young cultivators, it was rare for one side to be completely defenseless. Even if there was, it would be difficult to survive under such circumstances. Speaking of this, Lu Li had survived several times under his killing skill with the help of the Taoist treasure. However, that was because he knew that he would not be killed for real, so he did not make any progress in his cultivation. Of course, this was not the biggest gain this time. He pondered for a moment. First, he entered a meditative state and circulated his primordial qi, causing his magic power to gradually recover. When his qi dynamic was complete, he raised his hand and circulated his magic power. In an instant, he opened up one world after another outside. After an unknown number of worlds were created, he had used up a lot of magic power. He immediately turned his divine will and communicated with the qi movement hidden deep in Busu Tian. In an instant, he saw a strange scene. Chapter 1790. At this moment, in Zhang Yan's eyes, the past and future of Busu's inner heaven were like a tangled mess. When he was hit by the Tai golden bead, he already understood the mystery. As long as he had the right method, he could take away the part that he did not need. In other words, after he used his mana, he could erase this experience from the river of time and return to the time when he did not use his mana. Because this method could only be used on himself and did not affect the present world, it was equivalent to omitting the process. As long as he was given a beginning, he could directly get the result. It was not difficult to do this because he had actively integrated into Busu's inner heaven, so he only needed to borrow the Weili. He changed his mind and immediately erased the past just now. It seemed like he was in a trance, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. He silently observed and found that he had returned to the moment when his yuan qi and mana were complete, and the world around him still existed. With such a method, as long as he used it well, his yuan qi and mana would never be exhausted in battle. It was a pity that this was actually using Busu's own Weili and not his own. Moreover, only those who were in harmony with Busu could borrow it, and it could only be used in Busu's inner heaven. If it was in the void primal sea, it would not have this ability. And it was not that there were no hidden dangers here. This was actually the root cause of the chaos in Tianji. The more such methods were used, the more confusing the future would be. If he used it without any scruples, he was afraid that it would cause some unpredictable things. Unless it was a battle of life and death, it should be used with caution in normal times. Now he could be sure that the 2 Xianyang incarnations that disappeared should also have used this method. However, although he now knew the source of this, he still could not see the real reason why the person behind this was doing this. Because on the surface, other than messing up Tianji, this was almost meaningless. Or rather, messing up Tianji itself was the purpose. He could not help but ponder. Could it be that the person behind this mainly wanted to hide something? Was it just to not let the present world Yuanzun calculate the correct result? Based on the previous clues, he was still unable to deduce anything. Fortunately, the order in Busu Heaven had been disrupted. No matter how clever the arrangement was, it would not appear as planned. If there was any movement in the future, if they could deal with it in time, they might be able to eliminate the hidden danger ahead of time. Even if something appeared in thousands of years, there would still be a period of time as a buffer. After he understood all this, his thoughts returned to his own body. Now, in a sense, his own mana could be said to be inexhaustible, as if it had infinite possibilities. However, this was not the true third level. To be more precise, this should be considered as a foundation for the next level. Perhaps by using this method, one would be able to step into this level. Now, he had some clues. The next opportunity should be hidden in the depths of Bushu heaven. If he wanted to see it, he needed to have the ability to overturn the heavens. For example, the Tai golden bead's endless wali could be used to shake the foundations of heaven and earth. Now, if he was willing, he could also find a way to push his mana to this level. After all, he was able to block the collision of this primordial cardinal treasure, which meant that he already had a power equivalent or close to it. In addition, he was not afraid of using his mana, so he should be able to reach this level and open the door to this path. However, there was a problem here. After he released his mana, he needed someone to receive it in order to cause a disturbance in heaven and earth. If it fell, not only would he not be able to achieve what he wanted, it could easily cause great harm. Therefore, if he were to take this path, the most direct way was to find a way to provoke a battle. His eyes flickered slightly. Primordial demons, extraterritorial demonic beings, and the heartless Tao were all enemies of humanity. This time, he had received the collision of the Tai golden bead. Presumably, these people would come together and find a way to fight against humanity. Therefore, even if he did not take the initiative to ask, they would come to him. Just as he was thinking, he felt Dan Yi's divine will arrive, so he responded, "Fellow Taoist, what is the matter?" Dan Yi said, "The heartless Tao just now sent a letter saying that they are willing to join the human Tao. They only seek to merge with Busu. What does fellow Taoist want?" Zhang Yan did not say anything else. He only said, "The power displayed by the Tai golden bead this time was aided by the heartless Tao." When Dan Yi heard this, he nodded solemnly. He already understood what Zhang Yan meant. After saying that he had disturbed him, the divine will retreated. On the other side, after Busu left, Bai Wei and Lu Li returned to the Miaokong realm. When the two of them entered the hall, there was a flash of light, and Taoist Daoi appeared. Lu Li cupped his hands and sighed. "Fellow Taoist, we have done our best this time." Taoist Daoi waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I know it was not your fault. This time, I misjudged that Taoist Zhang's ability." Lu Li looked at him in surprise. It was rare for Taoist Daoi to admit that he had failed. Taoist Daoi's expression was gloomy. He said, "Taoist Zhang's magic power is even purer than before. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will become a great threat in the future." He could vaguely feel that not only did Zhang Yan's cultivation improve, but he also seemed to have benefited from it. Not only did he fail to get rid of his opponent, but he also helped him grow stronger. This made Taoist Daoi particularly vexed. Bai Wei and Lu Li looked at each other and then said, "This person's background is unfathomable, and he has many powerful skills. Even fellow Taoist can't do anything to him, let alone us." Yin Ping said, "That's right. In particular, the human path is backed by Bushutian. If something goes wrong, he can just hide in the Kunshe continent and we won't be able to go after him. As a matter of fact, if the Tai golden bead was willing to be refined by them, then everything would be easy to solve." What the Tai golden bead had shown before was not the real power of this primordial treasure. If it was really under someone's control, it could be used several times in an instant. By then, not even all the pure young warriors in the world would be able to stop it. But they also knew that the Tai golden bead was not willing to do so, just like how they were not willing to shake their Taoist foundation. Taoist Daoi said in a deep voice, "With this victory, the human path will be even more arrogant than before. Maybe it won't be long before they are no longer satisfied with sitting in a corner." Bai Wei thought for a moment. Taoist Dawi was right. If the power of the Tai golden bead could deter the human path, then they would be in great danger. He looked up and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what do you think?" Taoist Dawi said, "Earlier, I suggested that the three of us should work together and perform the world together. If the two of you can become one with Bushutian, then the human path will not be able to monopolize the Kunshe continent." Bai Wei said, "It's easy to convince the heartless Taoists, but I'm afraid it won't be easy to convince the demons from the outer realms." Taoists said, "I will persuade them. None of us can fight against the cultivators of the human path alone. If the lips die, the teeth will be interdependent. They should know this." While they were talking, Bai Wei suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked outside and saw two rays of golden light appear outside the mystic Kong realm. As the light dissipated, two figures appeared. This time, they were Deng Zhang and Yin Ping. Bai Wei said, "So there are guests." He and Luli discussed for a while, then came out to welcome them. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, why have you come to my place today?" Deng Zhang also bowed and said, "I came here to discuss an important matter with you." Bai Wei pondered deeply for a moment before he issued a command in his heart, and he instantly opened up a world. After that, he casually summoned a lantern from the ingenious void world and transformed it into a restriction that enveloped this world. He said, "Both of you can speak frankly if you have something to say." Deng Zhang said, "I think the two of you can guess why I'm here. Are you willing to help me deal with any mishaps?" They went to Bushutian to see if they could become part of the human path. They thought that if the human path was willing to respond, then there would be a result soon. But after waiting for a long time and there was no news, they knew it would be difficult. The two of them were quite decisive. Fearing that the Tao of Tao would cause trouble for them, they immediately went to the ingenious void realm to ask for help. Bai Wei pondered for a moment before saying, "Fellow Taoist Tai Yi, what do you think?" With a flash of light, Taoist priest Dawi appeared. When Deng and Yin saw him, they cupped their fists and greeted him. Taoist priest Dawi looked at the two of them and said, "What do the two of you think about the joint performance of the Dharma?" Deng Zhang had already thought it through before coming here. He immediately said, "Fellow Taoist's suggestion is actually very good. In the present world, we can't let the people of Tao alone rule the world. Otherwise, there will be endless disputes in the long run. If all the forces can be united in the world, I think all the disasters can be eliminated." Seeing that he had agreed, Taoist priest Dawi's spirit was lifted. He felt that the situation was back in his hands. He felt that it was not a bad thing that he could not take down Zhang Yan. At least he could let the heartless Taoist group and the extraterritorial demonic beings know that they could not fight against humanity alone. Yin Ping said, "But with only our two sects working together, we can at most defend. It will be difficult for us to pose too much of a threat to humanity." Taoist priest Dawi said in a loud voice, "The joint performance of the Dharma is also beneficial to the extraterritorial demonic beings. If they are unwilling, they will miss this opportunity. This person is not so short-sighted." Deng Zhang shook his head. He was not happy about this. He said, "Fellow Taoist, don't forget that there is a demon master in the barrier between the two realms. His magical power is not weak. Moreover, he is immortal, so he may not be able to do as I wish." Taoist priest Dawi looked very confident. He said, "I also know that this person has his own plans and is even planning to take advantage of the situation. But this time, I have a way to persuade him. I just need the two of you to cooperate." Deng Zhang said, "If you can persuade the extraterritorial demonic beings, then we will follow you." Taoist priest Dawi repeatedly agreed. Then, he said in a serious tone, "After this is done, the three of us can go to Busu Tian together and put pressure on the people of Tao. We will force them to allow us to merge heaven and earth and perform the Dharma in the world." Chapter 1791. At this moment, Qia was observing the heavens in the netherworld, but most of his attention was on Busu Tian. Ever since Zhang Yan used his great power to block Daoi's charge, he had been on guard against the cultivators of the human Dao attacking them at all times. While he was observing, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. He was startled and quickly identified them. At first, he was relieved, but then he frowned again. He had expected that Daoist priest Daoi would come to him after he missed the opportunity. However, not only did he come in person, but he also came with the Heartless sect and the innate demons. This made him very vigilant. After discussing with Heng Jing and Lan Su for a while, he came out together and stood in the void. He cupped his hands and said, "What is the purpose of your visit?" Daoist priest Daoi was the first to walk out of the light. He bowed and said, "Today, we are here to discuss an important matter. That's why we rashly paid you a visit. I hope the 3 demon masters won't take offense." Qiao said bluntly, "What is it, fellow Daoist? You can say it here." Daoist priest Daoi didn't seem to mind and said, "Fellow Daoists and I have come today to ask you to join us and put pressure on the human Dao. We will allow our sects to practice the Dao in Busu Tian." Qiao said calmly, "What if I refuse?" Heng Jing and Lan Su didn't say anything, but they were ready to take action. Daoist priest Daoi didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. He chuckled and said, "If fellow Daoist doesn't want to form an alliance with me, we won't force you. However, fellow Daoist, if you don't agree, why don't you give it a try with me?" Qiao glanced at him and said, "What do you mean?" Daoist priest Daoi said, "It's just a trip with us to boost our momentum. If the human Dao is pressured and agrees to my proposal, that will be for the best. If they don't agree, they know my attitude and won't dare to provoke us. If fellow Daoist feels that it's inappropriate, you can leave at any time. We won't force you." When Qiao heard this, he couldn't help but consider the possibilities. Tai was not asking for an alliance. He just wanted to put pressure on the human Dao together. If they could achieve their goal, they could share the benefits. If they could not, they could retreat. It seemed like it was very beneficial for them. Heng Jing said in the divine will, "Demon Lord Qiao, why don't you respond to him? You only need to say a few words of agreement." Qiao did not answer immediately. Heng Jing said, "Devil Lord Qiao, are you not going to agree? Do you have any concerns?" Qiao Hui said slowly, "The human Dao will not agree to this, and with the 3 of us working together, the best-case scenario would be to force them to retreat to the Xianxia continent. Without the human Dao's permission, or without their Dao, even if we occupy Busu Heaven, we won't be able to unite it." Heng Jing thought for a while and said, "That's true. If we force the human Dao to retreat to the Xianxia continent, we won't be able to get the Zhouhuan Yuan Jade." Qiao said, "That's not a problem. When the origin jade falls into the world, it needs to be stirred up by karma. As long as we restrict our disciples from going to the Xianxia continent, it won't appear. It's impossible for the human Dao to win against me." Ji Su said, "Then, Demon Lord Qiao's intention is that we should obtain the Dao technique first before doing this? But the human Dao might not give me that long." Qiao said, "That's why I didn't reject Tai right away." He paused for a while and said, "Also, just now, I have a feeling that it might be inappropriate to go there now. Maybe it's not the right time yet." Mo Su said, "Then do we need to ask Demon Lord Qi Zhou about this?" Qiao thought for a long time and shook his head. "No need. Even if Demon Lord Qi Zhou knows, he won't ask about this. Since it's inappropriate now, we might as well delay it." He retreated from the divine will and looked at the 3. He said, "We can go with you, but we have a condition." Daoist Daoi said, "Fellow Daoist, please speak." Qiao said, "We've been studying a Dao recently, and it's at a crucial moment. If we succeed, we'll have more confidence in fighting against the human Dao. That's why we want to wait until we succeed before setting off. If you think it's a waste of time, please go. The 3 of us promise that we won't interfere in this matter." Daoist Daoi frowned. To suppress the human Dao, it should be like a thunderbolt. If we wait too long, this person might have already made arrangements. In fact, he was also afraid that if they waited too long, the human Tao would make a move first. At that time, these extraterrestrial demonic beings would definitely sit back and watch. Then, it would be difficult to create a situation where the three sides could work together. Qi Yao looked at Bai Wei and Lu Li and said, "There's nothing for me to do. I'm afraid that the two of you haven't recovered your vitality yet. If we fight, our chances of winning will decrease. Why are you in such a hurry?" Daoist Daoi turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" When Bai Wei heard that Qi Yao and the others were studying a Tao, he really wanted to ruin this matter. He didn't want it to go so smoothly, but he also knew that it would be difficult to achieve his goal. Therefore, he simply remained silent and didn't express his opinion. At this time, Yin Ping said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but the momentum of the human Tao has already surpassed any side. If we wait too long, aren't you afraid that they will attack you first?" Qi Yao didn't reply. As demon masters, the three of them had immortal bodies. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they could still be reborn in the anti-heaven and earth unless they encountered the suppression method. However, on the side of the human Tao, the only thing that had this ability was the pure yin-yang seal. It had not been long since it returned to the hands of the human Tao, so it couldn't unleash such power. Therefore, although he was on guard, he wasn't very afraid. Daoist Daoi had no choice but to reluctantly agree to the three demon masters' resolute attitude. He said, "If that's the case, when fellow Daoist succeeds, I hope you can let us know." Qi Yao cupped his hands and said, "The day I succeed will be the day I leave." At the moment when Qi Yao agreed, in Xianyuan heaven, Zhang Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, for a moment, there was a trace of danger in his heart. Now that he could use Bu Su Tianwei, there were very few things in the world that could threaten him. But at this moment, he suddenly had a premonition. It could only be that his previous speculation had come true. Daoist Daoi was forced by his power to encourage the other three forces to fight against the enemy of the human Tao. In fact, this was also the inevitable reaction of Daoist Daoi. The only difference was whether he could do it or not. Now it seemed that the possibility was very high. He secretly felt that it was a pity that the art of permanence could only be used by Bu Su Tianwei. Therefore, he could only wait for the enemy to come to him. Otherwise, according to his way of doing things, he would not wait for the enemy to prepare and kill them first. Although he had a superior method, if it was really a three-way attack, he would not be able to deal with it alone. Therefore, his divine will turned and called for Dan Yi and the others. After their divine wills converged, he first mentioned the matter of the confusion of the heavenly secrets. "Fellow Taoists, we have found the crux of the future turmoil, but the person who arranged it did not leave any trace, so we still don't know who did it." Dan Yi was particularly concerned about this matter. He asked, "Will this cause any turmoil?" Zhang Yan said, "If it's just the two incarnations, it shouldn't be like this. Even if they return to the present world, it won't be difficult to deal with them. But it's hard to say whether there are other means, so we can only take it one step at a time." Daoist Yi said, "If that's the case, the person behind this must be an almighty expert as well. This is strange. Who could have done this?" Zhang Yan said, "It's most likely so. I don't know how this person's cultivation is, but his cultivation might be above I." When Dan Yi and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be serious. Zhang Yan's strength didn't need to be mentioned, but his evaluation of the person behind this was so high. That person must be a great enemy that they had never seen before. However, they didn't think about the cultivator in the upper realm, because someone with such a cultivation didn't need to use these means, so this person should be a cultivator of the same generation. Fu Qingming thought for a while and said, "In the present world, the only true yang cultivators left are these. There can't be anyone else." "Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you think this person died a long time ago and just wants to come back to life through some means?" Zhang Yan said, "It's not impossible, but the means are strange, and many situations don't make sense. In any case, I will keep an eye on this in the future." In fact, he also had a trace of doubt in his heart. He could see the mystery in Busu Tian because he had blocked the collision of a primordial cardinal treasure head-on. But since the first era, only a primordial cardinal treasure, the Tai Golden Pearl, had appeared. How did this person do it? Is there another way here? He shook his head slightly. The situation here was complicated, and he couldn't figure it out at the moment, so he put it aside and talked about business first. He said, "Just now, when I was studying, my heart was surging. The three clans are likely to be planning something bad for me, but I don't know when it will come, so I need to be prepared." Dan Yi's expression became solemn, and he said, "We also expected this, so we have been setting up formations to deal with the unexpected." Zhang Yan saw that he was prepared, so he was relieved. Just now, he saw the mystery of Busu Tian, and he thought that there were still some mysteries that needed to be understood, so after saying a few more words, he withdrew his spirit and continued to meditate. But after 7 or 8 days, he felt something again, and this time, it should be on the Kunshe continent. However, he saw that a large number of demons had mysteriously appeared underground, and they were surging to the surface. A thought flashed through his mind, and he felt that this might be related to the strange change from before. Thus, he swept his gaze over and observed the past. Even demons had a history, and each one could be found. He considered whether he could find some clues by looking at the time of birth. But looking at it, these demons had existed for a relatively short time, only a few years ago, and just now. Even if they existed for a long time, they were at most 100 years, and most of them were born in the past few decades. There was nothing strange about this, and it seemed that those tyrannical demons couldn't come out from the clear and turbid barrier. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly focused, and he found something wrong. There was a demon here that had neither a past nor a future, but just now, when he looked at it, it suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1792. Zhang Yan looked around again and found that there was no trace of it on the Kunshi continent. Either it had escaped his senses, or it had truly disappeared. After some thought, he decided that the latter was more likely. Unless the devil had reached the true yang level, it was impossible for it to be within his senses one moment and then disappear the next. As for the fact that its past and future no longer existed, he didn't find it strange. Someone must have deliberately erased it. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have been arranged by the person behind the scenes. Most likely, his confrontation with the Tai Golden Bead had thrown the workings of heaven into chaos, allowing these things to enter the real world ahead of time. Therefore, this wasn't a bad thing, but rather a good thing. It meant that his strategy had worked. However, the sudden appearance of so many gargoyles had caught the elders of the various sects and clans by surprise. Thankfully, they hadn't let their guard down, and the gargoyles hadn't charged out. After reporting the situation, Yuan Hongyang immediately dispatched people from the mountain and sea realm to stand guard in the lower realms, and quickly stabilized the situation. Zhang Yan had a feeling that things wouldn't be over so easily. But regardless of how the person behind the scenes had planned it, as long as they had a goal, there should be a sequence to it. Now that they had erupted, they had actually disrupted the sequence. As long as they could deal with them in time, they would be able to eliminate these hidden dangers in the future. But now that one of the traps had been activated, it was possible that more would appear in the future. Reality proved that his judgment was correct. In the following months, there were several more strange movements from the devils, but because they were well prepared, they were all intercepted and killed. But after a few more months, the situation changed again. The devils were no longer randomly charging out, but instead, as if they were being directed, they would only break through the weakest points. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. If it were an ordinary devil, after suffering a few setbacks, it wouldn't be strange for them to do such a thing. It wasn't strange for them to do such a thing, but these demonic creatures should have been following the orders of the person behind them. Now that they were able to avoid danger, if it wasn't because they had broken free from the control, it could be that the person behind them had sensed the unfavorable changes and had taken the initiative to reorganize the demonic creatures. This wasn't impossible. Fu Qingming had guessed that it was because the person had lost his true yang. Even if he had died, he could still use the remnant essence energy of the divine will to command the things behind him. He pondered and said, if this is true, then he might be hiding in some realm. If it was just someone of the same generation playing tricks behind his back, he would not be afraid. But with the help of Bushutian's Weili, it would be a different story. He immediately sat down and looked around. In a split second, he had scanned the 10,000 worlds, but he could not find any trace of this person. This meant that he was most likely covered by Bushutian's Weili. His eyes flashed. He knew that the battle between the two sides was no longer about cultivation. It was about who had a deeper understanding of Bu Su Tian's mysteries. In reality, although there were many hidden dangers, it was not entirely a bad thing for him. Because since this person could do this, then as long as he found a way to do it, he could also do it. For the time being, he could take this person as an opponent, but he could also take him as a guide. At the same time, he could learn more from this person. Over the past few days, all the unusual movements had been confined to the underground. He could not help but speculate that the other party could not directly trigger everything. Everything he did needed to be triggered by some external force, such as the two clones. Without these, his interference in the world would be very limited. If he could not make a breakthrough here, would he look for a way elsewhere? This guess was quickly verified. After another 10 days, he suddenly found that the cracks in the ground had increased by a lot. This was a spontaneous change in the clear and turbid barrier. It was very sudden and there was no warning. When Zhang Yan saw this, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the demons hadn't been trying to break out, but to create this kind of result. The underground barrier was a dead object without spirituality. However, it moved according to a certain pattern. As long as it sensed that more demons than normal were heading to the surface, it would think that the number of demons underground had increased. The cracks would automatically increase to release the demons. This was not something that the person who set it up could not stop. At most, they could make up for it later. He did not know about this beforehand. There was no record of it in the ancient books. Because the person who set it up was also a true Yang expert, he did not notice it in advance. Thus, the Life Spirit sect immediately sent more people down. However, this method did not solve the root of the problem, because the person behind the scenes could continue to incite the demon generals. Thus, the most suitable method was to send disciples to kill the demon generals and eliminate the demon generals at the beginning. However, he changed his mind again and did not send the order to do so. He thought that this might be one of the purposes. Once these Life Spirit sect cultivators went down, it was very likely that they would be like the two incarnations of the heartless Taoist group. Even if he sent Sima Quan and Peng Qianqian, it would be useless. Even the true Yang incarnations were tricked. If they went down, they would not be able to escape. However, this did not mean that he could not solve it. At most, it would take some effort. In the past, since the previous people had set up a barrier, he could just set up another layer on top of it. However, doing so would consume a lot of Fa Li. Now that the three forces could invade at any time, if it was in the past, he might have to consider it. Fortunately, he had mastered the method of maintaining Fa Li, so he did not have to worry about this. He immediately changed his mind and a barrier that separated the clear and turbid qi appeared out of thin air. It was boundless and limitless. In an instant, it covered the original barrier. At the same time, his Fa Li and Yuan Qi were constantly consumed. However, he continued to erase it, so that his Fa Li was always maintained at the moment of perfection. He calculated and found that the consumption was slightly more than he had estimated. In the past, there should have been several true Yang experts working together to do this. At that time, they also used other restrictive arrays. Strictly speaking, the barrier that he created this time was not as intricate and complicated as the original one. However, he did not need to do so. His purpose was only to block the passage that controlled the demons to come out. Doing this much was enough. After doing this, he did not relax his attention. He continued to observe the changes in the depths of Bu Su Tian. the person behind him would not just stop and wait for him to make another move. And the more tricks the other party used, the more chances he had to see what he wanted. However, in the following year, there was no more movement down below. It was as if everything had gone silent. Zhang Yan was not anxious at all. He knew that the person behind him would not give up so easily. The chaos caused by him and the Tai golden bead was far from over, and he did not know when it would be over. If he did not do anything, then all of his arrangements would be disrupted. The only way to reduce the losses was to act early. Xianxia continent, where the fantasy dust sect was stationed. This sect was in the middle to lower reaches of the hundreds of sects that guarded the rift. There was only one Yuanying cultivator in the sect. Apart from the sect leader, everyone else had gone to the mountain and sea realm to cultivate. Because there were not many disciples that could be used, they were only responsible for guarding the rift. One day, one of the disciples was on patrol when he suddenly noticed a strange disturbance in the restrictive spell formation. However, he could not find anything. It was at this point that he saw a gargoyle being imprisoned by the restrictive spell formation. After a moment, the gargoyle shattered and died. However, the disciple soon discovered that there was a piece of black jade on the ground. It was smooth and glossy, and seemed to emanate a bright light. The disciple's attention was immediately drawn to it, and he was convinced that it was some sort of treasure that lay beneath the ground. After a moment of hesitation, he looked around and saw that no one was around, so he pulled it out and placed it next to him. After a day of patrolling, he returned to his residence and took out the jade. Inside was a technique that taught him how to attract gargoyles, as well as how to absorb them. Furthermore, it did not require any external items. Although he was delighted, he also felt a bit depressed. As a disciple on duty, the number of gargoyles he could get his hands on was very small. He could only get one every month, and that was only in the Xianxia continent. In the mountain and sea realm, he would only get one every year. The only way he could get his hands on those gargoyles was to take advantage of the patrolling. As soon as the idea appeared in his mind, he couldn't control it any longer. If it were a large sect, they would be strictly supervised, and something like that would be impossible. However, the fantasy dust sect was in charge of a large area, and yet they didn't have many disciples. That gave him even more of an opening to exploit. The fact that he had been chosen to do such an errand showed that he wasn't bad compared to his fellow disciples, and had a steady temperament. However, he was so absorbed in the benefits that he didn't even think about the consequences. The next day, while patrolling, the disciple used the black jade to secretly attract a few gargoyles to the surface. He hid them inside the jade, and prepared to take them back that night to refine. That night, he successfully made progress in his cultivation. Once he got the benefits, he couldn't stop. However, if he did too much, he would eventually be discovered. A few months later, his plan was leaked, and he killed a fellow disciple who had wanted to report the matter to the elders. Then he fled the sect, whereupon his whereabouts were unknown. Although it was a small matter, the fantasy dust sect knew that there was no way to hide the fact that gargoyles had leaked into the surface. Therefore, they immediately reported the matter to the higher-ups. Zhang Yan quickly received the report, and he chuckled coldly. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, then this was most likely a backup plan of the person behind the scenes. In the past, such a thing had never happened, or if there was even the slightest movement, he would have noticed it. But now that the workings of the heavens were muddled, if he didn't investigate carefully, he would still be deceived. Furthermore, it was likely that this person was behind all of this. This disciple came from the mountain and sea realm, and had no previous connection to Bushutian. Therefore, if he wasn't in the outside world, then he could only have used Bushutian's Weili to interfere. Otherwise, traces of his magic would have been exposed. He had been keeping an eye on Bushutian for the past few days, and his hard work hadn't been in vain. Just when the disciple was acting strangely, he had caught a trace of it. Although the past and future had been erased, making it impossible for him to know the details, he was still able to see the method the disciple had used. His eyes suddenly grew dark. With this clue, he was now much closer to this person. If he dealt with it properly, it wouldn't be long before he found him. Chapter 1793. When Zhang Yan saw the method, he immediately began to study it. It only took a moment for him to understand all of its profundities. According to this method, if he wanted to, he could easily use it to change the minds of anyone who wasn't in the same generation as him. He could even create many things out of nothing. On the surface, it didn't seem to be very useful. As an almighty true Yang expert, he didn't need to rely on this method to accomplish such things. But if he looked at it from a different angle, things would be different. If he wanted to break through to the third stage, he would have to peer into the depths of Bu Su Tian. The more he understood the method of using Bu Su Tian's Weili, the more useful it would be. Although it didn't seem like he had gained anything, it was actually quite a harvest. However, the person behind the scenes had been able to cause the memories of the heartless cultivators to appear out of nowhere. Clearly, they had even more brilliant methods that they hadn't used yet. Thankfully, he was keeping an eye on them at all times. As soon as they revealed themselves, he would be able to deal with them according to the situation. The disciple who had escaped from the spirit gate would most likely cause some huge waves in the near future. However, his cultivation base was limited, and he wouldn't be able to do as much as the incarnation of the heartless cultivators could. Therefore, he was considering whether he should let the disciple wander around for a while and try to figure out what he wanted, or whether he should capture him as soon as he found out where he was. After a moment's consideration, he gave up on letting the disciple wander around. No matter what, once the disciple succeeded, he would definitely wreak havoc in the outside world. There was no need to worry about things that hadn't happened yet, so he decided to capture him first. If something similar happened in the future, then he would deal with it as soon as it happened. However, the disciple's whereabouts were unknown, and even he couldn't see him. Clearly, there was someone hiding his aura, so he could only leave the matter to the spirit gate. He waved his finger, and a letter flew toward the mountain and sea realm. He had personally sent a letter to tell the people of the spirit gate that they couldn't underestimate this matter. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Yuan Hongyang took the letter very seriously. Because this matter involved the power struggle between almighty experts, he didn't take it lightly just because the traitorous disciple's cultivation base was low. He immediately called for Sima Quan and ordered him to personally handle the matter. Kunshe Continent, in the wilderness. After the illusory dust sect disciple fled the sect, he quickly discovered that the black jade could conceal his aura. With the help of this item, he had successfully evaded the pursuit of the sect elders several times. By relying on a method taught in the black jade, he could fuse the devil head into his body and refine it. His internal energy improved abnormally fast. In less than 30 days after he defected, he had already reached the peak of the core transformation realm. He was only one step away from entering the Yuanying realm. There seemed to be no obstacles in the process, which was something he would never have dared to think about in the past. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling that the devil had replaced him. He wasn't the one using it to cultivate. This was the devil's original power pouring in, which was why he could advance so quickly. However, as soon as this rare sober thought appeared, it was pinched away by an inexplicable force, and he quickly returned to normal. He no longer thought about these things. Instead, he immersed himself in the satisfaction of rapidly increasing his cultivation. Another month passed, and his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. However, his body was shrouded in a black mist, and he didn't look like a living person, but he didn't notice it at all. Even so, he was still not satisfied. Usually, cultivators of the spirit gate could only control demons that did not exceed their cultivation by too much. However, he was different. Through the black jade, he could control any kind of demon that came out. Unfortunately, because the illusory dust sect was a small sect, the crack that they guarded was relatively small. All of the demons that came out of it were not very powerful. The ones in front of him were already the limit. Right now, he desperately hoped to find a demon that could continue to improve his cultivation. However, his hopes were destined to be unfulfilled. Zhang Yan had added another layer on top of the barrier. Apart from the cracks that were revealed now, it was impossible for there to be any more cracks. He even found a few places indicated by the black jade, but they were all empty, without the existence of any cracks. At this point, he could either go to other realms or continue searching. However, he was a Yuanying realm cultivator. Without the help of the Gate of Two Realms, it was impossible for him to go to other realms. Therefore, the only way left was to attack the next sect's encampment and capture the imprisoned devils. Then, he would try to see if he could use the Devil Jade to attract more devils. The first sects to enter the realms had to have at least Yuanying realm cultivators in their sections. Even if he had devils in his hands, he didn't dare to go there. However, a few days ago, due to the sudden increase in the number of cracks, some weaker sects were also sent down. This gave him a chance. The only thing he was worried about was that once this matter was discovered, there would immediately be cultivators coming to kill him. Therefore, he couldn't go forward himself. Instead, he had to use the devils in the wilderness to create the illusion that the sects had been attacked by the devils. For this, he prepared for several months. He scattered all the devils in his hands and attached them to the bodies of a few selected devils. Because the sects would help each other, to be on the safe side, he even let one of the devils attack a small sect first. After the other sects went to help, he attacked the real target. It must be known that these monsters were the leaders of their own clans, so these sects were not facing just one, but hundreds and thousands of them. The small sect that he had his eyes on had only set up a few months ago, and the formation was not yet stable, so it was impossible to resist. Moreover, there was no help coming from the outside, so it was quickly broken. Seeing that he had succeeded, he immediately rushed in and used all the devils in the gate to sweep them away. He also captured a few great devils from the land of the cracks. After he succeeded, he didn't dare to stay for long. He immediately fled into the depths of the wilderness. Not long after he left, several Yuanying realm cultivators came to investigate. They believed that it was the doing of the traitor disciple of the Fantasy Dust sect. Therefore, they split up to search in all directions. However, they couldn't find his whereabouts. Therefore, they sent out letters to all sects, telling them to strengthen the restrictive formations and not let the devils take advantage of them. After the disciple seized the devil, he found a place to cultivate. By the time he finished refining everything, half a year had passed. This time, however, he found that he couldn't find another opportunity. He had the feeling that if things went on like this, he would be captured sooner or later. Therefore, driven by an indescribable thought, he wrote down all of his techniques wherever he went, hoping to create more cultivators like him. That way, they would be able to share some of the pressure with him. Another few months passed. Even though he had his chi concealed and he no longer attacked the sect encampment, he was still found by the countless clones that Sima Quan had sent out. He was successfully killed, but the cultivation technique had already spread out. Sima Quan found a piece of black jade on him, and was just about to hand it over to his superiors. However, just as he was about to do so, it vanished. Feeling that something strange was going on, he went to Zhang Yan's clone in the mountain and sea realm to report the matter. He also said that the technique had already spread, and that if it wasn't suppressed, it would lead to great chaos. After hearing this, Zhang Yan thought about it for a moment, then said, "It doesn't matter. If it were just a matter of the technique, it would be easy to resolve." After a bit of divination, he created a magic incantation, which he handed to Sima Quan. "Pass this to all the disciples of the spirit sect. It has the effect of solidifying the heart and condensing the chi. All they have to do is chant it in their hearts, and if anyone cultivates an external magic, they will immediately be able to tell. Even if they can't eradicate the technique, they will still be able to detect it." Sima Quan accepted the incantation, then said, "Great Exalted One, although that traitorous disciple said that no devil had escaped from his side, his mind had long since been invaded by an external force, and he didn't even know about it. I'm afraid that the devil has long since escaped, but we don't know where it went." Zhang Yan believed that it was highly likely, but the person behind the scenes had spared no expense in revealing his technique. That was probably his goal. There was nothing he could do to stop it, so he could only deal with it as it came. He pondered in his heart. On the Kunshe continent, whether it was the human Tao or the Khanate demons, they were all vigilant against the demon. The slightest movement would probably cause a huge reaction, which was not beneficial to the demon's actions. It seemed that the only one suitable for the demon to take advantage of was the extraterritorial demons. However, he did not know what method he would use. Taoist priest Daoi once again appeared outside the soul world in the primal sea of void. Ever since their last meeting, he had been waiting for 3 years, and he was extremely impatient. He felt that this matter had been delayed for too long, so he specially came to urge Taoist priest Daoi. When Qi Yao sensed his arrival, an incarnation appeared outside. He bowed and asked, "Fellow Taoist Tai, why have you come to our place?" Taoist priest Daoi said with a sullen face, "Fellow Taoist, do you still remember our agreement last time? A few years have passed in the blink of an eye. I've come here today to ask if all of you have completely comprehended that Tao technique?" Qi Yao said, "Fellow Taoist should understand that the study of Tao is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two." Taoist priest Daoi said with dissatisfaction, "Then how much longer does fellow Taoist need?" Qi Yao said, "It's hard to say. There's no fixed time. If fellow Taoist is impatient, you can ignore us." Taoist priest Daoi felt even more annoyed. These extraterritorial demons had been evading him several times, but they did not explicitly reject him. He looked up and stared at Qi Yao. "Could it be that you've sensed some kind of danger?" Qi Yao said with a normal expression, "Fellow Taoist, you worry too much." Taoist priest Daoi said, "If fellow Taoist is afraid of this, then you don't have to. Now that the heavenly secrets have changed and strange phenomena have appeared, it's hard to know whether it's real or fake. Some of the senses might not be real." Qi Yao was silent for a long time. In fact, a feeling of uneasiness had always existed in his heart for the past few years, so he had many worries and was unwilling to take action. But in the past few months, he found that the sense of danger had gradually disappeared. Instead, he felt that if he continued to hesitate, he would miss an excellent opportunity. This made him very surprised and he did not know the reason. However, he did not want to make a decision so quickly. Out of caution, he wanted to wait a little longer and observe the situation before making a decision. Thus, he said, the study of Tao technique should not be stopped halfway. After half a year, I will naturally give fellow Taoist an accurate reply. Chapter 1794. Qi Yao sent Taoist priest Daoi away and his incarnation returned to his original body. However, at this moment, he was not as relaxed as he was just now. Instead, his expression was solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lan Su said, "What is Demon Master Qi Yao thinking about? Is there something wrong?" Heng Jing also looked over in bewilderment. Qi Yao slowly said, "The two of you should know that I tried my best to stall for time because I sensed danger ahead. But recently, this danger has been gradually fading away. What replaced it was the fact that if I missed this opportunity, I would have missed out on a great opportunity. However, from what I can see, there hasn't been much change in the human path during these years. There might be other reasons for this, so I still have some misgivings." Heng Jing said disapprovingly, "Then we'll just reject him half a year later. Without us around, Heartless Path and those innate demons won't be able to suppress the human path." Qi Yao waved his hand and said, "It's not that simple. I can feel that Tai is already impatient. If I refuse again, he won't immediately fall out with me, but he will definitely bear a grudge against us." Although the Tai golden bead could not suppress the human Tao, it did not mean that it could not deal with them. After all, it truly had the power to suppress them. If they really fell out, it was hard to say what it would do. Lan Su said, "Since Demon Master Qi Yao can't make a decision on this matter, why don't you ask Demon Master Qi Zhou?" Qi Yao pondered for a moment, then said, "That's the only way." Initially, he did not intend to do this, but now that the problem was with his senses, it involved his cultivation. It was obvious that it was more appropriate to ask Demon Lord Qizhou, who had the highest cultivation among them. He immediately set off for the barrier between the two realms, but this time, he went alone. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the boundary. He bowed and said, Demon Lord Qizhou greets you. Zhang Yan's avatar of strength that had been immersed in cultivation suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and stared down at Qi Yao. Did Demon Lord Qi Yao encounter some difficulties again? Qi Yao said, I have a matter that I am unable to grasp, so I wish to consult Demon Lord Qizhou. Zhang Yan said, Demon Master Qi Yao, please speak. Qi Yao told him about Taoist priest Daoi's plan. He also mentioned his own concerns and said, it's hard to know the reason for the changes in my senses. I don't know if my choice is appropriate. That's why I came to ask Demon Lord Qizhou. Zhang Yan's eyes flickered. He had guessed that the Tai golden bead would not give up after retreating, and would most likely use the threat of humanity as an excuse to incite the three forces to join forces. Now that he had heard from Qi Yao, his guess was confirmed. In fact, it would be for the best if the three sects were willing to come to him. As long as he fought with the Tai golden bead again, he might be able to peek into the depths of Bu Su Tian. He didn't tell Qi Yao what to do. Instead, he said, if we disregard that feeling, does Demon Master Qi Yao believe that it is appropriate for all of us to join forces? Qi Yao pondered and said, looking at the current situation, it is the right choice. The Tai golden bead has failed to fight against that Taoist priest Zhang. If the three sects do not respond, humanity may choose to attack one of us. Instead of waiting until then to join forces, it is better to fight for our own benefits first. Zhang Yan said meaningfully, now that the mysteries of heaven are in chaos, Demon Master Qi Yao's feeling may not be true. Instead of believing in vague signs, it is better to believe in your own judgment. Qi Yao nodded slowly. Then, he said in a half-probing and half-sighing tone, unfortunately, if Demon Master Qizhou could help, the situation would be very different. I would also have more confidence, and I would not even have to worry about the Tai golden bead. However, after he said this, there was no response for a long time. He knew that it was impossible for him to come forward. He sighed in his heart, bowed, and left the place. Zhang Yan watched him leave, but fell into deep thought. The changes in Qi Yao's senses made him think of the matter of heartless Taoists gaining Qing Changzi's memories for no reason. Although the difference between the two was huge, one's memories were changed, the other's external senses were messed up. However, it was not a normal situation, because the person himself did not realize that he was actually affected by an external force. He thought that it was highly possible that the person behind the scenes had used Busushin's Weili to sway his judgment. Previously, he had a question. If the person behind the scenes could tamper with the memories of heartless Taoists, why did he not use the same method to influence the other almighties? Later, he guessed that the reason why he did not do so might be due to some kind of restriction. Thinking of this, he had a vague understanding. He learned from Qi Yao that the chaos he sensed had occurred in the past few months. At the beginning, it was precisely when the traitorous disciple had been suppressed. Even now, the location of the demon that might have escaped was still unknown. After that, no matter if it was on the side of the Khanate demons or on the side of human Tao, there was no news of any abnormalities. At that time, he thought that the demon might have gone to Qi Yao's faction to stir up trouble. Thus, this line was connected. The person behind the scenes should have used some kind of karmic connection to influence the almighties in the present world. If the arrangement was interrupted or wrong, then they would not be able to achieve their goal. He did not know if the Khanate demons were affected, but at least there were no problems on the side of human Tao. This meant that their hands had not reached here. And heartless Taoists had been manipulated from the start. Perhaps they had interacted with the person behind the scenes in the first epoch, which led to this result. He smiled. He did not expect that this person did not choose to continue fighting him on the Kunshe continent, but instead used this method. Perhaps he realized that he could not gain an advantage here. Thus, he went around in a circle and directly used the conflict between the Khanate demons and the various factions against human Tao to use external force to attack. At least, he had to have some understanding of the situation in the present world. From this, it could be seen that the person behind the scenes was not as inflexible as previously thought. But earlier on, his actions were clearly rigid, and he would only act according to a certain set of rules. Perhaps as he used Bushutian's Weili more often, he gradually changed. Of course, there was another possibility. His intelligence was originally imprisoned, but due to the chaos in the heavenly secrets, he awakened and consciously intensified the changes here. Fortunately, this person should still have a flaw. If he really understood everything inside and outside, then he should know that his confrontation with the Tai Golden Pearl would allow him to further understand Bushutian's true mysteries. He raised his head and looked beyond Bushutian. No matter what, he had to first deal with the alliance of the three factions. After dealing with them, he would come back to deal with the matters here. Half a year passed in a flash. Taoist priest Daoi once again arrived outside the soul world at the appointed time. This time, heartless Taoists and the Khanate demons also came together. Taoist priest Daoi asked in a deep voice, "Half a year has passed. Have you all made up your minds?" As soon as he said this, there was a flash of light, and a world unfolded in front of them. After a short while, Qiao appeared in front of everyone. He cupped his hands and said, "The three of us have just succeeded in our cultivation of the Tao. We are willing to go with you." Hearing this, Taoist priest Daoi laughed and repeatedly agreed. He looked around and said, "Since the three Taoists are all here, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss the rules? What does fellow Taoist Qiao think?" Qiao knew that it was impossible to deal with the people of the Tao all at once. Instead, they had to come up with a detailed plan, so he nodded and said, "As you wish." Taoist priest Daoi was quite satisfied when he saw that Qiao's attitude was no longer as unyielding as the previous 2 times. He nodded at Bai Wei. The latter waved his sleeve, and layers of restrictions rose from the world, isolating the inside from the outside. Taoist priest Daoi raised his voice and said, "This time, the purpose of our 3 sects joining forces is to ask the people of the Tao to allow us to enter the cloth beard and practice the Tao together. I have already discussed with fellow Taoists Deng and Yin several times before. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qiao has any good ideas." Qiao thought for a moment and said, "We are going to intimidate them with our strength and fight for benefits. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, there is no need to fight." At this time, Lu Li said, "Fellow Taoist, you are wrong. If we go with this idea, the people of the Tao will never back down." However, Heng Jing shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, what you said is too much. Even if the people of the Tao have people like Taoist Zhang, their chances of winning are not high. As long as we don't force them too much, I believe they will judge the situation and make the right choice." At this time, Qiao looked at Taoist priest Daoi and said, "Fellow Taoist, you said that we are going to strengthen our strength. If we feel that something is wrong, we can withdraw at any time. I wonder if you will keep your promise." Taoist priest Daoi said without hesitation, "Of course." Qiao cupped his hands. His meaning was very clear. If they insisted on fighting, then they could only choose to withdraw. Lu Li said in a deep voice, "I would like to ask Demon Lord Qiao. It would be best if the people of the Tao are willing to give in, but there is always a chance. If they insist on not retreating, what should we do?" Qiao did not say anything. At that time, it was impossible for him to really leave with his people. After all, with the 3 sects here, their chances of winning were higher. However, don't expect him to do much. Taoist priest Daoi said loudly, "That is also very easy. Although Taoist Zhang can withstand 1 collision, he may not be able to withstand 2, 3, or even 4 collisions. At that time, we will have to rely on everyone's strength." At this time, Bai Wei, Lu Li, Deng Zhang, and Yin Ping all cupped their hands and said, "Of course." Seeing this, Qiao did not show it on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. This was the situation he was most unwilling to see. Taoist priest Daoi was clearly saying that if they could not come to an agreement this time, not only would he lend the Weili to the innate demons, he would also lend it to the heartless Taoists. He had thought that the innate demons would do their best to oppose such a matter for their own benefit, but in the end, it was still like this. It seemed that Taoist priest Dawi was desperate and no longer cared about the others. If that was really the case, no matter how powerful Taoist Zhang was, he would not be able to resist. Once he was eliminated, the remaining people of the Tao would have to hide in the Xianxia continent if they did not die. If they stood on the side, they would not be involved in the danger, but it was likely that they would not get any benefits. They might even be suppressed by the two sects instead. After a moment, he thought about it several times and weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he made a decision. He said, if everyone agrees, we can also help. Taoist priest Dawi showed a satisfied expression and said, good. Since everyone is willing, then there is no need to wait any longer. Later, we will go to Busu together and force the people of the Tao to give in. Chapter 1795. Taoist priest Dawi originally wanted to facilitate the signing of the agreement between the three sects and be the one to make the decision. But just now, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was opposed by the heartless Taoists, Qiao, and the others. Even Bai Wei and the other two remained silent, obviously holding the opposite opinion. This was because everyone knew that they were only temporarily cooperating with each other. After the human Tao was settled, there would definitely be a fight between them. Moreover, if the human Tao was weakened, it would not pose too much of a threat. Perhaps there would be a time when they would need to rely on them in the future. With this consideration, how could they be willing to be bound by a piece of paper? Moreover, how could they not know what Taoist priest Dawi was planning? At the moment, they had no choice but to rely on his strength, but they would not let everything go according to his wishes. After all, without them, Taoist priest Dawi would not be able to accomplish anything. Seeing this, Taoist priest Dawi knew that he was too impatient and his intentions were too obvious. Afraid that the situation he had painstakingly created would be destroyed, he could only keep quiet and not mention it again. The three sects discussed for a while more. After the agreement was reached, they drove their chariots toward Bushutian. In a flash, everyone arrived outside the passage between the two worlds, and their figures appeared in the void one by one. Taoist priest Dawi stepped out of the crowd, cupped his fist, and said, fellow Taoists, are you here? Dan Yi and the others had already thought about it. With Taoist priest Dawi's temperament, he would not be willing to accept the defeat last time and would definitely find a way to regain his face. Among them, the three sects would most likely join forces for the time being. They had thought that it would take a long time to integrate the three sects and negotiate the benefits, but they did not expect it to come so soon. Dan Yi said in a deep voice, fellow Taoists, please wait here. I will go and meet them. Fu Qingming reminded him, fellow Taoists, please be careful. Dan Yi solemnly agreed and then flew out of the realm. He first returned the greeting, then looked at everyone before returning his gaze to Taoist Dawi. He said seriously, it's rare for all of you to be here today. May I know why you have come to visit? Taoist priest Dawi said, I have been entrusted by several Taoists to invite you over for a chat. Busu Tian was now the human Tao's home ground. If they really fought, it would be too advantageous for the human Tao, so he wanted to do the same as before. Inviting Zhang Yan and the others to come out for a discussion would allow them to take the initiative. Actually, this was reasonable, because according to the previous agreement, the heartless cultivators and the extraterritorial demonic beings could not enter Busu Tian. Dan Yi pondered for a moment before he said, recently, we've been setting up a formation, and we have to guard it with all our strength. We can't leave without permission. If all of you really have something important to attend to, then the four of us can only send our avatars. I hope all of you can forgive us for our rudeness. He didn't conceal the matter of the restriction because even if he didn't say it, the other party understood that the Tao cultivator would definitely do it. Of course, this was only an excuse. He sensed that the other party didn't come with good intentions, so he naturally wasn't willing to do as the other party wished. If it was only an avatar outside, then he wouldn't be afraid of being schemed against if anything happened. Taoist priest Dawi frowned. If the human Tao had only sent his clone here, he obviously wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Busu. If he couldn't come to an agreement, he could only attack Busu by force. This would be troublesome. He asked tentatively, then can we come in and have a chat? Danny said, because the formation has not been set up properly, I'm afraid we can't receive guests. Moreover, when I met you last time, I already said that some Dao cultivators are not allowed to enter Wuxia. Since there is an agreement, I will not break the rules. Zhang Yan looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. After mastering the method of mana conservation, he actually didn't mind fighting with the other party in Wuxia. However, he also wouldn't give up his advantage. Since there was a formation to rely on and an excuse to use, why should he make things convenient for the other party? If they really attacked, then it wouldn't be too late to go forward and fight. Although Daoist priest Dawi wanted to attack immediately, they hadn't talked about it yet, so how could they fall out immediately? Not to mention the innate demons, the heartless cultivators and the extraterritorial demonic beings would certainly be unwilling, so after exchanging opinions with the others, he had no choice but to agree. He said, then we will wait for you outside. Danny cupped his hands and said, we will come after making some arrangements. We won't keep you waiting for long. Bai Wei and the others turned their thoughts, and a world instantly appeared in the void. Then, everyone's figures disappeared into it. After Danny returned, he discussed with Zhang Yan and the others. They thought that since they were going with their avatars, there was nothing to worry about. So, the four of them each created a shadow clone and threw it into the world. When Daoist priest Dawi and the three great cultivators saw the four of them, they also greeted them. The four people of the human Dao also returned the greeting. Zhang Yan looked at them. Last time, when they were discussing the ownership of the Yuan Jades, each side could be said to have occupied a position. But now, all three sides were standing on the opposite side of the human Dao. Their attitude was self-evident. Danny said, fellow Daoists, we have come by invitation, but what is the matter? Daoist priest Dawi didn't stand on ceremony and said, then I will speak frankly. Now that the human Dao has monopolized the world, most of the other Daoists can only live in the void primordial sea and can't enjoy its benefits. So, after some discussion, I would like to ask you to open a path and allow fellow Daoists to establish their Dao here. Danny said in a deep voice, this matter has already been discussed last time, so there is no need to bring it up again. Daoist priest Dawi snorted and said, there is no harm in talking about it again. Michihito Ichido snorted and pointed out bluntly, this is not something that can be decided by my side alone. It is because of the agreement made with the other sides in the past. I believe that fellow Daoists all remember it. Are you going back on your word by bringing this matter up again? Daoist priest Dawi said, what fellow Daoists said is true, but there is no principle in this world that will never change. Right now, the mysteries of heaven are mixed up, and even the memories of the Dao can be affected. If we allow this turmoil to continue, it will inevitably lead to a great disaster. In that case, we have to find a way to avoid it. My proposal is the most appropriate. He looked at Zhang Yan. Last time, I listened to fellow Daoists' words and cooperated with fellow Daoists' actions. However, after the incident, not only did the heavenly secrets not calm down, it became even more chaotic. We believed in the Dao once, but it was useless in the end. We can no longer ignore this matter. Zhang Yan smiled and said, just now, how long has it been? Fellow Daoist is too impatient. Daoist priest Dawi said, we can't be impatient. The changes in the mysteries of heaven not only affect the future, but even the memories of the two fellow Daoists of the Heartless Path have been changed. It's hard to say that other fellow Daoists won't be implicated. Michihito Ichido sneered and said, aren't you being too serious? So far, only the people of the Heartless Path have been implicated. I haven't heard of anyone else being harmed. Moreover, with fellow Daoist Zhang's help, it's not like there is no progress. There are already some clues. Daoist priest Dawi said, oh. Have you found the source of the trouble? Michihito Ichido frowned and said, not yet. Daoist priest Dawi said, then it's still too early to talk about this matter. At this point, he raised his voice again. This matter needs to be resolved urgently. The human Tao has been refusing to give in for a long time. Could it be that they want to sit back and watch their fellow Taoists suffer this evil consequence? Zhang Yan smiled faintly and didn't argue with him. This time, Taoist priest Daoi was just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Unless he had already found the person behind it, it would be impossible for him to convince him. It was not difficult for Dan Yi to see through Taoist priest Daoi's purpose, so he didn't want to get entangled with him here. He directly said, "Fellow Taoist priest Daoi, you don't have to say such things. You can tell me what you want." Taoist priest Daoi stared at him for a while, then said with a smile, "It's very simple. The human Tao has abdicated from its position as the ruler of heaven and earth, allowing fellow Taoists to merge with the heavens, study the mysteries, and develop the Tao together." As soon as he said this, all the powerful figures behind him looked over. Since Danny had come down to answer, it meant that he had decided on the direction of the matter. It would be best if he could directly force the human Tao to bow its head. This was because without the human Tao's permission, even if they defeated Dan Yi and the others and forced them to retreat, they still wouldn't be able to merge with the heavens. They could only cultivate here, unless they could destroy the human Tao in one fell swoop. But in reality, it was very difficult to do this. They didn't have a secret technique like Zhang Yan's that could kill his peers. Moreover, the human Tao still had the victorious heavenly ship made of the unfettered wood. If they wanted to retreat, no one could stop them. But if they really couldn't fight for it, they could only choose to take action. Danny didn't hesitate at all. His attitude was very firm as he said, "I have already said that if you are willing to join the human Tao, we will welcome you. If you are not willing, there is no need to mention this matter again." The human Tao's ruler, Bu Su, was not obtained for free. Instead, he had forced his opponents to compromise through several battles. Only then was he able to make an agreement. It was absolutely impossible to force them to give in with just a few words. Taoist priest Daoi's expression turned cold as he said, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Danny glanced at everyone. He knew that Taoist priest Daoi was waiting for him to deny it, but he still said firmly, "Absolutely not." Taoist priest Daoi looked displeased, but he was overjoyed. Dan Yi's words could be considered to have completely cut off the hope of everyone behind him. There was no way he could compromise with the human Tao. He deliberately sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you know that your words have cut off your own path of retreat?" Dan Yi was unmoved. He said calmly, "Bu Su originally belonged to the human Tao. Although he was lost once in the past, we still managed to get it back. If fellow Taoists have different opinions, you can come and take it. If I can't protect it, it will be because I'm incompetent and don't deserve to enjoy the benefits." He raised his head and looked at them. "If you have called me here today only for this matter, then that's all I have to say. Forgive me for not accompanying you." He obviously didn't want to stay here any longer. With a wave of his sleeve, his incarnation suddenly disappeared. Zhang Yan smiled faintly and also withdrew his incarnation. Taoist priest Daoi watched as the four incarnations disappeared one by one, and he sneered in his heart. Bai Wei and the others didn't have the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Instead, they looked solemn. If they really fought this time, it wouldn't be a competition anymore. It would be a life and death battle. Although they had the advantage in numbers and seemed to have an absolute advantage, from their previous performances, the human Tao was not so easy to deal with. Especially that Taoist Zhang, who had a secret technique to kill his peers, could be said to be a great deterrent. They hoped to achieve their goal, but they didn't want to lose their lives because of it. Chapter 1796. After dispersing their clones, Dan Yi and the others worked together to cast out formations to block the passage between the two worlds. Ever since they took over Bu Su Tian, they had been on guard against external enemies at all times and had made many preparations over the years. This was so that they would have a way to deal with such a situation when it happened today. But logically speaking, any formation was useless before the Tai Golden Bead. Once it was summoned, it could immediately shatter it. So when they were setting it up, they had specially refined many formations so that if the outer formation was broken, they could summon them again to block it. But the other side might not necessarily do so. After all, summoning this treasure would exhaust almost all of a cultivator's origin chi, which was equivalent to losing one's combat power in advance. In the face of a formation that was not very complicated, he would rather use his own magic power to break it than to do this. But this was a battle of cultivation, so they would not blindly place their hopes on the other side. If the Tai golden bead really charged over, they would immediately summon the formations. Fortunately, no one had refined this treasure. After summoning it, everyone's senses would be disturbed, so they had enough time to do this. Zhang Yan said, "If you are worried about the Tai golden bead ramming into the formation, I can go up and block it." Michihito Ichido advised, "Fellow Taoist, doing so will definitely consume a lot of origin chi and magic power. Since there is a formation to block it, there is no need to do so." Zhang Yan said, "I've been cultivating for the past few days, and my cultivation has improved. If the Tai golden bead had not been refined, I would be able to block it no matter how many times it comes." Oh. The three of them were somewhat astonished. They wouldn't be surprised if Zhang Yan managed to block one or two of their attacks, because Zhang Yan had already proven his strength earlier. But to say that he could block it a few times was not something people of their level could do. Danny thought for a moment and suddenly thought of a possibility. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you advanced?" Zhang Yan shook his head and said, "There's still a long way to go." However, after fighting with Taoist priest Daoi twice in a row, this humble Taoist has gained a slight glimpse of the door and understands some profound uses. If it's just a connate cardinal treasure that hasn't been refined, it shouldn't be difficult. Danny nodded. "I see." He was able to understand that on the path of cultivation, fortune and danger often accompanied each other. Even though Zhang Yan had successfully blocked the collision of the Tai gold pearl, he had taken the risk of being killed every single time, and if he was able to survive, then with their level of cultivation, they would naturally be able to comprehend something from it. It was just that the amount would be different. Zhang Yan used the Bush Tian Weili to preserve his magic power. Strictly speaking, this was only a method. In fact, as long as a true Yang cultivator understood the mystery, they would be able to do this. If Dan Yi and the others also understood this method, then there would be no suspense in the battle. People's Tao could easily suppress all the Tri-Defense mighty figures, and even the Tai golden bead could not stop it. But in fact, even if he told Dan Yi and the others about this, it would be useless, because if he wanted to peek into the depths of Bush Tian, he would only have a chance when the foundation of heaven and earth was shaken, and the only way was to directly collide with the primordial treasure. But so far, among the true Yang mighty figures in the universe, except for him, no one could do it. He looked outside. As long as he could use this opportunity to peek into the depths of Bush Tian and understand how to enter the third level, then once he succeeded, everything inside and outside could be calmed down. At this moment, outside Bush Tian, Deng Zhang held a Dharma plate in his hand, calculating the passage between the two worlds. After a long time, he turned around and said, "I have already seen it. This inhibition formation can only allow 2 or 3 people to enter at once, but no more than that." Heng Jing said, "This is clearly the intention of the People's Tao, to separate us and then defeat us one by one." Taoist Daoi turned to Bai Wei and Lu Li, "Fellow Taoists, what about this place? Is there any way?" Bai Wei was also calculating at this moment. He said, "We need to observe it a little more. The passage between the two worlds could stop anyone who did not have a foothold in Bush Tian, but he and Lu Li could also freely enter and exit Bush Tian, and they had set up some means to facilitate travel in times of emergency. However, they were not sure if the People's Tao would counter them. After all, it was the People's Tao that ruled the world, and according to the agreement, wherever the People's Tao set foot in, they must retreat. Therefore, they knew more about the inhibition formations in many places than the heartless Taoists and the extraterritorial demons. After a while, he retracted his magic power and said, "There is no change in the qi on the passage, but it is impossible for the People's Tao not to be on guard. I think we should not enter rashly." Daoist Dawi frowned and said, even the two of you can't get through here. Lu Li replied, back then, this passage was set up for us. Even if the two of us can go through, you may not be able to. If we go together, I'm afraid we will still be separated. In fact, if Daoist Dawi revealed the intention of joining forces with the three sects to invade Bush Tian, they would have started to set it up. Perhaps today, this inhibition formation could allow more people to enter, but they did not trust the other forces, so even if they had the ability, they would not take the initiative to do so. Qi Yao said, Daoist Dawi, what if we borrow the power of the Weili to break this inhibition formation? Daoist Dawi said, that's possible. This inhibition formation cannot stop me. Who is willing to help? Bai Wei, however, denied, this is not appropriate. Back then, when the people of the Dao seized Bush Tian, they relied on many inhibition formations. They are very good at this method. Even though we can only see the one in front of us, who knows how many inhibition formations there are behind it? When we borrow the power of Daoist Dawi, we can't not use our magic power and Yuan Qi. Maybe the people of the Dao wants to use this to exhaust our strength. How can we let them do as they wish? Deng Zhang and Yin Ping both agreed that this was reasonable. They all understood that the people of the Dao were not easy to deal with, especially that Daoist Zhang. If they could not suppress him right from the start and were not careful, then they would die under his secret skills. No one could guarantee that they would not be that person. Therefore, before they really ran into this person, they had to maintain enough Yuan Qi and magic power to deal with that kind of killing move. Qi Yao said, then what about the inhibition formation in front of us? Bai Wei said indifferently, no matter how many inhibition formations there are, we can break them one by one. We can break them one by one. We can live forever in this world, so why would we be afraid of these things? Perhaps the only thing that was not appropriate here was that if time dragged on, the disciples left on the Kunshe continent would be implicated. Even though the Dao Xinjiang would not personally deal with these disciples, they would have to deal with the attacks of the various sects under him. At that time, it would be hard to say how many of them would survive. However, they could find more disciples and impart more Daoist skills. As long as they could seize Bush Tian, they could endure all this. Seeing this, Qi Yao did not say anything. Since the heartless Taoists and the Khanate demons thought so, there was no need for them to take the risk. There would be a day when they could break through the inhibition formation. As long as the three sects worked together and did not give the people of the Dao a chance, there was no way they could fail. Daoist Dawi and the others had the same opinion. Even though they felt that this would waste time and increase the chances of the people of the Dao, he would not be able to use his Weili if he left the group, so he could only comply. After the three parties came to an agreement, they split up and used their mana to attack the inhibition formation. They tested the changes within and weakened the inhibition formation at the same time. With 7 true Sun stage masters taking action, no matter how deep the spirit array was, it wouldn't be able to recover as quickly as it was destroyed, so even if they didn't deliberately try to break the spirit array, it wouldn't be difficult to break it over time. When Zhang Yan and the others heard the rumbling outside, they knew that the other party had started to attack. Under normal circumstances, if they could see the changes in the inhibition formation, they would not need to do this. However, with the two worlds separated, the people outside could only do this. It was like when they attacked Bush Tian, they could not see the layout of the inhibition formation. This was the advantage of having the geographical advantage. Fu Qingming said, they really did not use the entrance of the demons. They already knew about the entrance of Bai Wei and Lu Li, but they did not block it. Just as they guessed, they deliberately left it open for them. If they entered through this entrance, the 7 of them would not be in the same place, and they would have achieved their goal. Michihito Ichido said, if they don't go that way, we can only break through from the front. In the past, Bai Wei and Lu Li would only need to bring the Tai gold bead in and activate it to solve all the problems. However, since Zhang Yan could fight against the inhibition formation, this method would not be effective. Instead, he might get himself trapped. Therefore, he most likely would not make this choice. Danny said, if we attack from the front, then let them be. If they break through one inhibition formation, we can just break another one. We can't let them in easily. They did not know Zhang Yan's abilities beforehand. Since they dared to fall out with the three families, they naturally had a certain degree of confidence. They mainly relied on the many inhibition formations they had prepared over the years. If things really went wrong, he could just hide in the Kunshe continent. With the endless treasures on the continent, he could continue to refine magic treasures and array diagrams. And if the fellow Daoist who obtained the Yuan Jade could become a true Yang cultivator, combined with all these, he might be able to counterattack in the future. At this moment, Michihito Ichido looked out and saw that the three families were all fighting. He said coldly, since they broke the agreement, there's no need to be courteous with them. We can take this opportunity to attack the disciples they left on the continent. These disciples posed little threat to them. For the sake of Zhou Huanyu and Jade, it was not appropriate to kill all of them, but they could take advantage of the situation to wipe them out. Fu Qingming changed his mind and issued an order. It was to order the cultivators of the Yuhuan heavens to wipe out the heretic cultivators on the continent. Zhang Yan did not do so. There were many cultivators of the Yuhuan heavens, and there were karma points to be earned. Naturally, everyone was enthusiastic. It was enough for them to do this. Now, he still needed to guard against the person behind the scenes. If he jumped out at this time, he would definitely have to deal with him. In fact, he felt that this was very possible. Therefore, it was better to stay calm. If something went wrong, he could still respond in time. His eyes became a little darker. If he was the person behind the scenes, he would definitely appear during the confrontation with the superior one generation. He did not know what methods he would use. At that time, he was afraid that he would have to deal with two opponents from two directions at the same time.